Us. Happy 5th of July. I don't remember if that's a holiday for anybody, but it's got to be for somebody. I just accidentally opened Lightroom. Go for it. Tell people who is allowed to be here.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. Back to
That's
you,
the way indeed.
Humidor.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gerbils, you heard the man right there. So we're currently on channel two, I guess you could say, of my gigantic, inexhaustible Fumidoro network. We're on Fumidoro right now with a whopping 294 subscribers. If you guys are not subscribed yet, please do subscribe so maybe I can hit 300 sometime this century. Please welcome though, folks. You guys are welcome. Even if you aren't a subscriber, subscribers, non-subscribers, you guys are all welcome. Like we always say, lurkers, non-lurkers, all of you guys are welcome. You guys are welcome to hang with us. Cheers, Bud Kilowatt, already giving us the green light. Good to see you, Bud Kilowatt. So it's a real show now, thanks to Bud. Anyway, folks, make sure to say hello in the chat, and I guess D is apparently having camera troubles. Make sure to say hello in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. We'd love to hear from you. Dee presumably is going to be running the show for at least a little bit, and perhaps usually Bud takes over. Folks, hopefully we'll be here for a little bit. I'm kind of changing the rules a little bit. I am honestly, genuinely frustrated with the direction of all my shows and stuff, and some of the many reasons is that I've been a little bit too permissive of the kind of content and discussion on these shows. So even on these Saturday shows, I don't want to hear any fucking nonsense. I don't want to hear any goddamn dog shit that you pulled out of your asshole. If you don't have direct experience with something, I don't want you to expound upon it for fucking ages and ages and ages. I don't know how many times I've heard you guys talking about stuff that I literally could catch you just with a couple of questions that I know you don't know. So if you're not an expert on something, don't fucking babble about it for 25 minutes. Like I don't mean to say shut the fuck up or something. I just want the kind of caliber of these discussions to go up a bit. So please do remember, don't fucking wallow in dog shit, honestly. Pretty good lesson for life, I would say, because then you don't have to, what's the expression? If everywhere you go smells like dog shit, check your shoe. Well, if you're not wallowing in dog shit, then you don't necessarily have to check your shoe because it doesn't smell, right? Anyway, we're mixing idioms, ladies and gentlemen. Grand larceny, probably. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are welcome to hop on the show. We'll be here presumably for at least a couple hours. Sometimes we're here for, many hours. It really depends on the show. This is really kind of the takeover evening, basically, where sort of I let what's the expression? We let the pigs out, but it's a weird expression because I think it's a German expression, not an English expression. Anyway, whatever. We're letting the dogs out. That's what we're doing. We're letting the dogs out. If someone says, "Hey, who let the dogs out?" It was us, ladies and gentlemen. We're letting the dogs out this evening. But the professional dogs. I don't want you to fucking be bullshit dogs. Honestly, I don't know. That probably doesn't make any fucking sense. But long story short. Hop on, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a fucking lunatic. Don't be an asshole, and don't show your asshole, ladies and gentlemen. I have absolutely zero interest in your dipshit drama. I have absolutely zero interest in your dipshit opinions about the world. If you think vaccines are bad or something, fuck right off. Just don't really care. That's not this kind of show. If you have a bone to pick with anyone on this show, get fucked, honestly. Shove it up your own ass. If you have a bone to pick with somebody else, take it somewhere else. Start your own fucking channel. I don't give a fuck. I really, really, really genuinely don't give a fuck. I would like everyone who thinks that, I don't know, how do I put this? What was I even going to say? I don't even know exactly what I was going to say. Everyone who thinks, yeah, that wouldn't have worked anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, just douchebags, fuck pants, weirdos, just leave. Honestly, I guess that's what I was trying to get at. To be honest, I just didn't construct it well. If you're a fuck pants or a douchebag, just save yourself the trouble, save us the trouble, save everybody the trouble. We only have one life to live, ladies and gentlemen. You are physically aging as you are watching this right now. As I speak, we are all currently aging. So please let me remind you that if you're watching a show that you hate or that you hate watching or whatever else, just do yourself a favor, honestly, and go watch something else. We're trying to enjoy ourselves. We're trying to have a good time. We're on the level. So if you're not on the level and you're basically here to hate watch, go find something else. Seriously. I mean, do yourself the favor, not only us, because obviously you don't give a fuck about us, but do yourself the favor. One day you'll be old and you'll look back on your life and you'll be like, oh, I spent how many years trolling? It's probably not gonna, you're not gonna win a medal. There's not gonna be a Purple Heart involved. It's not gonna, people are not gonna pat you on the back or some shit. You know what I mean? Like your fucking future wife is not gonna be like, oh my God, I'm so glad you spent 15 years trolling on the internet. None of that is going to happen. You're going to feel lonely and alone, ladies and gentlemen, so don't fucking troll on the goddamn internet. At least don't troll here because just fuck off. I mean, seriously, come on. But the rest of you guys, if you're here on the level, you're welcome to hop on and join us. There's apparently a new thing with YouTube now. People who Well, both also financially contribute, but like I said, I'm not even sure if you guys are able to super chat on this channel. But if you comment quite a bit, then you'll end up becoming, for example, Robert Bendula is now number one because he's got three comments. So if you guys want to unseat Robert Bendula as number one, all you got to do is probably have four comments. I don't know. But D Zombie has three comments as well, so that's kind of weird. Well, anyway. Robert Bendula is getting ice for his bourbon. Right on. I don't really like to ice my bourbon, to be honest. I like to. It's not that I don't enjoy if someone hands me a fucking glass of bourbon and ice or fucking scotch and ice or something. It's not like I'm going to turn it away and just thumb my nose at it or something. Free scotch is free scotch and bourbon too. But I prefer it straight, basically, with just a hint of water. So I don't even want them to put the water in it. I ask them to give me water on the side, and I just literally just a little drop, just a drop of water opens up the mouthfeel so much. You'd be
She
surprised,
said.
honestly. Surprised. Nice one, D. So folks, do hop on here. We'd love to hear some new guests on here. I'm probably not going to stay on for that long, but maybe I'll smoke a joint with you. Do hop on. Let's post the link here. Would really like to talk about growing if possible. Would love to get some
I hear
growers on
background
here.
noise.
What's that, D?
Oh, no, I'm good.
Second. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to come on here and actually talk about constructive things, growing, smoking, toking, testing cannabis, we always enjoy talking about that when people come on here. What else? Yeah, just anything to do with the productive parts of cannabis. D, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm trying to fix my camera. It's weird. I'm like,
What's wrong with
every
it?
time I switch my back, like the back and the front of the camera, every time I
So
try to
press the
reverse
button
it,
that switches cameras.
yeah, I push that, my hand turns the other way. My camera's really weird.
So if you now press the button, what would happen?
What? Okay, see there's my hand.
Obviously.
Isn't that weird?
Oh, I see. It's just going up and down. You're pressing the wrong button. You're pressing without looking at the phone. Can anyone in the chat help him out? There's two buttons to press for the camera, and he's switching orientation. I guess I'll just have to fucking join
No,
this.
no, the orientation's off. I got my orientation off.
Well,
It's
then just force quit Zoom and start over because then it's
yeah,
probably
that's
just a
what I was
glitch.
gonna do.
Yeah.
I might have to reset my computer, my phone. I tried to do it on the pre-show as well. It was really weird. Weird, weird, weird. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah. Cheers, hardcore. Apparently, he's number one now. Number one. Number one. Um, Reminds me of Star Trek Next Generation. Captain Picard always called Riker number one. Weird. Fucking, I mean, I guess first officer, but strange way to call somebody. Cheers, Glizella. I think you've said hello before, so I won't say hello for the first time, but welcome back. Cheers. Good to see you. Welcome everybody else. So there's a link to hop on, folks. Do join us. D may have unreliable connection or something. We'll see. Oh, she's number three, Glizella. Oh, you're gonna try harder. You gotta just comment more. Tell us a joke. What else? I don't know. Tell us what you had for lunch. Well, come on. I mean, I know it might be interesting. What else? Oh, I actually had a fun lunch now that I think about it. I baked a loaf of bread last night, and then with my friend, well, semi-fresh bread because it was fucking from last night. I made a brunch sandwich basically with very thin sliced carne asada meat, basically. I think it's top round, basically, but very thinly sliced for carne asada, and then just lightly seasoned with some kind of smoky wood garlic, basically, spice that I have, and what else? Sautéed, of course, and then some Minster cheese, some basically my favorite mayo these days, the Japanese, the Kewpie mayo. It's kind of salty. Plus, it comes in a cool tube, so you can just squirt it. You know, your mom likes it when we squirt it. What else? There we go. Uh, sliced cucumber, sliced onion, and some hot sauce, of course. In my case, it was a new brand of sriracha that I actually quite like. It was Mama something or other, not the one from Vietnam. Uh, I'd have to go look. It's made in the U.S. actually, so that's kind of cool. I'm really over the Hui Fong foods. Their sauce is terrible now. Like you can even see it in the store. Like, One bottle will be brown, the next one's fucking like kind of almost
Oh,
green. Like their quality is garbage now. And it's their own fault too. They, if it's a famous story at this point, they fucked up. They fucked over their number one supplier, Underwood Farms. Cheers, by the way, Hardcore. Hardcore's up in the storage with horrible reception tonight. He's currently surrounded by vases, vases and vases and vases. He's up to his fucking, he's up to his eyeballs and vases
huh.
and other assorted pottery. Who else is talking here? Not too many people in the chat so far. Hop on, folks. Join us. Join the chat. We'd love to hear from folks in the chat. Tell us what you're growing. That's a good way to get to be number one or number two, number three in the chat. Tell us what you're growing these days. Tell us what you're smoking too. I'm about to smoke because I have it right in front of me, and it's a good choice too. About to smoke some Oblivion, grown by our good friend Jones and to Grow. Oblivion, bred by me, grown by, and I cannot speak today. Well, good reminder that I should fucking get some stonage, but I quite like this one. Memory Loss to the Coot Special, so very, very aggressively tropical sativa, very, very heady. Quite like it, and everyone who's grown
Nice.
it has really enjoyed it. Yeah, everyone so far has really enjoyed it. That's always gratifying to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of wanna, kind of want to breed it again with my Sour Morgana version 2, you know. But I haven't decided.
Yeah.
I can't keep everything, can't keep buying clones, can't keep well, in
Another
this case I guess I
close.
wouldn't trade for it. I would just buy it honestly because they have it in archive. But so that's the easiest of the possibilities that I've been thinking of. But anyway, whatever. It's one of the plants that I'm like, oh, I should totally get that one again. Da da da. Really did like it though. I think it would work really, really well with the Sour Morgana that I'm going to feminize. I think that would be an excellent version too. And then the couple projects that I have hopefully in the future after that hopefully would work out really well. So I don't know, we'll see. Let me
Yeah.
know, of course, in the chat. Another good way to get yourself a number one spot in the crown. Apparently, hardcore is number one right now. I guess it's a new feature from YouTube. I didn't turn it on or anything, so that's kind of fun. But yeah, I like this one. You can always tell. Uh, Strains that I've worked on because they always have this, even though honestly this one doesn't have very much experience. How funny is that? So maybe it's, oh, that's just a very funny one because as soon as I said it, I realized I was completely wrong. So what I meant to say, which I was wrong about, is that you can always tell, or I can always tell, stuff that I've bred, even if I didn't look at the label or something, just from the stem rub. They're always loud, loud, loud because that's one of my selection procedures. But this, I bet you that's one of the reasons why I liked it so much. It's definitely one of the reasons why I like the Coot Special so much because they had these loud, loud stem rubs, and I always select for that. So anyway, funny because I didn't breed the Coot Special. I just selected some seeds out of that fuckface Coot that gave them to me. And by the way, he did give them to me in the parking lot with his wife as a fucking witness. So the guy's a liar if he says I stole him from him.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking asshole.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, no, to this day, those fuckfaces say that I stole his seeds. It really gets to me, honestly, but whatever. It is what it is. Uh, the fucking guy had me over for it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I,
so I didn't breed the Coot Special and I didn't breed the Memory Loss. That was bred by Archive. That was their, well, not there, but that was Amnesia Haze crossed to their Face Off OG. Lovely breeding on that Face Off OG, and it definitely shortened the harvest on the memory or on the memory loss because it's really it's a little longer. It's basically it's not like an 8 9 week strain like many of their crosses, Moonbow and stuff. You can cut that down end of 8 weeks basically, but it's more like yeah, that's like a 10 weeker. It's not even 11 weeks. It's like a 10 weeker. You could probably let it go longer, but I guess I never had a chance to let it go any longer. But it was done. So, but I guess in the future, if I had it again, I would probably try to get 2 or 3 plants and then try to harvest them at different times. To be honest. Anyway. Lovely breeding. I guess I'm gonna have to babble this whole time. D, what's new with you? What the fuck is my ashtray or my grinder?
oh, did I not spell that right? Fuck's sakes.
Yeah, this
Man,
one's my
why have
grinder.
I'm just having issues tonight over here. I hope everyone else is having a better night than I am with all my technical issues. I'm smoking on. What am I smoking on? Dairy Queen right now. I'm about to roll some Dairy Queen up.
Do I have a
Cheers,
fucking
everybody in
ghost in my
chat.
house or what?
What?
Do I have a ghost in my house or what?
Uh,
My grinder is missing. I'm like, where the
Oh no,
absolute fuck?
did the dog get it?
Probably.
There you
Dog's
go.
turned into a goddamn stoner.
Fuck's sake.
Oh, there
She
it is. All the way back there. That's what she said.
is that oh,
Next to all my tools. I need to have my tools in by. What movie
let's
comes
try
from?
this again.
It's a creepy movie, I know that for sure.
L-I Welcome Gizla or Gizla. I
Gazella, I think.
Gazilla. I can't. I'm tired of trying to. I've been trying to type it in
Glizella.
for like 10 minutes now.
Glizella. All you have to do is the at GL and then you would get it. Here comes Smash.
Yeah, it doesn't work on my phone like that.
Here comes Captain.
Right on. Yeah, how do you see who's number one and number two and shit?
By looking at the YouTube chat.
Is there any specific spot though?
It's literally as soon as I open it. Can we move on? Captain 420, what's going on, buddy?
Well, you savage beast, you don't add ice to your liquor when you sip it.
You think I'm not a proper Southern gentleman? Well, that's probably true actually, because I would never have slaves or anything else, or of talk about the South will rise again or any of that shit. No, I seriously don't. Um,
Bourbon is
the
made
ice
above the
bruises
Mason-Dixon
alcohol.
line, brother.
But here's the thing, literally, ice bruises the alcohol. Two things. It bruises the alcohol, which basically, okay, now I don't even remember how to explain this easily. I'd have to Google it to explain it easily. Anyway, it doesn't taste as good, doesn't have a good a mouthfeel. And then also the problem with ice cubes is that they usually melt too fast. If you get one of those fancy fucking ice cubes that like melt super slow, like they sell them for crazy money in LA. Dude, I met this one dude that apparently made like just $1 million a year, literally just selling these fucking fancy ice cubes to like movie star cocktail parties. I was like, how do I fucking get this idiot business? Anyway,
Have you?
but it's probably not that idiot business if he's making $1 million a year. But go ahead, D.
Yeah, are you talking about that the guy that has like the rounded ice cubes, the perfectly
Oh, there's
square
a
ice
few. Yeah,
cube?
there's a few all over the
There's like
place.
a bag. They're like $35 a bag or something.
Beers.
Uh, I mean, different guys probably charge different prices. This guy
Yeah,
charged like literally per cube. I mean, that's not true. When he sells to a bar or whatever, he charges the wholesale prices. But they were literally like $5, $6, $7 wholesale per fucking cube. And like I say, they're
food chain.
spheres and cubes and
Yeah.
triangles. They had all kinds of different shapes, right? I think they say the sphere is the best, which is logical. Obviously,
Mhm.
it has the least surface area. But well, does it? Other
It
than a
rolls
tri No,
around the
for the
glass
volume, I think
really
it has the
good.
least
I
surface
thought it
area,
was a
right?
diamond.
What you think? What is?
The diamond isn't the diamond because it spins, and apparently it gives off different colors in the glass too.
What are we
I like the
referring to?
Like,
spheres. It gives you something to play with in your
We're
glass.
talking about different things. Yeah, that's kind of fun too. I mean, put it this way. I'm not against anybody enjoying their drink. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, you, like, I've never made fun of anybody for drinking a fruity drink or anything else. You like what you like. You know what I mean? Life's too short to give a fuck. You know what I mean? I don't care if I see a guy with a, tropical, whatever the shit with a pineapple and fuck. I don't care. It could be a Hello Kitty cocktail as far as I care. You know what I mean? If they enjoy it, they enjoy it. I personally don't like it with the ice cubes and stuff because, like I say, probably the biggest reason, honestly, is that because come on, am I really going to notice the bruising that really quickly? I'm going to be talking with my friends and drinking and stuff, but it just waters down too fast, basically. So if you do get one of
Drink
those
it
fancy ice
faster.
cubes, which I'm not going to pay for, that's another reason why I'm not going to get one of those fancy ice cubes because I'm not going to pay extra for a fucking ice cube. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Because, like I say, I'll perfectly enjoy. If it's hot outside, I could ask them to give me a chilled glass, for example, and that'll cool the whiskey down quite a bit. And then all I do is just get a tiny little, literally when you do like Scotch tastings, they usually give you an eyedropper and a little bit of distilled water or spring water or something, depends on where you're getting it. Actually, spring water tastes better, but distilled water technically would be better. And you get that eyedropper, and you literally 1 or 2 drops at a time changes the consistency of the alcohol quite a bit and really opens up the bouquet, opens up the bloom. So, for example, if you get like cask strength, you really need to add some water. But even if you get like bottle strength whiskey or bourbon, it's still 42, 43, 44, whatever percent alcohol. It still bites a little bit on your tongue, and it could really open up
47.
basically if you add just a tiny bit of water, which is one of the reasons why people love ice cubes because it opens up the flavor of the bourbon. But again, to each their own. But once again, save the ice cubes. I was just watching Star Trek Strange New Worlds,
45.2.
and I was laughing to myself because I was like, are they trying to show Captain Pike as like an alcoholic? Because basically in every single alcohol or in every single episode, he's pouring big old fucking double, triple pours, and then try to share it with whoever he's having a conversation, some serious, galaxy ending conversation with or whatever. And then a lot of times the people, because they're butthurt about something, they refuse, and then they leave, and then they show him dumping the one drink into the other, so he's now got a sextuple fucking shot. I'm like, what are they trying to show? I mean, obviously they're trying to show like he's oh man or whatever, but I'm like, dude, if you're drinking like a quarter bottle of bourbon every day, you're gonna have a hell of a fucking liver. But anyway, uh, maybe I
Quarter bottle of
overthink
shit.
things.
That's light for some people.
That's true too, honestly. Goodness gracious, I shouldn't laugh because
Come
that's
to
a serious issue.
Thailand. Shit. I've
Oh
seen
goodness,
guys sit there and polish off of, you know, 900 liters like it's nothing, or milliliters like it's nothing.
oh, I believe it. Yeah, I've seen people like that for sure. Some of the heaviest drinking for sure is in some of the kind of more abject parts of the world. That's for sure. And so, for example, Eastern Europe is famous for just, I mean, just, oh, you don't want to see it. Honestly, you don't want to see
When
how
you
they
get
drink in many
drunk like
cases.
that,
Pardon?
if I lived there, I'd be drunk like that too.
100%. Yeah, if your life lived like it looked like that, you would fucking drink all that much too. What's up, Smash? He doesn't have his camera on, so maybe he's not ready. My shoulder fucking.
Man, I went to a hot one today. There was an event here in Cleveland. I went out and didn't realize that I only had a few flyers for the cup, but went
Oh,
out
for
and
fuck's sake, I
advertised
forgot all
that.
about that. Oh, motherfucker, it's probably too late. I was
Yep.
talking to what'd you say?
Yep.
Oh, yep, yeah. Too bad. It'll have to be for next year or something. What
Oh,
was I
then
gonna
you
say?
compete against me.
Pardon?
I'm not going to be a judge next year. I'm going to actually compete.
Oh no, I don't have anything to send for the competition. No, I wish that would be lovely. But oh, I've said it for so long. It's finally, thankfully, finally. I was just gonna say, like I said this last week. I guess I was. I've been complaining for how long now about my garden. Like, oh, this isn't working. That's not working. Because I tried out in the garage and that didn't fucking work because I basically moved in this house right in the middle of winter. That was a delightful surprise. And it was just fighting uphill the whole time. Literally, it felt like I was fighting uphill, basically rolling a snowball uphill. And just everything I tried, I was fucking behind the eight ball, and then I got a puppy, and so it was just like, oh my God, it was an absolute nightmare. So, for example, I've been saying like I would garden literally like 5 minutes at a time, which is, of course, anybody that knows how to garden knows that you can't garden 5 minutes at a time. And when your garden is singing, then okay, you can walk in, take a look, da da da, and walk out. But you know what I mean? Like you actually, like I was setting up my garden and shit. You can't spend 5 minutes at a time. But it was literally like if I spent more than 5 minutes, he's doing something, or he's destroying something, or he's got to go outside again, or da 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 da. You know what I mean? So anyway, finally, in the last couple of weeks, I guess it's been a couple of weeks now, everything is chilling out. Like the outdoor garden is looking really nice, veg is looking really nice, on and on and on. So I'm just like, chill out, you actually do know what you're doing because there's been these times where I'm just like, what the fuck? You go out the garden, you see a trash heap, and you're just like, all right, let's just burn this all down with a flamethrower. Like let's start a new fucking interest in life. Let's become a butcher or something. And so, but when it starts to look nice again, you're like, all right, okay, I actually do know what I'm doing, and there is hope in the future. And the reason why I got on this is I'm like, oh, I don't have any weed that I would compete with. I mean, are you serious? Like, no, I'm not one of those guys. I'm not one of those guys like William Hung on American Idol that first season where he's like just delusional. Like I actually bring stuff that is decent to a competition. Even if I don't how do I put this? Even if I didn't think I could absolutely win, I would still bring something that I thought was excellent, like my peak of ability or something. But yeah, like what I have right now, no, not a chance, not a fucking chance. I probably wouldn't even show it to people, to be perfectly honest with you. So it's going to be a couple months still before I have anything that I would actually be willing to share with anybody. But your buddy was talking to me about potentially maybe it's not too late for this. I could probably still DM him about this, but he was talking about sponsorships and da 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 da. And I'm like, oh, I'm kind of
Sure.
small time for that. But he was like, oh, seed packs or something. I was like, oh yeah, I could totally work on that. I got seeds coming out of my freaking eyeballs, and I'm always making more, right? It's kind of an unquenchable supply. So that's how your mom likes it, by the way. So I was like, oh yeah, I
Yeah,
could totally
we're
do
gonna
that.
be.
But then I just spaced. Life got in the way, so maybe I can still DM him. Maybe there's something we can work out.
This is going to be recorded, and we are going live with it, so it can be shared all over the world.
That's cool. Going
So,
live on what, YouTube or what?
yeah, I
Oh, right
believe
on.
so. So they're working on that. So yeah, it's not too late to be a sponsor and get a sponsor spot on the recorded video that's going to be saved to go along with this. This is the first one outside of Thailand.
How are they going to do that? Well, you probably don't know an answer to this, but oh, I should have. I wasn't even thinking. I usually try to clean out the top of the grinder, but I just spaced out. How is she going to deal? Oh my fucking God, there's like a half a joint in there. How are they going to
She
deal
may be
with?
here in Ohio.
Pardon?
She may be here in Ohio.
Oh, she may just simply move.
No, come for the cup.
Oh, I guess that's a logical response, but I was actually thinking about what she's going to do in Thailand now that they're shifting back, you said, to the medical program and whatever.
Well, actually, a lot of people in Thailand, if you didn't spend the big bucks or you decide to go organic like 6 to 8 months ago, you're perfectly fine. You can pass all their tests for medical and you keep growing and keep open as a medical shop.
Hmm.
But, they're still going to have to service medical patients. Now, the thing is they're going to have to go back and change the law because the law only states oil. And when I went to go get my medical papers, and this is from a doctor at Mayo University where they did all their testing at, and all the cannabis that they were using was coming from that facility and a couple of other places. But my doctor was like one of the head people there at the university with the cannabis project. And I tried to get him, and he says, I agree with you 100%. The fastest way to get the effects of cannabis is from smoking it. But I can't write that on the paper for you because I tried to get him to write that patient does not react well to oil, but the fast actingness of the cannabis does not make him nauseous. I tried to go a medical way with it and everything, but he was like, we can't write it for smoking flower. So if it's not for smoking flower in the law, then they're going to have to amend it somehow. But they are going around and certifying grows organically, and those are the ones that are going to be allowed to stay in the program.
Right on.
What I see them doing really, Fumi,
Uh,
is, and I kind of wanted them to do this in the beginning, was go back to medical and structure it. Put the excise tax into it, but also limit who could actually grow. And that's what they've done with the organic certification, because that cuts out like a third of the cannabis in Thailand, if not more. Because they're all pumping on hydro really, and then you have a few farms that are organic.
so by the way, why did the country decide, because in the US they don't seem to decide that, why did they decide, or even for example in Israel, they are basically synthetic is the kind of way to go apparently. Why did they decide that organic is the way to go for medical?
uh, because it's the cleanest, it's natural, and they're all about natural.
I guess it was a
They
loaded
they
question the
see
way I
they
asked you. Um,
they see
hmm.
what the fertilizer and the chemicals and the pesticides have done to the farm ground up by me, and also the mainly the corn and rice fields are just saturated. I took test samples thanks to the university up by me, and I turned them in, and I could not use any of that soil. It was showing
Laid with phosphorus,
pesticides
what?
and
Oh. Hmm.
heavy metal chemicals.
It's one
So,
of the unfortunate realities. People will oftentimes stop on the side of the road and pick fruit. They'll see blackberries on the road on the way to the coast, for example, here in Oregon. Obviously, you don't have to have been in Oregon to know what I'm talking about. But if you could visualize, literally driving on a road from Portland is about an hour, a little bit over, and then an hour from the coast, depending on which city you go. Could be a little bit more if you go to Astoria. But a lot of times on the way out to the coast, there will be all kinds of obviously wild. It's super lush, like it's basically a rainforest. It's not the official like national monument rainforest that is Olympia up in Washington, where basically close to where Flora I think used to live actually. But it's still basically a rainforest. It's so fucking lush, even in the summertime. What am I trying to say? Oh, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, that you can basically see not only beautiful blooming flowers and all kinds of stuff, but you'll see the occasional pot plant, but you'll see blackberries up the ass. You'll see cherry trees. You'll see all kinds of stuff. And tourists a lot of times will stop off and try to eat those blackberries. And somebody, if they're a kind, good Samaritan, will pull over really quick and say, "Hey, stop picking those fucking blackberries," because people that know better know that the state basically sprays pesticides. I think they actually haven't sprayed for a couple of years. Like there was a whole thing about how Oregon stopped spraying for a few years. But the thing is, occasionally they start spraying and they don't really give any warning, and you wouldn't really know the difference. And so, long story short, you could be driving to the coast and eat a fistful of blackberries that have literally just been sprayed with whatever the shit that they're trying to get rid of. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what they use now, but like to be honest, I'm not sure what they even are spraying for because there's still blackberries there's still whatever, but they're spraying for something. Anyway, maybe for what, ticks and fleas? Fuck, I can't remember. There's an obvious thing that I'm missing right now what they spray for. Doesn't fucking matter. You
You
don't
know
want to
what?
eat that. You don't want to eat that pesticide. What's that,
They
D?
spray for mosquitoes here.
They spray for mosquitoes here though, to be honest.
yep,
Well, anyway,
they do
regardless,
here.
you don't really want pesticide in your mouth, to be perfectly honest, right? So, bad idea, honestly, to pick those fruits off the side of the road. Even honestly, a bad idea to pick, peach trees and stuff like that that's on the side of the road. Better off to kind of avoid it. But a lot of people don't really think about that. And then the reality is, of course, when you step back and think about it for a second, how many times have you driven by a farm? I mean, I live kind of in farm country, basically. How many times have I seen people just out there spraying all day long, pesticides, whatever else? Like that food is gross. And unfortunately, a lot of Americans eat that kind of food. It's one of the reasons why so many other countries have import requirements that unfortunately Trump is trying to break right now. But the rest of us get stuck with quite a bit of garbage. Organic is a lot more expensive. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people say when you can grow your own, and that goes for weed too. Anyway, it's just very interesting to hear from because you've said it before and I've never really stopped and asked you about it. Why did Thailand make the decision? I agree with them. I agree with the premise. I would love to know if they actually had, I'm sure they probably do because they're actually, it's a legal body and everything that's making these rules. But I wonder if they have scientific backing for that because, there's plenty of things that people say that are not necessarily true. All the detox diets and stuff. Like, bro, if your kidney and liver are not detoxing you, you need dialysis. So all this fucking detox shit people buy. So anyway.
No, it's just you know, just like here, they have elections, and they elected a new person, and it's pretty much been reefer madness ever since the laws changed.
Hmm.
Okay, it's like, oh, if you smoke it, you're gonna go crazy. And then they tried to put off that all the people smoking cannabis is making them more mentally unstable.
Yeah, right.
No, actually, what the government, is doing to them is
Okay.
making them unstable because COVID hit, 60-some% were out of work. And then all of a sudden, cannabis comes, and this farmer can make some extra money, but you're going to take that away from him too, which, just going to drive him to drink more. There's a lot of mental instability in Thailand.
Uh,
There's a lot of depression. There's a lot of anxieties for performance.
uh.
It just keeps going on. And, when you're not making a livable wage, and that's what a lot of Thailand is, there's a lot of depression there.
We often forget about that. Asia is such a strict culture. Um, I mean, they're all different cultures, of course, but I think you could say the same thing about basically all of East and Southeast Asia, arguably also India too. The parents are notoriously very strict. It's a very kind of paternalistic society. You're expected to perform. If you don't perform, there's deep shame placed upon you, blah, 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 blah. Like it really
Yep.
is pretty messed up. Kids are not really allowed to pick their path in life. Their parents kind of pick it for them, even their mates in many cases. Like this goes on even when they emigrate. Like uh, um, without getting into specifics, well, I guess my mom was a music teacher and she also taught music lessons, and a lot of her students were Asian kids, Chinese kids, Taiwanese kids, some Thai, of course, whatever, Koreans, different ethnicities. I don't have to name every single nation in Southeast Asia, but their parents were strict on a level that even the strictest American parent really can't comport with, and very regularly. It's not like my mom was a therapist or something. She wasn't even really super the warmest person necessarily. But multiple times her kids would break down crying because the parents were just so fucking strict. This one kid who was probably a fucking musical prodigy, honestly, a gift to the world, his parents insisted, maybe for his own good, obviously, but they insisted he be in fact, his dad insisted he be a heart surgeon because I think he looked it up one time and heart surgeons make the most money of all doctors. So they insisted he must, since he was like fucking 6 years old, he has to be a heart surgeon. Didn't matter what the fuck he could do. If he was a belly dancer, didn't fucking matter. He is going to be a heart surgeon. And sure enough, they ended up pushing him forward enough that he became a heart surgeon. But poor guy was depressed off his fucking mind because all he wanted to do was be a musician. But those cultures are quite severe.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's up, Smash?
What up? How you
Sm
doing?
Smoking a blunt there, huh?
No, I had actually took a dab of Nana Glue
Oh, right on. That sounds good.
rosin.
Wow.
Really good.
How'd it taste? Kind of that spicy gorilla,
Like
almost like a Hindu with banana. That's my assumption.
no, it's like chocolatey,
Oh,
Yeah.
earthy.
right on. No, that makes sense too. Yeah, definitely the earthy for sure, but definitely the chocolate.
Arr.
What is it? I'm spacing completely. We should have Flora on here. Very famous cut with Gorilla Glue and something else came out super chocolate. What the fuck is the name? No idea.
I got some
Anyway,
Devil Driver flour, and I got some banana punch. The banana punch is
hmm.
really good. It's like a alcohol fruit smell.
Hmm.
I got a couple of things coming down the end of this week.
Right on. Oh, those autoflowers for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, me
Cheers, by the
taking
way,
my
folks in the
photos.
chat. Operation is saying, hey, smashed. Operation is saying the preferred firework of Texas is the 12 gauge.
They say
Cheers, Jones. Smoking
when
Jones's
you're
weed
doing
right
like
now.
roofs in Mexico and like Texas and stuff that you can always find a spent bullet.
But
Yeah, people don't realize you shoot them up in the air, they eventually come down
oh,
someplace.
they do. Yeah, they're always hurting people. Thankfully, they
Yeah.
do kind of hit terminal velocity, honestly, because they're not propelled by a bullet by the
Yeah.
time they're falling, but they still do hit pretty hard. I think they say they can break skin. So if you shoot it up in the sky, it could break skin if
Oh yeah,
comes
it would
down. But
hurt
it
like a
usually
motherfucker.
bruises people. But a lot of times it breaks windows and stuff. And what it really does is it like imagine out of nowhere a bullet hits you in the face, not hard enough to kill you or anything, but all of a sudden a fucking piece of hot lead because it's still super hot at that point. A piece of hot lead hits you out of nowhere and you're riding a bike or something. You know what I mean? You're insta crash or something. You know what I mean? So that's a lot of times I think what happens.
I
Uh,
grew up with lawn darts.
Oh yeah, 100%.
yeah, lawn
In
darts are
fact, my
fun.
friend had lawn darts too.
I wish
Where
they
they got
still
banned.
made those. There are some people out there that
They
are
got banned in about six
responsible.
months because people sure enough
Um,
were killing kids all over the place. Dude, it's
No,
a
they were
dart you throw
sold
up in
for
the
like a
air. You know, it's a
decade.
brilliant idea, but then you realize how many of the lawsuits you're gonna have because
You know that
even the people who know how to throw things, you're still gonna just randomly like how many times have you just randomly wonkily thrown something, right? Like it just happens, right? So imagine you have a group of people who don't really know what they're doing, including 6-year-old kids and whatever else. They're all throwing spiked fucking things up in the air. Yeah, it's a miracle more people didn't get murdered from that.
I mean, they weren't like super sharp.
Sharp enough, dude. It
no,
doesn't
they were
take much
just
to
heavy.
pierce your skull. Your skull is not really designed for projectile weapons. People always forget that we did not evolve with dinosaurs shooting us with, literally pointed weapons, fucking bows and arrows and shit, right? Like we're the ones that came up with that. That's why nature has no response to our bullets and our fucking bows and arrows and spears and stuff. That's why we are the dominant species on Earth. It's not because we're the fastest or the strongest or anything else. We may not even really be the smartest, honestly, when it comes down to it, but we excel at ranged weaponry and throwing it a long way really, really fast.
What's isn't terminal velocity like one like 153 miles an hour or something
That
like
was
that?
different for different things. Like squirrels, apparently a squirrel cannot fall to its death because their
No,
terminal
they couldn't.
velocity is so low.
Yeah, they
It's just like
spread
literally
out.
like 15 or 20 because they're just so fluffy that they just they're like a parachute,
I've seen squirrels. Yeah, they jump and they spread wide.
kind of like your mama.
My
Uh,
safety helmet hit the ground the same time I did, and I'm heavier.
huh. Oh, that reminds me of a video I saw today actually on Reddit. Sad video, honestly. I don't know what the end of the story was, but it was in China, and this chick's driving a scooter and literally out of nowhere just loses control for no ostensible reason. But I don't know. Again, the weird shit happens, right? But it didn't look like it was wet or anything else. All of a sudden, she just flips the fuck out and then just tumbles. And she tumbled in the worst possible way because immediately she falls on her back and she's in the fencing position, like her arms just lift up uncontrollably. So it's definitely like some kind of a fucking brain trauma. And it's China, so nobody around her, everyone sees it, and they're all like, but nobody does shit to help. Because famously in China, they've actually changed the rules to avoid this now, but the rules were this way for so long that nobody will help you. There were no real Good Samaritan rules, no Good Samaritan laws, so to speak. And basically, if you helped somebody, in many cases, you could be liable for their injury, and so people would blame you for the issue. Basically, it was a really fucked up thing. It got so bad that tourists would be told if someone hits you with a car, run the fuck away because they're going to try to kill you. Because it's cheaper to pay for a wrongful death, which by the way is true actually in the US too. You get less money for a wrongful death than you do for pain and suffering, because pain and suffering is like $4 or $5 million for your life. But if you just die, your family gets like $200,000. So in China, it's the same thing. If they fucking hit somebody, they try to finish the job because they're like, I can't remember if they probably don't get hit for murder or something. I don't remember. Their rules are probably different there too. But long story short, they say seriously, if you're a fucking tourist, run if you get hit by a car or something because they're gonna come and finish the fucking job. Can you imagine? Anyway, they've actually changed the rules, but evidently it was that way for so long that it's just like ingrained in people that they just if they see somebody fall on the street, they're just like, not it.
I was watching a short documentary on India, and like all the buses are super fucked up
Oh yes,
because
That's
they
not
just
true. They show you all the worst stuff. Like, this is kind of on purpose. People show you the fucked up stuff in India. It's not like India is a super rich country, but they actually have like real subway cars and stuff. Like, they show you all the most fucked up shit basically on TV. Like, they actually do have real buses and everything else. India is actually a prosperous, like, wealthy democracy, you know? So it's like, I didn't mean to shit on your story, Smash, because it's still interesting. But I'm like, I don't know how many times I have seen stuff like that, and I thought some country was a total dump, right? But then they're like, oh yeah,
yeah.
look at the other side of the street and it's like some fucking glitzy whatever, you know what I mean?
So
So,
here's a good one to watch. Check out if anyone's interested in seeing like the real thing of India. Check out Carl Rock videos. He shows like the real how real India really is.
He's a pretty chill guy. He's what, Swedish or
Yeah,
something? He's married to, I think, an Indian chick, and he has no particular connection to India other than the fact that his wife basically is Indian, so they live in
yeah.
India. And so I think I
Biryani.
guess I don't really remember too well, but I think he had a YouTube channel way before he moved to India. Anyway, it's super fun because he's like kind of a normal guy. Some of my favorite YouTube shit, because most of the travel YouTubers, they just it's like listening to nails on a fucking chalkboard. I can't fucking stand it. Half of them are sex pests and everything else. This dude seems like it's the normal guy. And he motorcycles all around India. That's most of the videos that I've seen with him is
Yeah,
him. I think a couple other countries too. I want to say like Vietnam or something. But regardless, like Dee says, he's got probably 100 videos maybe of him going around India, eating the street food, telling you how to figure out what street food is safe, on and on and on. And
yeah,
just a chill guy, like interacts with the people on a human level. He's not there to exploit anybody. He's not there to, be a TikTok superstar. It's just, I don't know. Half of the YouTubers, like, I don't know, I subscribe to all these fucking YouTubers, and a lot of them I can't watch anymore. Like this dude, Backpacker Ben. He's always been annoying, but the guy just always complains. Every time he goes somewhere, he just fucking complains and complains and complains, and on purpose for views. That's another one of the reasons I can't stand these videos. Instead of going to cool, interesting places and shooting videos sincerely, they get more engagement from going to shitty places on purpose and suffering, and then saying, "I went to Vietnam's worst train for 15 hours." And then they go and they endure a 15-hour train that literally no one would purposefully take unless they had to go from
Time. It might
fuck
have been.
fuck
yeah.
bag to fuck bag. You know what I mean? Like I can't stand these fucking videos anymore. What's that, Smash?
I was just trying to remember where the video was from. I don't know if it was India now. Like it might have
Oh, I
been
didn't mean to shit on your story. Go
Iraq.
ahead and say it because they probably do have, because they have those comically overstuffed buses, or not buses, trains, right? Where people are literally hanging off of them and on top and everything
Yeah,
else. Yeah.
that's
I don't
wild.
remember.
So
Cool,
in
Hmm.
man.
If you're
Thailand,
talking about the really fucking dumpy buses, you might be talking about South America.
They were like
Uh,
they would like bump
one of
each
the
other and shit.
countries,
wait a second.
Ecuador, no, not Ecuador, Peru or somewhere. They're famous for these just, I can almost think of it. It's one of the poor Latin American countries, Bolivia maybe, and very mountainous. A lot of those countries are mountainous, and they have those really precipitous whatever with the fucking dumpiest goddamn buses that you're like, how does anyone ride these things? What's that, Captain?
The red buses, the old ones that I was showing you in Bangkok, when I first went there, you would get on some of those and they all have wood floors and there would be holes in the floor.
Hmm.
And the trains that the passenger trains, which are the common trains going from Bangkok to the old capital, were so rickety and creakety. And those had wood floors and they literally had signs, do not sit in these three
Yeah,
sections right here,
yeah.
because you could literally see the rails right through the floor. They were all wood. But it was cool to go on that type of train that, basically never had metal floors in its lifetime.
Huh. Yeah.
You're traveling back in 1930s, 40s type
I've seen
trains.
stuff like that. I was just going to say that reminds me of Ukraine many years ago. But I was going to say folks are talking about their dogs from 4th of July. And for folks that are not from the US, if you are not familiar with it, we shoot off fireworks like jerk-offs. It's supposed to actually symbolize what was it in Baltimore where the British were trying to assault the fort, whatever. It doesn't really matter. But
The
Americans did.
It's
bombs are
Everybody else loved to shoot off
flare.
fireworks. Yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
the
So,
bombs are stinging.
but everyone just uses it as an excuse to set off cherry bombs and everything else, right? And obviously, dogs hate
Mr.
explosions and
Scott.
all the not. It's not just explosions too. All the hypersonic sounds, not hypersonic, whatever, ultrasonic, whatever the fuck, doesn't really matter. You know what I'm talking about? The stuff that humans can't hear, but dogs can. Fireworks produce those in freaking excess, and dogs just absolutely go ape shit, right? I've had some dogs that really would like drool and stuff. Thankfully, my older dogs, when I used to live in the house and stuff, they didn't like it and stuff, but they didn't like flip out. My awesome lab mix who passed away, his first July 4th, how old was he at that time? He might have been about 8 months old or something, because I guess he was born in like September, something like that. Yeah, whatever. 7, 8, 9 months, doesn't really matter exactly. Still a puppy. He hid in the bathtub. We had these clawfoot bathtubs, the metal bathtubs. So we basically couldn't find a place that was kind of safe enough for him. So he hated those bathtubs because he didn't like to take baths, right? But he actually climbed into it because we'd given him a bath before, and he was like, "I'm going here." And
Hey,
I
Hank.
guess it felt like a safe place or something. Probably felt like a den or something. And we hung out with him in the bathroom. But then after that, he was fine. But Rumi actually took it like a champ. He was kind of fuck's going on, man? He wasn't super into it, but I just reassured him. I was like, oh man, it's just noises, it's just bullshit, it's just booms and stuff. And I did give him like some liver treats and a bone and stuff like that. So he did have stuff to do, you know what I mean? But thankfully he was chill, he was fine. And there was a bunch
Can
of
I
people
butt in
sitting
quick?
around too. What's that? Oh, cheers, hardcore.
I'm so I live on this lake that's it's 7 miles across to the other side,
Lake
and
Titicaca.
there's fireworks over there right now, or it should be any second now, but I don't know
Uh,
if I'll be able to see them that good. I can there are fireworks that people that's just rich people on the lake are going to be putting off too, I'm sure, but you might almost have to zoom in. Like I've seen a whole bunch of just lake people um firing them off, but
oh, my favorite was in LA on my building. You weren't really allowed to go on the building, but obviously if you're quiet, nobody catches you, and then it's fine. And so I'd go up there, basically smoke a joint, and you'd have this almost 360 because the mountains were behind me. So basically, I couldn't see Burbank and stuff. But I mean, nobody can really because the mountains are high enough. You can't really see across the mountains. You can kind of either see the bottom bowl or the San Fernando Valley, pretty much. But anyway, still like easily over 180-degree view from like Century City all the way down South LA, Central LA, because you can basically see down to
they're
the
going off
airport.
now. You might
You
have
can
to zoom your camera in to see it.
almost see down to Long Beach. I mean, the curvature of the earth does tilt away. Believe it or not, LA is so big that you actually cannot see down to like Long Beach and stuff. But because it'd be like literally, I think it's 40 miles down to Long Beach. LA is enormous, honestly. But you could see an enormous part of LA, and you would just see the fireworks all over the fucking place for like 2 hours. It was
Can you see
spectacular.
those things if you zoom in or not?
Pardon?
Can you see
Oh,
those
I
if you
should
zoom in?
spotlight
Kind of
you. Yeah,
faint.
yeah, yeah. Hold on, I'll show you.
Yeah, I was about to
Spotlight.
There you go.
say.
Oh yeah, right on.
There you go. Now I can pin it.
Yeah, that's super fun. So just imagine like because LA is full of all these little towns, right? And so like and then there's also like a real town, so to speak. There's Beverly Hills, there's fucking West LA, all this different stuff, right? And so all these different places set off their fireworks, and of course everybody's setting off their own fireworks too. So anyway, it was a lot of fun to see that.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of lake people putting them off too, but they might not be as big.
I wonder if
Like
you
I'm
can
seeing
see
them
the
all
same
over.
thing. Oh, probably not now that I think about it. But I guess you
Here
could
we
like
go.
in Chicago or something, you could probably see I guess that's probably a different perspective.
So there's a
And
place called
it just started to get dark too, so it's going to be a couple more minutes where you can really
Yeah.
there's a
see
place
them
called
well.
Mustang, Oklahoma. And if you stand in the
Maybe
middle
that's
of
not.
the city, you can do a circle 360 and there's fireworks in every direction. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, because those are pretty big ones. I mean, from
That's what she said.
crazy, I'm 7 miles away from it. I can see them still.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Man, when I was growing up, every city had their own fireworks.
Huh.
And the one that's putting them off is only like 400 people or something like that, 500 people.
It was at the high
Maybe
schools.
that one's at that beach that I was just at yesterday, or that one that I just went in the water on Wednesday. That's where those are at right now.
So funny how times change because when I was a kid, my stepfather had a student who, as a prank, what was it, like 20 years old, as a prank, several times shot off pipe bombs, basically. And where nobody was around, he was not a fucking complete fucking psychopath, but like in the football field and stuff, and he would leave like a big old divot basically in the ground, like an actual small crater. And everyone's like, "Oh, that's just Marcus, man. That's just that was one of those things." They're like, "Oh yeah." He
Dude,
was he
growing
was in
up,
trouble, but he wasn't in like fuck you trouble. Whereas these days, I mean, they would call the ATF, they would call the FBI, they would call everybody, right? They would call the fucking Mexican ATF.
The statutes and limitations is up, so me and my buddy we put a works bomb in the return book drop box at the library,
Cheers,
and
bud.
like 15 minutes later, there was like the whole police department and all the fucking fire trucks, and we were just rode by on our bikes just giggling because like they didn't even
Mm,
look at us like what.
that's funny.
Yeah,
Weren't
um,
that's
me, bro.
federal crime.
Yeah.
we used to fucking shoot like Roman candles at each other for
Uh,
fun.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Put on
Shit,
your
I'm with
that's
you.
dad's Vietnam
Roman
jacket and go out.
That's called Roman tag. That's
To tell you the truth,
called
that's not the
Roman
first time I've
candle
heard that
tag.
either. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people used to shoot those at each other.
Roman candle tag. You're it.
We used to have one pump wars, we call them, with Daisy BB guns.
Right.
But like 10 pumps would break the skin. 10 pump could put out an eye, but one
Sure.
pump you
Sure.
did.
Yeah.
And we never just did one. You always fucking snuck away a couple pumps
Your
too.
mom likes. Your
Yeah.
mom.
Yeah. Your mom likes it. Definitely when you sneak away, especially.
Yeah, my
And
friend had a
10 pumps
pellet
from a
gun to
distance.
my BB gun, and I still have that scar.
Uh,
Just shoot your eye out,
Because
kid.
people oftentimes underestimate BB guns. Good ones, especially the CO2 cartridges and stuff, they will absolutely break skin. Like people
Oh
don't
yeah.
realize that people all the
Oh,
time
you
hunt
can
birds and
kill a
stuff with
deer
those
with one.
things. Pardon?
So the
Chipmunks.
back in the day, the daisies, you had to pump them up a couple times to get a good shot.
Mm.
But
I had a Craftsman when I was
No.
growing up.
Even
And a bunch of
still,
daisies, but
they have better ones. They have the double action ones now that actually get quite a bit of pressure.
they have
and shooting
single.
I
pellets too instead of BBs.
They have a
I had
single
a
grain.
days
Oh
Or
yeah,
pellet guns.
Kev.
The pellet guns hit pretty hard, actually.
I had I
Yeah.
had a
Same thing pretty
Daisy
much. You,
gun,
you, you can usually put pellets into a BB gun.
Right.
and you could
You
literally
hungry?
kill birds. You could get mice once in a while, but usually
That's
no.
like the definition of tactic cool right there. That $200 BB gun. Jesus Christ, why
Yeah.
does it have scallops on it? It's the
Yeah, but
barrel
the break.
overheating from the BBs.
My
And
brother,
the fucking magazine. Is there a
Look at the one
thousand BBs
below
in
it.
there
It's a
stacked up
break.
with a
It's a
spring? Give me
break
a
barrel
fucking break.
spring.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
But look, the one above it, it's full automatic. Can you imagine?
Is it full automatic? I just didn't even notice
Yeah.
that. Full and semi-automatic. Oh my God, a fully automatic BB gun.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
that's
All right, I have to be
CO2.
honest. When I was a kid, I would have loved that.
oh, it's either
Yeah,
battery powered or CO2.
Yeah,
yeah. It's
Those
probably CO2.
it's
the
powered by
one
your
that
mama's farts.
the one below it,
Yeah.
it's one pump. It literally cracks in half, and it can go almost There's some that go 1,000 feet.
there's a couple of people on the lake that are like putting up that city for a run for their money down there.
Yeah.
Just private homeowners
Dude, it
that are
always
paying
blows
for
me out. It blows my mind. Some of my neighbors shot off a large amount of money of fireworks because if you've ever
Yeah,
bought fireworks, you know how
Oh,
expensive
dude,
they can
yeah.
get. And anything
pretty
that
good
shoots off
ones.
the ground is like 15, $20. You know what I mean? So if it
They're
stands on the
illegal here.
ground, you could get something for $5 or $10. If you go get one of those big old packages that half of which is garbage, then yeah, maybe some of those fireworks are cheap. But anything that flies off the ground and then goes kaboom is going to be at least 15, $20, if not more. And these people are shooting these fucking things off literally for like an hour at a time. I'm like, did you just drop 1,000, $1,500 on fireworks? The answer is
No,
yes. I
four
mean,
or
literally, a
five.
lot of
Yeah,
these people literally are blowing that kind of money on fireworks.
Yeah,
and
it's
they're more
my
money than
neighbor.
that because the like the ones
Big
that
mortars.
shoot off
That's
in the
fun.
ground, the mortars that put on a pretty good show.
Yeah, those are like
They come
$100
in
a
like
piece, aren't they?
eight
Depends.
packs or
Yeah.
sixteen
You get a pack.
packs because they go boom, 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 boom. Now the Latino neighborhood on the backside of my warehouse last night. Well, every year I assume I don't know any of the people, but they're on the left side, the middle. There's like three areas that they kind of compete. And for whatever reason, I vision that these must be the guys that sell, like have made a ton of money, like selling a lot of fireworks. I mean, we're not talking an hour. They went to like 2 in the morning. And
Oh,
what
wow.
usually happens is the one people, like it starts off and they do something spectacular. And then the the other side, they try to like this is just my
D, maybe
impression
stop
of what
showing
I see.
guns because
Oh
whoever's showing them, maybe
shit!
stop because I don't want
Uh
anyone to
I
get
just
confused on this
watched it
show.
happen.
like I estimate
Oh, look at
I
that
kind of
Spidey.
know how much those things cost. Oh, these guys must let off like 10 grand worth of shit. So I that's why I vision that they must be the guys selling
You're
them.
not
They're not
gonna
paying for it because
fuck.
like it's better than if you went down to the uh organized professional ones. I mean, look, they're high because that show's like a half hour. These guys went from the like 8:30, 9 o'clock,
That's incredible.
like 2 in the morning, just like constant. Like
Holy
they had to
shit.
have blown off
Poor
like
fucking dogs, though. Some of my dogs down the street were just going ape shit. This one
oh
dog
man.
was really not having a good time.
I couldn't
Oh,
take my dog out last night here because he has heart disease, so I try to keep him from being
Uh,
stressed, and he starts panting, and
hmm.
the yeah, he didn't like it.
Do you ever give him edibles, CBD or anything?
No, no, I tried. No, I've never given.
Hmm.
I had a PhD doctor that treated my one dog, and like it's in my file. I still go to that specialty vet where the first time I brought my dog in, me and my wife thought that he was sick because like he lived in like he ate weed when we were trimming or something. So when I brought the dog in, I said, yeah, he could be like overdosed on weed. So they did this test. He wasn't on weed. I've taken like I had a relationship with that vet for like 20 years. I have a file like this thick. When doctors have changed, you know, and I always know when they open up my file because I've looked at it, the first thing from my first visit is like the first page
Weed.
where it says that me and my wife came in and thought our dog was sick because he was like overdosing on weed. Right? And, and the Dr. Crowick, he might have passed away now. He was like a PhD. He spoke all over the world. He was a specialty vet. And he explained to me, like, weed isn't going to really make your dog sick like that. Like, a dog would, if it was overdosed on weed, would just vomit, right? And they don't, like, even though it does affect them, not the way we think. It's not like, oh, my dog's stoned. It's not like that. They don't like, at least that's what he said.
My dogs get
He said it's
stoned.
this.
I mean, I haven't tried with my puppy, but my other dogs, they definitely got stoned if
Well,
I
I
gave them
used to
enough.
think that. You know, sometimes I'd smoke in the
They have the
room and I'd
same, they have the
say,
same
okay,
endocannabinoid system. I think a lot of doctors, I know what you're talking about because a lot of doctors said for years, oh, they don't feel the same. Actually, THC is poisonous to dogs, da 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 da. No, I think
and
current
I agree
science
with
actually
that.
shows that that's not true. No, I don't agree that
Most
it's
animals
poisonous to
have.
Well,
dogs.
no, I like a lot of doctors just have been brought up on the propaganda and they're stick to it. You know what I
Mm,
mean?
I know most animals
Like,
have an endocannabinoid system.
hmm
We're not the exception.
Yeah, because and the reason for that is not because some secret god was giving them joints before the advent of mankind. It's literally because your own body creates cannabinoids like dopamine, all this different stuff that your body, adrenaline, all these different action hormones and stuff. Cannabinoids are useful for all kinds of stuff, cell signaling and all kinds of stuff, basically.
When I
In
was
fact,
in
I took the
when I was
best
in high
picture the other
school,
day, yesterday, day before. I just took a picture with my phone of I have a yucca plant in the back. Well, it might be a couple, two or three yucca plants at this point, but you know, a little patch of yucca, and they had these amazing fucking flowers. And I was looking at them, and sure enough, like a lot of flowers, they have glandular trichomes. And so I need to, in fact, maybe I can just fucking show you what I'm talking about. Um, it's just so interesting that so many plants have these. Or did I take it with my, oh, I took it with my camera. All right. So, no,
yeah,
no, wait.
some
Oh,
plants
yeah,
I've
I took it
seen
with
that
my
have
camera.
trichromes
huh?
have don't like have like they have spikier trichromes, the ones that grow on the stem or on the right.
Uh,
Uh, Less of the like, oh, the buds have like a rat, you know, the bulbous type
yeah,
trichrome,
cystolithic or bulbous, 100%.
but
Yeah.
they're all trichromes. Like a lot of
Yeah.
plants, yeah. And to be honest, that's
Yeah,
like a
those aren't clear enough.
basically most things plants have are protection against pests. That's it.
hmm
Like even those
Or
spiky little,
they can be in many cases. For example, like these flowers, they could have served two. I don't have a picture to show you right now, but
A
imagine.
lot of desert
So
plants
here,
have.
I'll probably be easiest if I show you. Oh, we'll just keep watching fireworks. But like any plant, it's like a kind of a cone-shaped flower, and they're oftentimes sort of down or sideways as because it's a big old stalk that produces all these fucking flowers. Kind of looks like an asparagus. In fact, I think they are related to asparagus. And the trichomes are on the inside on the pistils, basically. So it's either repelling bugs or attracting pollinators or both. I would imagine it's actually probably
A lot
doing
of
both. And so it's probably creating aromatic compounds that the bugs are attracted to. I don't know how many times I've seen bees try to pollinate weed plants. So weed plants are clearly producing some aromatic compounds. It's not like bees are retarded, you know, they don't go and try to pollinate lawn grass and stuff, you know what I mean? They go to flowers. And so weed is probably exuding something that smells like a flower. But of course, weed is a you know, tricky little fucker, and it doesn't actually have anything to give
yeah,
the bees,
and
and so they move on, right?
like weed, like probably how it kills most like cannabis, especially when it's flowering toward the end, is it's like a sticky trap.
hmm That's
Like
true too. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
a lot of times trichomes, like in the desert plants, can be used as like a sunscreen too. I think.
Hmm.
like the few
I want to
times
say
I've
like
had
a,
gnat outbreaks, and you know, I got the different ways I treat it. But like a couple times my trimmer's like, yeah, dude, what's the and then I fucking look, yeah, it's gnats that have been like just like a
That's
yellow trap.
that.
They're stuck on the buds and shit.
Mm. By the way, CTC is mentioning the vets are becoming a scam these days. I don't
Oh,
know
big time,
exactly what his problem is.
big time.
But I was just going to say, Bud knows a lot about this. He's had a lot of history with this. Uh, it's not just an innocent problem. Actually, the whole vet industry has been taken over by
Well,
private equity.
I'll tell you the scam
Like
of it.
three groups basically have intentionally
Yeah,
taken over vets so that they can squeeze the market and push. They saw it as a huge profit center
yeah.
because they saw this is literally true. You can look this up. They saw that. Uh, Especially with COVID, basically, because that's when they made the decision to do this. And so the changes have been like in the last
Oh,
five,
it
six
happened way
years.
before that.
You're probably right, but basically they made the decision to take over effectively, basically about
Well,
five, 6 years
here's
ago.
how it
They
works, and most
saw
people don't
that
know.
essentially a lot of kids now don't have money to have a family, so they basically have pets that they treat like their
Okay,
kids.
just like your primary care doctor, basically it's just the guy that refers you to other doctors. That's it, right? They, okay, so when you go to your regular vet, I think 20 some years ago when I first went to the specialty doctor, it was like a new thing. It wasn't as an industry I could built up today. But you realize that your referring vet gets a percentage, gets a kickback, right? And so now most
Well,
real
shit, the
vets
mature.
don't do anything like they do less because they just refer you
Hmm.
to the other place, and then that place goes out of like the worst part of it is there's a person there. I call them the closer, usually a girl, and she wears the outfit like she's like one of the technicians. No, she's the one like even when I went through it, the vet acts like he doesn't know what anything costs. Oh, Susie will be in a minute. Where basically they come up with this paper, the high and the low estimate, and
That's a
they
decent
won't
for
tell
the
you
other city.
until
No,
you agree to
It
that,
could actually
sign it.
be, but it could in many cases be because the vet, it could be because they're ignorant, but in many cases at this point, they're not ignorant. Obviously, they're not fucking retarded. Actually, to be a vet, you have to be quite intelligent, right? Because you have to be a doctor for multiple different animals, basically. People forget that you effectively, it's kind of like Star Trek, where the fucking
Yeah,
what's his face, Bones, literally can treat Klingons and everybody else. He has to know all this shit, right? So a friend of mine was a vet and told me about this and told me how several of her friends had committed suicide. We were talking on a bench one day, and she was telling me how her friend at that moment was having a dissociative episode on her vacation in Idaho from the stress, basically, but her job had told her she has to come back. A lot of times the vet is not the boss of the office because the office literally got bought, or sometimes the vet sold it. So sometimes that happened that the vet owned the business, but then they sold it to these VCA and whatever these
yeah.
companies, the
VCA is a
Mars
big
family,
company.
yeah. And so so even when it sounds like a private vet, a lot of times it's actually been taken over by these fuckers, and the
Yeah,
vet themselves is not making any money from this. They're just paid on salary.
yeah. You think it
They
costs a
literally have
lot for
sales
human
sessions. So my
medical
friend,
shit?
let me finish my thought, bud. Please let me finish my thought because when we talk over each other, nobody fucking understands
Yeah,
a
I'm
single
sorry.
thing. So my friend told me that they have sales sessions where literally the team from corporate comes and teaches the vets that they're not upselling enough. And the vets are all like, but we're treating animals. What are you fucking talking about? They're like, no, no, you're not making enough money. Every single sale has to be such and such and such and such. And these people, I'm telling you, like her friend, she was telling me how hard it is. Her friend, basically from the stress of this, because she's trying to take care of fucking animals, because she went to a veterinary school, and by the way, still has. My friend was telling me that they all apparently all have student loans, just like doctors do, but doctors make more money than vets. So they have these
They
heavy student loans. They don't make all that much money because you don't make six, seven figures like a doctor. You make like up to six figures in many cases as a vet these days, and they have huge hours, and they're told they have to upsell this dying person's dog or the dying dog's person. Like what I mean. Like they know exactly how bad this shit is. So in many
Yeah.
cases, these people are like they don't want to know how much it costs. I bet you.
Well, yeah. One thing, a couple times, like toward the end. I mean, yeah, we had a lot of dogs, and my wife like went to the end with all of them. One, 'cause I've been in the back. They got more equipment than like emergency room has. Like they'll put your dog on life support as long as you're paying for it, right? Uh, but when I the first few times, whatever the paper was, the high and the low, they always came in at the high. A couple times I got pretty experienced in it where I'd go line for line at the end. Yeah, things that they estimated that they might need to do, right? It turned out they didn't do, but they still left it on the bill. Like you really had to like like, oh, they'll rip you off so bad, so fast. And when I would be at that office, a lot of people come in with emergencies. Their dog's dying. They have them in their hands, their cat, whatever. Man, like a hospital, like they'll put you in debt. They'll put a bill collector after you. A vet, you pay for it, or they don't do nothing.
Mm.
So, sorry, like, oh, you don't have the money. We can't do anything for you. Uh, and that was the saddest thing I saw. Like people would, be like, yeah, we don't have $4,500. I don't have
Mhm.
$4,500. And then, oh, nothing we can do. And then the person's like panicking, and their kids are with them and all this. And basically, you have to leave with your dog.
Mhm.
Like they don't care. It's like that cutthroat. Like one,
Yeah.
I figured that was because like, yeah, you agree to pay. Like, oh yeah, I'll pay. Don't worry. Oh, and then your dog dies. Oh, you don't pay or something. Something makes it that you have to pay in full. I had done like probably over 100 grand, and the one time I went there and I was a client there. It was like 5 grand, and I only had like 3 grand. I had to have my buddy Gary come over to drive there and bring me the other 2 grand. I was like, you can't just accept the three. I'll pay you the other two. No. And I'd spent like almost 100 grand with them over the 10, 15 years.
Jesus.
Like, because if the dog stays there overnight, I think it's more money than if you went to the hospital and stayed in the hospital overnight yourself.
Guarantee it isn't, but I know what you mean.
No, it's close.
No, it's not even American hospitals. You can get a bill for $20,000 for one night for the bed.
Oh yeah, you're
You
right.
know what I
You're
mean?
right. It's like it's thousands. It's like it comes out to like between 3 and 5 thousand a
Yeah.
night, depending.
We're splitting hairs
On
because it's just obscene. Yeah.
and doggy dental work. Oh no, like you can go get a tooth pulled for whatever. Oh, the doggy dentistry is like way more money than people.
Hmm.
Couple teeth pulled like $1,000.
Yeah.
And I think vets that are hooked up in that specialist thing. I mean, there's specialty doctors that still make a lot of money, but doctors, on average, in the way the medical system works today, isn't as lucrative as it used to be because they spend so much on one thing a vet doesn't have to have. What do you call that insurance? That
Malpractice.
all yeah, they're not. That's not. I mean, I'm sure they have insurance, but not like the malpractice part. From what I understand, yeah, being a doctor, you have to carry malpractice insurance,
Yeah.
and that's a lot of money and a lot of money, especially if you do treatment. That's why a lot of like a primary, like I just switched my medical to this thing called True Care, which is a business that's building. They like, uh, it's for this business is kind of new. It's set up for the current medical thing, where the first I've only really been using the doctors a couple of years now since my hernia, and I had two different primary care doctors. And then I realized, yeah, all you do is go to that doctor, and then he's going to refer you to everything. Like he doesn't have anything that he does except refer you to the blood work, X-ray, ultrasound. It's just a referral.
Huh.
And then
That's
when you
probably
go
the
to
way
True
they
Care,
maximize their payments too. Yeah.
yeah, and then when you go to this place, True Care, oh, it's they have everything in house. Oh, we ordered blood work. Yeah, go down the hall and they'll do it right now. Or oh, you need an ultrasound. They have it all in house. And and yeah, it took me a while to figure it out, but I was like, yeah, and yeah, I switched just a month or two ago to this place, True Care, and yeah, you go there and you don't have to like, oh, you got to make another appointment, another appointment. Uh, and I realized both of my like they were doctor's office, like old school primary care doctors, and you can't. The way insurance works is you can't like go. Well, I know I need to go to this kind of doctor. You can't make an appointment direct with them. You have to get referred, like through the insurance process. It's the system is broken. It's really like I've learned how to navigate it a little better now. But when I was fighting my getting surgery on my hernia, that's when I
Mm.
realized, holy shit, this thing.
No, you're 100% right. The American health system care system is bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Try going through BWC. Fuck.
What's BWC?
Workers'
that.
comp.
Oh, what?
Oh,
That's a headache and a half. They actually they, they actually wouldn't let me into the building over here by my grandmother's house because I kept on going in every time they fucked up or were late on papers for like child support.
oh, so all these years, I didn't realize it goes for that long. All these years since your accident, you've been working with workers' comp?
Until 2018 when I got a settlement.
Huh.
Yeah, so I fought with them. I hold the longest temporary total disability in the state of Ohio.
No shit. Huh.
Yeah, it went for 20 years.
Wow.
And if the reason why I stayed on temporary total is it was the only way I could get workers' comp to actually fix me and not
Huh.
just send me to a doctor full of pills and shit.
Huh.
So unless you were actively fighting them, they, you know, when I went on full disability and my doctor says, well, I've been treating you for a year. All your MRIs are 4 to 5 years out. I need new ones. By the time I
Oh, it gives
left
you little
that
space.
doctor in 2016, he had still
A
not
lot of
gotten the
space.
okay for new MRIs
Hmm.
because
Yeah,
I
like
had gone to permanent disability and they're like, oh, we just forget about you now.
when I was dealing with my hernia surgery stuff, I had blood work done. I had all these tests done, and that place would send me with the results sometimes on a CD to go to the next doctor. Not one of those doctors, and it was only like less than a month old. They, I'd be like, yeah,
Couldn't read
here's
the CD.
it was mandatory that they ordered me the same thing again. They wouldn't use whatever. Oh, it would be at the same place. The blood work would be at, I forget the name of the place, but wait, I have the blood work from a month ago. Oh no, I have it my own. I get that because that some of that's the liability of it all, and but then also, yeah, when you're on insurance, the
Redundant.
insurance, some of it is they don't like whatever the bill is. They pay cents on the dollar.
Hmm.
They settle like a lower amount, and so, uh, yeah, they just try to run up the bill. Like that's what I got a feeling. And then like with the referrals, like with my surgery, finally they put a patient advocate and cut through all the stuff after three referrals, and then take 20 days for the insurance company to approve it. And then they send you a thing, oh, it's approved exactly on the 20th day. And then when you call, it's like a link, call to make an appointment, call the place up. Oh no, we're not in that. Uh, we're not in your insurance network. Oh, this doctor only does whatever, some other type of surgery. And I was thinking, like, that's when I got upset with them after the third one, and like 6 months later or 4 months later. Um, like, what does the referral guy do? Doesn't he check it first if they're even like what, like, you got me approved, but the guy's not even in your insurance network. Like, 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 it was so frustrating. Like by the by the time I had the surgery that day, I was supposed to be. I guess they call it with the camera. They weren't going to cut me all the way open.
Endoscopy.
Yeah. And that morning, I finally got there. I was so okay. I'm getting it done, and the surgeon checked me out like that morning, like 6 in the morning, and get ready for it, and decided, oh no, it's like progressed to a point where I opt to do the I had to make an appointment for like 2 weeks later to have to be cut open. And basically it's because it took me like 6 months to go through all this bullshit.
Hmm.
And then when the insurance company put a patient advocate, they call it, yeah, that person cut through all the bullshit with the referral, all this stuff, right? But when I was going through the referral thing and the approval thing, oh my God,
Oh,
I was like, well, I don't know, whatever. Look, when I had the hernia, it was a couple of months before. the Dead's final shows at Oracle in San Francisco, and I really thought that I was going to be able to get to surgery and even recover, and then go to the show.
I remember you talking
I
about
ended
it.
up
Yeah, you were really
I
excited.
was at the shows with this hernia. I made it through, but oh my god! And then it was still a couple months after that before I got the surgery. But they did a good job and finally got it done.
There's a reason that most of our expressions are based on something real. And so the expression like don't have a hernia, every time someone says it, I'm like, oh my God, that comes from real fucking pain, doesn't it?
Oh god! And
Yeah.
what's crazy is okay. So I met this guy, at some event from Mills, gave me a bunch of swag, and then sent me like these 5 gallon jug, like so much nutrients. And somehow the one time they sent me these boxes, I had gated property, so everything would be left down at the gate. So, like I'd already gotten what I thought was what he sent me like a couple weeks earlier. And then one evening I was pulling out, and there was a bunch of boxes there, and they're like boxes that have 5 gallon jugs in it. All right, so they're heavy. And I was in my car, so I didn't have my truck. And yeah, how I got the hernia was trying to muscle this box that was so overweighted, right, into the back of my trunk to drive it back up to the house. And I remember it kind of strained a little when I lifted it up. And the next morning I was like, oh, what happened? Yep, I got a hernia with some free nutrients. And me, I like, yeah, I'm older, so yeah, I shouldn't have tried to lift this fucking box and fucking like. But then I realized, I think that box had 2 5 gallon, 10 gallon. I don't know what that weighs, but like it's heavy and
It's
awkward.
enough. Yeah.
Yeah, like free nutrients, me bustling free nutrients into my trunk. I got to
Yeah,
hurt.
well, they always say, what is the true cost of free, right? Well, you learned it
Yeah.
well. Jesus Christ.
Well, now there's just certain things I don't do.
That's terrible.
Motor, like I like very hesitant to go climb up on ladders and like when I was younger, I was fearless,
Yeah.
but now it's like, yeah, I don't want to risk like a fall or uh, broken bone or any of that because when you get older, you don't heal as much.
Oh,
And
even when you're
when I
younger,
do
people
think,
think that they're invincible. They think they're going to
yeah,
bounce, right? But no, you
yeah.
can break just fine.
You
And
do
so sometimes,
bounce.
and when
But
I
you
actually
break in the
do things,
meantime, yeah.
I have to climb out a ladder to get to my like
The
attic
fracture
area up
absorbs
there
the fall, so to speak.
where, yeah, I'm like a lot more methodical. I don't just jump in and climb up a ladder. I make sure it's like steady and yeah, I'm like much more thoughtful when I take any kind of risk like that. Getting on ladders, changing bulbs or cleaning hoods or
Hmm.
anything like that. When you get older, yeah, you got to be careful.
Yeah, I gotta go up and reattach the big garage door tomorrow morning. That's getting up at like 18 feet up in the air, and I have to be a couple feet out. Not my favorite job.
Hmm.
And it's a
Well, the
two
night,
person job.
I mean, I'm over it now, but a couple hours ago a few days ago, I was harvesting tonight. I usually have at least one or two helpers that I hired to help me in the process. And we were all planned for tonight. I do a dry bag for the cubes are light by the time harvest. And so I'm like, oh, it's perfect for tonight. And then this afternoon when I called to double check everybody,
No,
yeah, no, they all had other plans. They're coming tomorrow. And now, like, I have a half hour. I have to give them just enough water to make it to tomorrow because when you fuck with dry back before harvest, I don't dry them back to like wilt. But like, yeah, you can't let that happen or you've like ruined 2 months of work, right? So, um, yeah. So if I didn't come here and I don't want to soak them, I don't want to saturate them because Hugos. Basically, it's 140 Hugos sometimes we used to harvest without the dry bag, so they were like saturated wet. And then I have a bucket,
Tons.
you know, uh, uh, mop bucket ring, and so you have to wring out, you stick the Hugos in the mop bucket ringer thing and squeeze out as much water as you can. Otherwise, 140 of them bagged up is like 1,000 pounds. If you dry it back a little or a lot, they're light. They're like that,
5.
like, you know, beyond, yeah. So tonight I just got to turn on the water for a couple of, I don't know, 20 seconds, enough to get them tomorrow. I don't want to saturate them because then that's another whole laborious
It
job.
always strikes me. That's a good example. Always strikes me. It's not just weed that's like this, but there's always such a huge divide in kind of supply chain, waste chain, philosophy, everything between commercial and non-commercial. It doesn't have to be home or hobby, whatever. But whatever's not commercial will have a different situation. And so the thing that strikes me is when you watch, let's say YouTube. I like to watch in some cases YouTube chef channels, for example, cooking channels, right? And you can always tell the cooks that are primarily commercial versus the ones that basically came maybe from their home kitchen or from their they've transitioned into a home kitchen, for example. What's this fucking guy? I can't think of the guy's name that taught Gordon Ramsay. Anyway, he famously gave up being a chef and da da da. And he kind of does it the home cook way, where whenever he cuts the onions or the garlic or whatever else, he puts his waste in a little compost bucket or a compost bin so that he can take it outside and compost so he can feed his soil and everything else. The guys that come from a commercial kitchen, doesn't matter what it is, plastic wrap from the sausage, fucking the skin of the carrot, whatever else, it goes in the trash. And everything goes in the trash because in a commercial kitchen, you don't have time for anything else. There's no waste bin, there's no compost bin, there's just the trash can. So everything goes in the trash. No matter what you're throwing away, it goes in the trash. Basically, they would throw water in the trash if they had to. You know what I mean? And it's very interesting because like you're talking about, I'm not criticizing you in any way. It's just interesting to think about how you're talking about because, for example, a home grower maybe probably would try to reuse those cubes or whatever, right? Or maybe they'd throw them in their garden outside or something. Well, you can't reuse 1,000 fucking cubes, right? So this is like a serious issue that you have to deal with. Fuck. And like you said, it's like 1,000 pounds. Da, 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 da. It's kind of fascinating to think
Yeah.
about. Yeah.
And like, they sell these boxes at Home Depot. I guess they're the 2 or 3 mil plastic trash bag. Because yeah, those things I think comes out to like 50, 60 cents a bag. Now they're thick, so they don't puncture and they're like that. Well, the difference of the wet to dry is, yeah, I could only put so many wet ones in there. The bags are too heavy to even fucking lift, right? And then so I'll use like 3, 4 times as much of those bags. And like, yeah, it's like I forget the price for the roll or the box at Home Depot, the thick trash bags. And a couple times I tried to go to thinner bags. Nah, they you put stems or shit pop cracks look pops through, or these thicker 3 mil, I guess they are. Yeah, they're thick, but they're like, when I did the price of like how much per bag it is, um, yeah, because today
You
I'm
know what?
like,
I was just thinking, I think Costco sometimes sells the contractor like heavy bags,
yeah,
like you're talking
contractor
about.
bag.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They don't always because they normally just sell the whatever Kirkland brand trash bags, which are pretty good, but they're not going to hold 1,000 pounds of fucking rock wool good. But every once in a while, I see them have the contractor bags. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, contractor bags. That's what they're called, but
Mm.
yeah, they're not cheap. Like when you go, oh, you pay $20 for the roll, whatever. I forget the math of it, but I remember figuring it out. It was like over 50 cents a bag.
Mm. I believe it. Yeah.
Where
T-Sammy says your mom loves a heavy bag. Silent Truth says some stuff doesn't compost well, citrus and onion. Uh, it's funny because onion
even
rots so
like
well, right?
a lot of people think that Rockwell doesn't compost. It doesn't compost fast, but it's just basalt. I For a long time when I had property, yeah, but I could only use so much of it. I use more of it
Well, that's the thing.
annually
There's
than
nothing about it that would really compost. If you shredded it, it would become part of the compost because,
I
like you
used
say,
to
it's
have this
literally
thing.
just basalt.
Like it was like a tree shredder,
Hmm.
miniature one that I used to do a little of that. And no, but I would it wasn't really compost. I just had property so I could like make these piles and cover it up. Um, and it takes years, but it's not like it's just basalt. Uh,
I mean, it's
and the
basalt spun to cotton candy. Glass is just
that's
sand
it.
and silica, basically, too, and then we spin it in a fucking furnace,
Yeah,
and it gets super hot. Ceramics,
fiberglass.
it's just basically clay and what is it called? Kaolin. I can't think of the fucking name for it right now. Anyway, it's very, very simple materials, even the glazes and everything else. And when you heat it up to like 4,000 fucking degrees, it basically becomes a kind of glass, effectively, right? Uh, so I don't know, I guess I'm
Yeah,
just kind of
the
I'm
way
both
they
making a
make
point and not
Rockwell
making a point,
cube
kind of fucking with you.
is
I
like
mean, I
similar to
agree with you and I disagree because on some level it still is basically like a cotton candy cube of basalt. But you're right, it's not like you're putting poison in the ground or something. Go
Finely
ahead.
yeah.
spun.
Yeah.
It's similar to the process they use to make fiberglass
Hmm.
out of sand, right? That turns into glass and then high temperature, and then they it, uh, it, they take the basalt rock that they mine, and then they do a similar process. They spin it into that cotton candy stuff. Yeah. Like
My mom,
for a lot of years, and in Europe, I think it's still even a product. Uh, they used to use Rockwell basically for insulation.
Hmm.
Um,
You can still find it around here.
well,
You can definitely buy it at
Suey,
the
it's a
store. I
Pink
think you might be
Panther.
right that they've sort of stopped using it though. It does. I think it has a little bit of a fire hazard. I think is why they stopped using it, but I don't remember why exactly. Go ahead, Captain.
The Pink Panther, that's fiberglass.
Yeah,
My
Uh,
mom
yeah.
worked in a fiberglass company since like 1971, right after
Huh.
having me,
Huh.
until she retired at what, 66? So,
he brought the fumes home, you're saying?
that was 40 some years, and I could work with fiberglass, and yeah, I'll
Is
get the
fiberglass
fiber stuck
insulation? We don't
in.
have anyone here that could confirm that. I was just going to say, my impression is that fiberglass insulation is quite a bit less common in Europe,
No,
which
well,
makes
they say
sense for a variety of reasons. Go ahead, Hardcore. They do use it?
here they use it quite a bit for, I mean, like batted insulation is usually all spun
Used
fiber,
everywhere?
It's
Okay. Right on.
I
basically
don't
like,
know
I
nothing
guess
about
I
it's
haven't
fiberglass.
been
basically
in
like,
a unfinished
it's
European
basically what
attic, I
cotton
guess.
candy is. It's what cotton candy is to like rocks. They take rocks, they get them hot, and they spin them really fast, and they make strands. And
yeah.
Rockwell was like the OG for making insulation, and then they just use it for, oh, we figured it's inert, we can use it as growing
Fiber
media.
optic,
But they still
bowling
make a
alley
lot more money
lanes,
on insulation, I think.
Uh,
But no, but like
Well,
the
poles.
yeah.
number, I mean, people do a lot of like blown in fiber too, but that's still a fiber.
hmm.
I don't know the difference. I guess I don't know all the differences in that shit, but
Well, and even in that in fiberglass or the insulation, there's all the ratings, right? Like,
an R rating.
Hmm.
yeah, the R ratings, and yeah, out west here we use we don't have to go with the stuff like they use for colder places. Go with a higher R rating to uh, have a better insulation.
My mom used to come home from work and she'd walk into the kitchen with the bright light and just be glistening with
Oh
fiberglass.
God. Oh no.
Oh well, I'm surprised she doesn't have a bunch of health issues. One thing,
Yeah.
like I have friends who are surfboard shapers and stuff, and yeah, that's fiberglass and glassing boards and foam. Like now, there used to be a company, I forget the name. Jesus, they made all the foam, and then they banned that kind of foam. Now there's different foam, uh, but it's a pretty toxic thing.
Hmm.
Uh, Surfboard shaping
I
and
used to have
stuff.
a,
A lot of guys
I
that
used
did
to
it
have
for
a
years have lung problems and all this stuff
Hmm.
from the
I used
and
to
like
have
a lot of
oh
guys
shit.
do like repairs and garage set up the garage. Uh, Down here, there's like the smell, fiberglass, um, the resin and all that. It's like you have to. There's all this. Well, California has a lot of environmental protections, and so
For good reason.
um,
Holy shit. When I
yeah,
was a kid, dude, when I was a kid, it was not that long ago. Certainly when you were a kid, I mean, anybody that flew into LA, put it this way, anyone that flew into LA even 20 years ago remembers flying into a brown haze. It looked like you were flying into a
the
cloud
fog.
of dog shit, right? Like it
It's
looked
like fog.
terrible. Yeah, it was like brown, shitty fog. And a lot of cities around the world are that way still to this day. But LA was famous for it because it's the capital of entertainment and everything
The
else. And you
basis.
would,
It's
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
basis.
And that's the thing too, that LA basically holds all the because it's a big old basin basically, not counting the San Fernando Valley up above. It's a huge
And San
basin with
Bernardino
the
and
ocean
San
down
Gabriel
below.
Valley. It's all valleys and basins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they all hold the air in basically, right? And so the pollution accumulates 100%. And so you would fly in basically to this cloud and descend through it, and the windows would be all brown for a second, and then you get through, and then it's clear again, and you can see the city again. It's the weirdest goddamn experience. That's
I'll tell you
basically
this.
gone away. They have obviously some foggy days that are like that, but it's basically gone away thanks to the clean air laws that California has.
When I was a kid, I used to ride my bike to high school, junior high. I mean, elementary, junior high. It wasn't that far. On days when it was really thick on the smog, as a kid, toward the afternoon, if you took a deep breath, you'd feel it in your lungs. I remember as a kid, like going, "Oh," and then yeah, and that's
If you left a t-shirt or like kids get hot or something, good example of kids playing outside and it's hot outside, so you take your t-shirt, or maybe you're playing shirts and skins or something, you leave your t-shirt outside. If you came back the next day, if it was a white t-shirt, you had to basically throw it in the wash because it was covered in black shit basically that you couldn't
yeah.
shake
So,
off.
well, I mean, a lot of it is when everyone says, "Damn, you guys have expensive gas prices here." The whole thing is we have a different mix, blend they call it, and that is a lot of the reason that we got rid of that hazy smog thing. I read it years ago. That doesn't mean that there's a pollution out there. The
Sure.
cars aren't putting out pollution, but the
Cars are
blend
evidently
got
one of the
rid of
biggest sources of microplastics, yeah.
what do you call it too? The also the catalytic converter and all that. That's part of it. But when I go to cities that don't have that, when you're like behind a car, it smells different,
Mm.
right? You can smell the exhaust. And California, yeah. But what I find out, like you pointed out, there's a lot of cities that still have all that. Uh, no other place, no other state uses the blend that California uses. So like if it was adopted everywhere, it would one, the cost would come down. Um, but yeah, like we're the only state that uses this blend that is like cleaner. Like that's the whole point, is cleaner. You'd figure like, oh well, because like we're having a thing where we haven't built any more refineries in so many years, and somehow beginning of next year they're all going to be shut down for a period of time. And they say gas can go up to $8 to $11 for this period of
Holy
time.
shit, Jesus, because it's all going to have to be
And
imported from other states or
as
something.
much as I'm a total environmentalist, and I doubt the governor, you can run other. It's not like our cars are any different. Um, so if to avoid $8 to $11 gas, well, then for a period of time while these refineries are being upgraded or repaired, let us let us go back to the old gas. You know what I mean, for a period
Mm.
of time, and keep that, because like in that story, Uber, food delivery, like it went into all the things that if gas goes to $8 to $11 are going to be greatly affected. Uh, because right now we're at $4 to $5. Um, I hear in other states two to $3.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure. I guess I'd have to look this up, but I'm not sure California is the only state anymore that does that blend. I think maybe on the West Coast we all kind of use those blends because we all have this kind of expensive gas. We all use the 10% ethanol. I'd have to look it up honestly because I don't remember.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's part of it is the refinery. Look, the growth and the amount of cars in the last 20 years in California has just continued to grow, but it's not the refining capability.
Hmm.
And that's all part of like, yeah, they could easily just build more refinery capabilities. All
But it
right.
costs
And
billions
part
of
of what
dollars
the
to build a
shutdown
refinery. Yeah.
is yeah, yeah, they, just like, we're all anti-nuke, but we haven't built a new nuclear place with modern tech like in 30, 40 years
Who?
in the United States.
Oh,
There's
no, no,
no
no, no.
nuke.
We're building new ones all the time.
Oh, we are?
Yeah. 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 No, the U.S. has
Like
nuclear
the ones they
reactors.
have in Europe that are smaller and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. 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 Yeah, a lot of
Well, I
people
mean,
have really big misconceptions about nuclear power, 100%. We've talked about this before, actually. Maybe a couple of
yeah.
years ago, you talked
Well,
about how you
I'm
used to
a
be
no
a
nuker since I was a
right,
kid, but I've
right.
come around because of this. I mean, even because now, like the reason that our kilowatt cost is so high is because we shut down San Onofre.
Hmm.
We're getting 30% of our power from there, uh, and I was all for that and celebrated it. I'd be the first one voting to reopen it
Hmm.
because I've come to realize the danger didn't go away. The spent rod pools that are full, that are like a retaining wall away from the ocean, and you can't really see them when you drive by it on the freeway. Well, when you're driving, so you can't really be
Is
looking
San
under it
Onofre
that
the
much.
one that looks like a couple of tits?
Yeah. And then you got to remember,
That
only
movie's
one
great.
of those reactors is real because whenever they built it,
Google it. You won't be
they
disappointed.
engineered it and somehow the builder built it 180 degrees backwards. So one of them that is just the remnants of that. I'm thinking, wait, a nuclear power plant was built and engineered and plans and all this money, and
Well,
somehow they
remember, they
put it
hire
up
a
backwards.
contractor, and the
Yeah,
contractor can be bad, right? Like I've hired bad
right.
contractors
And
accidentally,
so
right?
here's my thought: like, okay, the reactor, they're never gonna like the place is shut down, decommissioned. You drive by it, you see the power lines that come over the freeway. That's what got the power. The react is never going to be like, oh, 40 years from now, we're going to bulldoze the whole place and it'll go back to the beach. No, that even where the reactor is, is, is it isn't on, but it's still cooking, right? But I don't know how many years, 40 or 50 years, spent rods. The spent rods are in these cooling pools, right? Like even when I was a kid and used to stay at Newport with my uncle and nephew or cousins and surf, we'd drive down to San Onofre. uh, Water was like 10 degrees warmer in the ocean because there's this huge pipe that leads it's like a radiator that cools it, keeps because like those pools have to be, the water has to be kept cool because the rods themselves are going to fucking heat up the water. It's those spent rods that are the dangerous part, right? And there was this plan years ago. They were going on a train to some, I think it was in Nevada, some mountain. They were going to bury them deep in the mountain, and that isn't even a plan anymore. So they're stuck
Yeah,
there.
Harry Reid was pushing for that.
Yeah, they're stuck there. These rods. So when I look at the power plant, I realize, yeah, if you flipped on the reactor again, it wouldn't be that much more dangerous than it being off. Especially when you consider they've only been able to lay off. It's either only 40% of the workforce or it's 60%. But there's still a lot of people employed there. When you drive by it over the years, it doesn't have
Three
fresh paint.
shifts.
It seems like it's deteriorating. Obviously, they don't. It's not. Uh, and that to me is a concern because
So
yeah, it's
another thing
still
too, I think people get a misconception from the danger of the spent fuel rods. I'm curious, but what do you think would happen if the spent fuel rods fell into the ocean?
Killed a
radiation.
fish.
It has like a half life that's like beyond our life. You know what I mean? Like
But I mean, what
that's
what do you think would actually happen? Would it kill the Earth, or I'm not trying
well, I
to
mean,
fuck with
like
you or
isn't
something.
that
I'm
what
curious
happened
what
in
you think would
Japan
happen.
and some of that stuff got in yeah, it would raise the radiation level at some level in that wherever they went.
That's the reality. Actually, you have the right answer. But essentially, it would kill probably fish and sea anemones and whatever else, basically, but in a very local area. So it's not like if that power plant fell into the ocean. You know, a lot of people used to think that I literally had a friend, he was telling me, he was a little bit older guy, and he was like, fuck, you have no idea that like the biggest mistake I've ever made. He was convinced that California would fall into the ocean with an earthquake because, you know, California always gets these earthquakes and people are always talking about the big one, blah, blah, blah. And he literally, not figuratively, literally thought California would fall into the ocean. So he got this amazing job offer years and years and years ago, and he turned it down because he didn't want to fall into the ocean, right? Like people, and he wasn't a dumb guy or anything. He just literally believed this, right?
Well,
Smart people
that
believe
group of
stupid
people
things.
use the term California Island, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where like it's also part of this thing where we need to like leave the United States, right?
Yeah,
Like,
right.
yeah, if it broke off, then we'd be our own country.
Yeah. Well, you'd be the
The
fifth biggest
California,
economy in the world actually by
yeah,
itself. People are always
we'd
shitting
say
on
fuck you,
California, and
Trump.
it's like, dude, you're shitting on one of the world's biggest economies. It's not
Like
some fucking
even
dumb
this
shithole.
week when they passed that big, beautiful, fucking piece of shit bill, there's this whole thing about, yeah, my health care is through Medicare, Medicaid,
Oh my God, a
whatever,
lot of people
you
are
know.
going to lose health care. It's
And they're
so,
saying
so
they're saying
sick.
we're going to lose
Yeah.
it. It doesn't go into effect for a year. Living in California, I'm pretty confident that even if we lose the federal, oh, the state will step up,
Hmm.
right? Oh, yeah, they banned abortion. No, we didn't ban abortion.
Hmm.
Uh, California is big enough that we don't really follow
And Trump
everything they
often
do.
threatens to shut off the federal funding. California doesn't care because California physically always spends more than they get back. They're
Yeah,
a net
I
giver
mean,
state. They're one of those. In fact,
yeah,
almost every blue state, with the exception of New Mexico, is a net giver state. And you
net
guessed
giver,
it,
but
every
California is
single
net
red
give.
state, with the exception of Texas. I think there's two te states that aren't net givers or net takers. I think it's Utah and Texas, I want to say.
Yeah,
The rest of the red states, they are all net negatives to the federal government. Of course, they're the
yeah,
first to bitch and
exactly.
moan about California, da 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 da. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember this senator, whatever, during the fires in Palisades. There was like all this about funding
Mm,
repair, the disaster relief, and I was like, the way this guy said it was like, yeah, he's in a state that takes money, talking about what a state that gives,
hmm.
like predominantly the money that supports. I mean, like,
Yeah.
yeah, Oregon, Washington, different states
Yeah, was it
also
that
are
fuckface,
givers.
got a punchable fucking
I
face,
forget his fucking
Massey
name, but I
from
was like,
Mississippi?
yeah,
Was it that
I
guy?
was like, yeah, yeah,
From
like,
fucking
like,
Mississippi. No offense to anyone
yeah,
who might be literate enough to actually have typed in something on my YouTube, because there are people who can read in Mississippi, but fucking Mississippi. Yeah, that's not where we send our best. And I'm being an asshole because obviously there are smart people in Mississippi, but it really bugs me that the dumbest politicians in the dumbest fucking states are the ones that are basically talking shit about the West Coast and California and everything else. I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah. That
these
that
guys
that
can
really
barely
bugs me.
read.
Right, right. I think we pay 816 or $60 billion a year into the federal government. Like more than every like we're a big state, so that's why we're the fifth largest economy and all that. But a lot of people around talk a lot of shit about California, but
Mm,
California is like the engine that fucking makes our country.
mm.
It's like the
Yeah,
oil
and
in the
it's
engine.
not just 100%. It's not just the entertainment industry. That's not even the biggest industry in
No,
California. It's definitely not
like
agriculture. Go ahead.
no, it used to be those things, but what really keeps us still that and growing to, I think we're even almost fourth.
Aerospace,
They,
gaming, you name it.
no,
Yeah.
it's like wait, all the big tech companies are still
Mhm.
like, oh, Elon went off to Texas and Florida, but Facebook didn't.
Oh, all his
Uh,
factories and shit are still in California, I think, aren't they?
yeah,
Oh, maybe he
yeah,
didn't. Maybe
yeah.
they moved. I don't
No, yeah,
remember.
he's slowly in the private. But Silicon Valley and those companies are still like they
Hmm.
could be lured to another state and probably get tax benefits. But no, that's the big engine of California's growth is the
Oh man, Jay.
like well, Microsoft isn't in California. I think that's in where they're up by you, right? Their
Microsoft's in
home.
Washington.
But most of the other ones, Facebook,
Yeah, Intel's
all them,
here.
they're
Yeah.
headquartered. They're registered in what state? California.
Or
And none of
rather,
them have
Intel, the
left.
Bay Area is their headquarters, but yeah, they have a big factory or plant, whatever, up
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
Now, because when you look at our GDP, yeah, we've lost. Like we used to be. agriculture was huge. Town Clean Valley,
Oh yeah, a lot of people
road.
forget that. Well, a lot of people I've heard people say that they think that agriculture is the biggest use. This is something the farmers in California are always clamoring for more water use, but actually the
Yeah.
farmers use the overwhelming majority of the water in California, and they generate 2% of California's GDP. So something like 90 or 94%, I can't remember because there was a big LA Times story years ago about water usage in California. And you can Google this. This is like publicly available knowledge, right? You're always talking about those Palm Wonderful people. These guys are part of the problem. These farmers, they're like dragons, fucking hoarding water, basically. And meanwhile, the
Yeah.
cities, you're not allowed to water your lawn more than once a fucking month in some
Well, part of
towns.
it is
But the
that,
Palm Wonderful guys, they're watering each almond with 6 or 7 fucking gallons. You know what I mean? It's fucking
no,
ridiculous
and they figured out a way to profit off of it and use
because they
their
basically suck up
aquifers.
all the water use laws. Yeah, it's really a crazy
Yeah.
story.
Yeah. The
California
resonates.
is a 150-year history of like water use wars, basically.
And
It's
most
really
of the
fascinating.
population in California is Southern California,
Hmm.
right? Uh, we're a desert. Without that water coming from up north, it would
Hmm.
go back to being a desert,
Yep.
right? Like
And
that's the
again,
reality.
98% of California's GDP is non-agriculture related. So
Yeah.
like we were talking about oil, and oil is a small industry now too. Like all those the Getty, all those guys, they came from California. That's how they made their fucking fortunes.
Well, I mean,
But now it's tech, aerospace, what else?
yeah,
Defense
like
industry. People forget that many of the biggest defense contractors are headquartered in LA.
I've been living, or I'm not living there now, but Fallbrook and the avocado capital of the world, strawberries, nursery, all these things. San Diego, we don't have an ag rate for water, right? I remember when it all went down, but we don't have ag rate. Everywhere that promotes agriculture, even Riverside, ag rate. Farmers or people that qualify pay a lot less for water.
Hmm.
Right? No, if you have acres of avocados, you pay the same rate as the guy with the $20 million house on the beach,
Hmm.
right? Same rate as there's one rate for water. Like power, I pay commercial rate. There's a rate, right? Um, uh, not with that, but that is like by killing the like. Oh, we have a huge housing shortage and development issue, and so the long term plan of that is, oh, well, now they can subdivide that properties up and build more houses.
Hmm.
That I think is the play. Like, yeah, how do we squeeze all this land? Because yeah, GDP in San Diego for years, the top thing was agriculture. A little bit of biotech and different. We don't have a lot of industry here. So we have the military that is huge here. Uh, but yeah, the ag is just dropped.
That's another huge industry that I didn't even think about too. The military that has all the bases and they spend a lot of money. The soldiers literally buy shit. They have spouses that they fucking buy shit or live off base. Da 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 da. It's a huge industry.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that's the base Pendleton alone because I'm close to that. We got the naval, we got all kinds of
Hmm.
Miramar, the Air Force is down there. But Pendleton, on a day-to-day basis, 250,000 people on base, or like between the people training, the boot camp, that people that live on base. Uh, it's it's huge. It's so huge you can't even believe it. Uh, but yeah, 250,000 people a day like frequent the base. That's a lot of people.
That's nuts, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I looked it up, by the way. It looks like we haven't built a ton of new nuclear reactors in the US, but there was one built in Georgia in 2023,
Well, I
first
mean,
one from
I'm not
scratch. They've
I'm
just
not smart
rebuilt
enough
a bunch of
to be an
reactors,
expert,
apparently,
but
though.
even with San Onofre, okay, these pools are literally there's a big retaining wall, but they're like right next to the ocean, right? And then there's a pipe, big pipe that runs like a mile out and back. That's the radiator for the thing, right? Well,
But
you
again, the
could build
retaining pools of what? Water?
of water with the cement
No, the
rods, like
water is not the water is not inherently radioactive though because of the
no,
rods
but
though.
like the cooling thing is like contained. So like it and so that pipe that goes out is just to cool water, right? It doesn't. None of that radiated water gets into the ocean, right? Well, you could have built the plant a mile inland and then had the
Well, but
pipe
they build them next
run
to
to the
water
ocean.
because they need water. Nuclear power plants are basically fancy steam engines, so they always have to
Okay,
have a water source.
and that's been okay. That's what happened in Japan. That's what happened in a lot of them. They build next to the water, on the water. Well, build it like a mile inland and then put the pipe to the ocean. Because one thing about the ocean, we have a lot of they're losing all those $1 million houses to erosion. They're gonna have to move the train tracks inland because the coaster that runs right there is the ocean's going to win. And if you look at maps or whatever, the coastline is not what's the word I'm looking for, stagnant, right? It's in flux, and there's nothing, no amount. We do and out here. We do a lot of they have these projects. It costs a lot of money where they keep moving sand. They have pipes that pump sand back onto the coast to try to keep these communities from uh, being eroded. Uh, um, so, like, if you have a power plant that's hundreds of years, it's going to need to be there. Yeah, putting it on the coast of the ocean is going to change over a couple hundred years. It's going to like that's what happens. Uh, it's not stagnant, it's not permanent. It's constantly and cement. Like they have all these things they do to try to keep this erosion from happening. Like all the super rich, most $20 million houses are built right on the cliffs, right on the ocean.
Mm.
And then those people use cement. They do all these things to try to keep that from crumbling down on using their properties. And
For what it's worth, I have more faith in the way that the structural engineers probably build a lot of those nuclear power plants because I don't think a lot of those are falling in the ocean anytime soon. But I know what you mean. A lot of different houses, like they'll just get it done. They have this expensive piece
well,
of
some
land, they'll
things
just get it
are
done. And they'll
like
rebuild
when
after it falls into the ocean. That's the best part.
like even like Hoover Dam, right? We're like tens of years past the concrete. Like when things are installed, they have like a shelf life, right? So like even in our water system, we can't run our reservoirs or these things at 100% because the concrete's like past its thing. So they run it at like three quarters. They can't fill it because they're afraid of the weight of the flood flooding. Uh, because yeah, things need to be upgraded. It, like so, a power plant that we built when like yeah, like we've come a
They
long
built the
way in
Hoover
our
Dam how many years ago, and it's standing just fucking fine.
yeah, but they can't like there's issues with that because the concrete
It
was rated
leaks.
like even when they replaced the power poles by my house, those power poles, the wood ones,
First of all, every dam
were
leaks. They're intentionally
were
built to do stuff. They've been patched. And go ahead, bud. I'm talking
were
over you.
like meant for so many years. Like had a 50-year uh, shelf life. Now the ones they put up are like concrete. They're like they don't use the wood. Uh, but when mine got replaced, yeah, the engineer guy told me, yeah, that this pole was like had a shelf life of so many years. It's way past that. That's part of our whole crumbling infrastructure. Like things that like even things that are built to last, like have uh so many years
Well,
that
everything has a maintenance cycle, yeah.
yeah, and we don't
But I
keep
mean,
up on
nuclear
that
power,
shit.
that's the thing. A lot of people don't understand because, dude, I think we're seeing this in real terms right now, real time. RFK apparently yesterday, or yeah, the day before, it doesn't really matter. His discussion with Carlson apparently came out, and he was talking about how we need to listen less to the experts, which seems like something you'd see in a Far Side cartoon or in a fucking Onion story or something. But literally, this guy is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and he's saying we should. He, by the way, is looking forward to this in the same interview. He's looking forward to AI rapidly approving medicines because he thinks that, again, this is the context that we should stop listening to the experts. So AI is just going to be like appealing medicines now. This is like we're living in stupid land. I don't know. I don't even understand. I don't know how to express this. Um,
No, like beyond. Yeah.
It's something
Yeah.
else. Yeah, I even lost my train of thought
And
because
here's
it's
a
so
guy that's
stupid to
like
think about. Go ahead.
all this stuff about health. This, but then I saw the one video where he's coming out of like a private business, a tanning salon, like
Oh
where
yeah,
he's,
yeah.
getting the
Oh, he also
tanning done.
swam with his family in some sewage water. Literally, he
Yeah.
swam in sewage. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. That we
I
basically
think
are
that
entering this.
tanning thing isn't as popular because, oh, even the best tanning technology is bad for your skin, or,
Yeah, yeah, no, that's been shown for a long time now. Yeah, it's really bad. You get skin cancer and shit, 100%.
yeah.
Fuck, was I gonna say that we're entering this dark ages maybe again, where we're gonna essentially start being like we're gonna listen to shamans or some shit instead of having a cardiologist. You know, you're gonna have some fucking ritual Reiki healer or something. Basically, it's gonna be like what was it the beginning of Holy Grail, Monty Python, the Holy Grail. You know, and they fucking whack themselves in
And
the head.
when you say
Literally,
these
these fucking
experts,
idiots are starting to rule the world. But I guess I mean to say this in a very nice way, in a polite way. I think that a lot of very well-meaning people verge into that kind of foolish thinking a little bit because they assume perhaps that they know better than a structural fucking engineer that basically designed a nuclear power plant. So as if a nuclear power plant and the people designing it that spent billions of fucking dollars building the place. Now, it's not to say that people don't fucking make mistakes. We just discussed how people build nuclear reactors the wrong way. That shit always happens. It does. But there's plenty of these places that were built strong enough that they're not going to collapse. They're not going to break in half or anything else. They're going to be fine for 100 fucking years. And they build them for 100 years. You know what I mean? That was the thing with Fukushima. They basically built it to a 100 year standard or something, but they got a tsunami that was basically 1 in 500 years. You know, it was one of those kinds of things. And you can't always build something for, well, you know what if Godzilla comes? You know, come on, dude. Like we live in the real world. And then
well, even
Godzilla
here,
comes. You know what I mean? Like it's fucked up. The world is weird.
I don't know. I mean, we have earthquake threat, but we have a system that warns us when any of these things happen, like tsunami thing. We've never had one in Coast California, but yeah, when certain things happen in certain places, there's like a tsunami like threat warning thing that comes out, even though we've never had. I guess it's possible. Imagine
Yeah,
if the San
Joy, but I only have Oblivion
uh,
in front of me.
uh, the San Andreas Fault ever really like we had the huge earthquake. Yeah, that could create a tsunami somewhere else. If California became this island, oh
Yeah,
yeah,
right. If
all somebody
California
would
ever
die.
does fall in the
Like,
sea,
what do you
we're all
think
fucked.
that would happen? And you
100%.
just like, oh, it's like a little earthquake. We have to do a little repairs. No, it's probably flatten all the
Yeah, we have
everything. Like,
bigger problems.
yeah, it's not just gonna break a clean break. Now we're floating.
Yeah.
It'd
Um,
be a volcanic
you're gonna
fucking
need
like
Superman for
yeah,
that.
yeah. It's not just gonna crack off and float away. But look at old maps of the world. Like there's a point where there's people or the thought is, oh, the land masses were this, and then they broke up and made these continents. You know what I mean? Like, is
Oh,
it
it's
Australia?
been like tectonic shift. A couple times
Yeah,
there was what Pangea, and then there was one before that. I can't think of
yeah.
Gondwana, whatever. There's been like one
And when
landmass,
you
and then
say
it
we
broke
build it for
up,
a
and then it
hundred
came back
years,
together, and it come apart. Pardon?
100 years goes by pretty quick. Like, oh, at a certain point you think, oh, 100 years, yeah, that's a long time. But like
Well,
even just
yeah, but I mean,
powerful or
after
some
a
of the,
hundred years, that nuclear power plant becomes basically obsolete. You know what I mean? And so they end up shutting it down. I mean, I see the point about the nuclear waste because not all of the nuclear waste is basically harmless and safe. Some of it is in liquid form and whatever, but a lot of it is these old spent fuel rods. Like, it's not really the end of the
yeah.
world if it did fall in the ocean.
Well, I'm
It'd be
studying
an
them
environmental
now. There's
catastrophe where it happens, but it's not like it's going to end the fucking world. And that's
yeah.
unfortunate, I think, what a lot of people think about nuclear power.
The thing is, it's like part of San Onofre. There's no plan, even 50, 100 years from now, to like remove the whole infrastructure and return that back to the beach or whatever. It will be maintained forever, right? It's not like you can clear the space and remediate the the radiation from the area, and now it's the beach again. And so, like,
Well,
why
there's
our
not going to be
power is
any
so
radiation in
much,
the area,
and they're
really. Go
raising
ahead.
it again, is to pay for the decommissioning of it, like, oh, so it doesn't sell power anymore, but it still has, I think it's 40% of the workforce, 24 hours a day, even though it's shut down to keep it safe, right? So it's not like, oh, no one works there anymore and it's abandoned. No, that's not the case. So that's the thing where I vote to turn it back on because, like, who's going to pay for all that? And now that it's so many years, they revised the budget of what it's going to cost to keep it, safe. So now we have to pay more power. And the reason San Diego pays the most is because, yeah, we 30% of the power from San Onofre was used for San Diego. So we used the most out of it. So we paid the most for the decommissioning, which is billions of dollars, like a year or whatever.
Some weird
Like,
comments in the chat, by the way. I'm not 100% sure what's going on, but I just noticed them just a second ago and I was like, we're going to time somebody out for a second. So, but
oh,
10-minute
let me pull it
timeout,
up.
don't fucking flip your shit. Or if you do flip your shit, that's a very, very good example of someone who basically asks for a ban. But some weird fucking comments. So, take 10 minutes to chill. Go get yourself a fucking drink. Go, I don't know, walk around the house a couple times. Go pet your dog. I don't even know what. And then you're welcome back after that if you're normal. Go ahead, bud. Sorry.
I don't know. I always miss the drama.
Just some weird comments. I think it's probably just another troll trying to anonymously hop back into the chat, and then they can only be a normal person for so long, right? They can only pretend to be a halfway normal person for so long, and then the monster comes out. You know what I mean? Anyway,
Well, one thing I realized in that is like they must not have good weed because like it's
100%. I
really
always
hard to
wonder what these people are fucking
like if you
smoking. You know what I
smoke good
mean?
weed, how can
Yeah.
you get all like
Dude, even
like
when I smoke
haters out?
mediocre weed, I don't get that fucking
Yeah,
butt hurt. Seriously.
yeah.
I don't
And
even.
even if something does trigger me, you just smoke a little weed and you're over it, right?
That's
And then
it.
some people hold on to that shit for fucking years. I'm
I
thinking,
know.
yeah, they must be smoking stress. They call
I
that
know it,
stress
dude.
weed or something, right?
Seriously.
That's the beautiful part
Or
about
maybe
weed is
they're the
like
rare people that really shouldn't smoke weed or something. You know what I mean?
like even
Like
when
seriously.
like my whole plan for the harvest like fell apart. Oh, I was like, I wasn't happy about it and shit. So that's like right away I said, "Go smoke a joint."
Yep.
And then like, okay, it should have, like I'm not
Yep.
like I remember I was younger. I would fucking be pissed off.
Mm,
Or like, you know, uh that people flaked on. You know what I
mm,
mean? Or had plans or
mhm,
whatever. Or something came up or like,
mhm,
God forbid something's more important than me. You know what I
mhm,
mean? I'm not no, but a lot of times weed is like yeah, that's how I use like ultimately it nothing really pisses me off. If it does, like I can smoke puff it off, I call it.
mm,
Just puff it off. When I was younger, I'd hold on to things.
mm.
Like okay, they flake today, so when they come tomorrow, I'd have an attitude. You
And
know
you
what I
know,
mean?
it's a good thing to remember, honestly, bud. You have brought up a point. I've seen this in a few different people in my life. I have a tendency to not forget because I have a good memory, so I have a tendency not to forget or forgive really because I can remember things from a long time ago, right? And so I'm like, why should I forget? That's kind of my, I don't know, my long-term thinking or something, right? But then I realized that I've seen these people that are 70, 75 years old, and when you run into them,
Uh-oh.
Oh,
the only
well, it's you and me, Cap. Oh, here you. You cut
just you
out. You
can't let
cut
things
out.
go. Oh, did I cut out? I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I was
yeah.
trying to say my internet, even though I have fiber optic internet, apparently my internet is unstable. It just says. So now I guess I
Well,
was just talking about how I've noticed that some older people, from not having let go, they just become so bitter and so shitty that it's
yeah.
like
The
there's just
chip on
nothing
their
left.
shoulder.
For
It's
example,
like a
I don't
chip
know
on
these
their
people
shoulder.
very well. They have a chip on their shoulder. I don't know these people very well, and I know I never will. There's this old couple that walks by my house, and they never really were friendly. Ever since I moved in, I would always try to kind of wave to them, and I wasn't super in, I didn't walk up to them and say, "Hi, I'm blah 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 blah." No, just I'd be out on the garden, or just sit on my porch or something. I got a bench in front of the house, just kind of sitting there smoking a joint. Maybe not smoking a joint. Maybe they didn't like me because of that. But still, they walk by the house and I just give a wave and they would like grumble, right? And the dude would somehow like halfway lift his hand, like, all right, fine, I'll wave to you. But now that I have my puppy, Rumi, I'll be out, working in the garden or something, and he's fairly well behaved, but he's still a puppy, and I have to watch him like a fucking hawk because he tries to run to the neighbor and this and that. But he's such a friendly dog. He's always just trying to say hello to everybody. So these people walk by. And so if they were nice about it, I would be completely understanding because he's a fucking lunatic. He's a little puppy. He's obviously a little bit too excited. So I would completely understand if they said, "Hey, could you get your dog?" and blah blah blah. But no, every time he tries to say hello to them, he goes up to them and he's like hopping and da da da, and he's just like, "Hello, hello, say hello to me." And they fucking first thing they do is they yell at me, "Leash your dog." No, no, no. Like basically they yell at me about my puppy. And meanwhile, this is obviously a relative story because I guess you guys not being here, you don't know, okay, was Fumidor's puppy climbing all on top of them? No. The situation was my dog was trying to say hello, was overexcited, but he was actually being polite, and they basically yelled at both my puppy and me. What it shows me is these people are just bitter, angry people. Like I said, for example, if they were like, hey, trying to pet the dog or something. Hey, could you put him on the leash or something? We'd love to pet him. I would understand. You know what I mean? Like I'd understand that because he is a fucking lunatic. But just the fact that they're so like cruelly bitter about it, it basically shows me that they have essentially no joy, you know?
Yeah.
And every once in a while I run into somebody like that. And it's just they can't if you can't even smile at a puppy, that's kind of what it is. You can't even smile at a puppy that's trying to say hello to you. It just shows me that your joy is gone,
Well,
you know?
I'll say this. When Koo was involved in the show, I was like going through, my wife's murder and all that,
Hmm,
and was working through that. And I was at our age, changing in, getting older. I was in my 50s when it happened. I'm in my 60s now.
hmm,
Uh, yeah, I learned a lot from Koo. I learned
hmm.
exactly what I don't want to have happen to me,
Huh.
right? Have a chip on my shoulder,
Yeah.
right? Because he was an example of somebody that, like, a lot of times, like,
Very interesting
yeah,
example because a very
he had
parallel,
this
without
chip
going
on his
into it, a
shoulder, and I
very
was like,
parallel
yeah,
tragedy that took the wrong way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got you.
and like I could have easily have like went down certain paths with that
Hmm.
circumstance or just
That's
life
a
in
very
general.
interesting point. Yeah.
Like 'cause a lot of people that they end up with that chip on the shoulder, they don't know how. But if you get it, that's one of the hardest things to work through. And
Hmm.
it wasn't just Cooch example. I had some books that I was
Yeah, no, I
reading
got you.
about this and stuff, and that was a lot of what they like. Different
Hmm.
victims went through things, their experiences and stuff. A lot of like brought home this thing of like how to deal with it, where you don't end up like with that, because yeah, that's a real head trip
Huh.
when you end up like you live so long and then next thing you know you got all these chips on your shoulders, all these things
Yeah,
that trigger you, bring out that feeling,
yeah.
those feelings. Yeah, no, you don't want that. No, that's a curse. That's a bad way to end up. Like where,
Hmm.
yeah, sometimes he's on some other show and I turn on this and I'm like, God, the
Without
the
even watching it, I bet you $1 million it's the same shit, different day. Yeah.
no, the same shit's different day, and it's like oh, he's like obviously part of cannabis or whatever, but he hates on like there's all
Hmm.
these triggers to him, like
Hmm.
you know,
He
and
basically
oh
hates everyone in it. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, and like there's been a downturn. I miss the good old days, all that, but no, like even a couple of my friends have like got a chip on their shoulder of what happened to cannabis and how it affected their lives, you know. Uh, nope, I won't let that happen
Which
either.
is again, it's a very logical perspective. I think it's very insightful what you're saying. Like these things are reasonable. They're reasonable perspectives to get fucked out of the cannabis industry,
Uh,
or the fact that I think about sometimes, and I have to catch myself kind of for a more primitive thought process of what you're trying to say. Basically, I realize that it's a bad road that I'm heading down. I'll be on
It's real
Instagram
easy
or
to go
something,
down
and I'm
that
like, oh,
path.
I fucking hate these people. I'll be scrolling through a couple people that I don't like or something. I don't want to see their content or something, and I realize I'm doing the same thing. Yeah, basically, yeah, I'm kind of
Yeah,
poisoning myself. Yeah,
It's not like you have to work on not going down that path. It's
yeah.
like it's a
Because there are
human
scoundrels in
thing.
cannabis. That's the real life, and the cheaters prosper and everything. Everything that you were taught about
Yeah,
life doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? Like the shitty people win
exactly.
on and on and on. It's rational to have a fucking chip on your shoulder. So it's very, very interesting that you have to consciously, actually fascinating that he was so into Buddhism. But anyway, it's fascinating. Oh, did I just cut out again? I probably just cut out
No,
again. Oh.
no, no.
Okay.
It
I
was just a
was gonna
second.
say you
I
have
was
to
in the woods.
learn to accept and forgive. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you'll just
no,
end up getting bitter. Yeah. Hmm.
yeah. Like it is one of the things I practice. It's been turned into like a meme or whatever. Willie Nelson, he's in his 90s when he says it. He said something about I wish I could quote it perfect, but he's like, "Yeah, I stopped worrying. I never worrying never changed anything, right? Right. So I decided not to worry anymore about anything, right? Because it doesn't actually affect anything, right? But it does bring you, like he believes, all that kind of stuff brings you bad health and stuff like that. It's like,
Huh.
and then it's hard not to worry when all of a sudden you owe this amount of money in a couple of days
Yeah.
and you're wondering, right? But like worrying about it doesn't change any
Yeah.
actions. Okay.
No,
So like,
it's really disconcerting when you hear about stuff like this. As soon as you hear it, you're like, "Fuck, you're fucked if you do. If you're fucked if you don't." They say stress is equivalent to
yeah, stress.
smoking 20 or 30 packs or 20 or 30
Yeah.
cigarettes a day. Pack or a pack and
That's
a
the
half of
word he
cigarettes a
uses.
day.
He's like,
Mm,
stress is what contributes to can't all these diseases.
mm.
Like he's saying like things like he's 92, 3 years old, still on the road playing. And he's telling you what he's done in his life. And he's like equates stress to exactly what you're saying. Like stress is the like root cause of so many ailments. And yeah, we a lot of it stress is something you bring into yourself. You know what I mean? Like it's and cannabis release. Yeah, there's times there's things are stress, but you don't have like you can. Cannabis gives me ability not to like fall into the trap of that because I could smoke some weed and lighten the load. You know what I mean? It like one of the
Oh, too bad D isn't
effects
here.
of
That would have been a
weed is
perfect one.
like it. Like even when I was a young kid, smoked weed, I'd be like have an argument with a friend or something like that, and be all worked up and smoke some weed. It's like
Hmm.
I've always thought of it as like I call it. I gotta puff it off. Like no,
Yeah.
it's easy. Like you can't be perfect. Sometimes you get caught up and something pisses you off and something. A lot of times weed is like now not everyone smokes weed to
Which can
accomplish that,
become
but
its own crutch too. I've definitely heard from women, for example, that oftentimes will avoid stoners because they think that stoners will just basically kind of puff off life, right? And
yeah,
that is
my
sort of
wife
the
used to complain
reputation for
about that.
stoners, right? That they just kind of smoke their way through life, right? And there is
Yeah,
some fairness to that criticism, to be perfectly honest, because we do oftentimes, like you say, cigarette smokers are the same, right? Anything that happens in their life, they have a cigarette. If something good happened, they have to celebrate with a cigarette. If something bad
yeah.
happened, they have to fucking have a cigarette to make it better. On and on. The friends, you just met your friend, time for a cigarette. On and on and on and on, right? It just becomes this ritual part of your life. And that definitely is a crutch, you know?
No, like I can remember, Sabrina 20 years. There'd be times when we get
Silent.
into shit, right? And she wanted to like make it just she had something was up her ass, and then I would just get stoned, and then she'd like and let it go, like just be like whatever, and then she'd still be trying to trigger me and stuff. But I'd be like I was over it. I was stoned. I didn't like I wasn't going to engage it. Her triggers, her button pushing, all those things had less of an effect after I like medicated. You know what I mean? I just laugh about it. She'd like come back in the room like an hour later, still on her shit, and I'd be like stoned and like, "What? You're still talking about that?" Or just be all goofy and shit. When she was serious, and she's like, "Yeah," like she did. She knew that I used weed as
Uh,
like a way to avoid things. You know
yeah.
what I mean? Like when
Yeah,
shit
yeah.
was fucked up, I just like I get stoned and let it
Yeah.
go.
Huh.
And look, I have no reason to be as healthy as I am. Even I've been going to doctors again, had some kind of thing.
Are you like
Like
Ozzy Osbourne? You've done like a heroic amount of drugs.
no, but a lot of it is like I've like lived like that sheltering over my life. Yeah, I don't like weed gives me ability not to stress so much, not to worry so much, not to like get all worked up about things not going your way and shit. Just go with the flow. And so easy, so many triggers, like, Now I do have this list where oh yeah, people can fuck me over once, twice, maybe a few times, and then it becomes a thing of respect. Like I respect people, care about people. They're if you're in my life, and then somebody like it's a common. There's they don't. Then I just like write them off. I
Hmm.
move on. Like, and then once you get there, there's no coming back. And sometimes those same people I run into them years, they think, oh, well, it's been a while, maybe he's over it. Nope.
Uh,
Once you get on this list, there's no coming off of it. And there's only a handful of people over the years. Bad Biz, Owed Me.
uh,
Oh, there's people that, different things, but I let that go. If if the person's like, if there's a certain line I have, and you cross that, you might bet it. Yeah, all right. First time, second time, and then after that, there's this final time, and that's it. I'll never talk to you again. Never talk to you again. And sometimes those people run into me at places, and hey, it's been a long time. I won't even talk to them.
uh,
Like they're written off. They're written off. No coming back. And yeah, that's just the way it is. Because like even who you have around you
yeah,
contributes to all these things: worry, stress,
yeah,
and all that. So if you don't bring like yeah, if you're like bad energy or no, that's why I don't have you have any. I'm like pretty isolated. I don't even, now that all my life has gone by. There's only my core is like 10 people
hmm.
like in real life, and now I realize that's why I like the YouTube and all that because then I can have like some
A
social
broader
life.
network or something.
Yeah, because in my like as much as I'm all active here, I have I'm very like I don't hang out with that many people anymore. I don't like it's only a couple like, and I'm not at a point where I'm like finding new friends. So when
It's very difficult to find friends as an adult. Yeah.
yeah,
And you think, oh, hobby groups or whatever. Well, that's fine, but you find people that are interested in that same hobby as you, but they don't necessarily have that much in common. I don't know if you're into kayaking or some shit. I don't know, or you go to the gym. Well, you'll find your gym buddy, but you don't always find somebody that's into all the same shit as you. Well, I guess friends don't always have to be in the same shit as you, but still. Folks, hop on here. It looks like Captain is pretty well toasted from that bourbon and ice cubes.
oh,
So
is it?
I need to hop off here shortly. My dog's
Well, wait,
unfortunately
I
been
see Silent. Silent is in the
ton of people in the
chat.
chat
I
listening,
see
yeah,
Jeff
but
in the
nobody's hopping
chat.
on.
I see J5 was here. I always love him.
It's been sitting back chilling, guys.
Well,
I
Yeah.
good
had
to
a
see you
long
back. And
day
oh,
at
look at
this.
that. D-Zombie's coming back.
I had a
I
long day
see.
at this event, and it was a hot day, and I was wearing a black shirt. My face feels pretty crispy right
Uh,
now.
Now, what kind of?
That's why I decided to have a drink.
I was when you guys first came out. I was finishing up dinner at my favorite Thai place. Uh, uh,
Yeah, I
when
wish I
when
could
could you
eat
go to?
Thai food here. I just can't see paying 16, 18, $20 for something that I could buy for $2.
Well, I mean, I'm used to it, but okay. I ordered the same thing. The waitress, she says, "Yeah, I said, you really like pad Thai, huh? Because that's the only thing I've ever ordered. Uh, I had my pad Thai chicken and the
it's a pretty
tall or
fucking good
big,
dish.
what do you call it? Thai iced tea. I love Thai iced tea.
Uh,
Uh, and yeah, $21. I thought, oh,
yeah,
that's fair. It was
yeah.
dinner. It was fresh cooked. It was good ingredients.
And the crazy thing is, literally 5 years ago, it probably would have been $11.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
imagine that restaurant's not like, oh, they're ripping me
Oh no,
off.
they're not
No,
making
they're
that
just
much money.
putting,
Yeah, I bet you
yeah,
they're making less money per meal than they were before because a lot of
yeah.
restaurants have had to absorb these costs that customers really are struggling with, and so they're lagging behind their increases. Yeah.
And so my experience in fruit and vegetable business and life, I can tell like when I say they use good ingredients, even the sprouts they put on top are like the better end of
And
the
that's why your
sprouts.
meal
The
is super expensive.
the
Yeah.
the green
Whenever
onions
you have
were right.
sprouts and fresh shit like that, that supply chain adds
Yeah.
so much. Because think
And
about it, if
I'm
they don't
sure
sell all those sprouts one day, they have to throw them out. You can't reuse them the next day.
yeah, and I'm sure that even in the noodle, there's this level, oh, you pay along the way. And the few restaurants that I end up going back to and stuff and food places,
Sure thing is.
I sometimes that meal I can tell. I mean, I'm looking in my 60s when they like using better ingredients. Like in a lot of the restaurants to make that money, it's not like even like burgers are that way. Like, yeah, not all tomato slices are the same, not all lettuce is
Hmm.
the same, right? Even
Not
but
by a long
all of it.
shot. Yeah.
Like, be around the food industry, yeah, that's A product, B product, C product, like when you go to Marts. Yeah, a product. Most of like top end chefs, they buy only that, the A product, right? Like and oh, that's why the so expensive to eat there, right? And over the years, yeah, like a lot of Chinese food places, yeah, it's hard to find ones that still use A product. You know what I mean? But A
Football and
product's
party
worth a
people.
few extra bucks. It's worth a few extra bucks.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's not like the cheap type place in your neighborhood is probably that much cheaper. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like when you eat it, like yeah, I cleaned that whole plate. It was scrumptious.
Hmm.
It was a
Sounds
good
like
one.
it. Dude, I was just, I can't remember who, well, you guys wouldn't know them anyway, but somebody I was talking to, they were like, oh, fuck, every time you leave the house these days, you're basically committing to losing $100. And that's essentially what it is between the price of
Yeah.
gas and food and everything else. It's like literally listening to a cash register every time you leave the fucking house.
No, okay. I like on the way here, I decided to get pie. That was 21 bucks. Then I was like, yeah, I need to get a couple things because Walmart's right there. That was 92 bucks. So 21 and then well, my car gets 30 miles a gallon, so maybe I used $5. Yeah, that was $100. And wasn't like I got much. Well, I had a good meal.
Yeah.
Even the reason I stopped to get the tie, it would have been 200 bucks if I went into Walmart hungry, for
What?
sure.
Oh, that's probably why I don't see all the weird fucking chat, because I'm logged in as Fumidor and the Flavors, so I'm not seeing all the weird hidden shit. You guys are talking about all kinds of stuff, and I'm just like lost. Like DGC Jeff is like, what is this guy? So you guys are probably like spamming each other
One thing I've realized about
emojis, and I can't see them or something now.
chat,
I don't even. I think
like
I'm better
one,
off not knowing.
there's a slight delay too, but I also noticed over the time the show and the panel, whatever, has this topic going on.
Yeah, the chat is
Chat
something else.
is
Yeah,
like not even like they're talking about whatever they're talking about, which sometimes is more interesting than what we're talking
yeah,
about.
yeah. No,
And a
you
lot of
can
times when you
guarantee
get
if J5 is in the chat, it's going. It's kicking off 100%.
well, hey, Jay, uh, Silent Truth just said he got two lobsters for 22 bucks.
Oh,
Shit,
good. Yeah.
hey, a decent lobster out here would be like, I don't know. I don't get
One
lobster
lobster would be
meat at this fucking,
$22, and it wouldn't even be that decent. Yeah.
yeah. I like lobster though.
Yeah.
No, what
I
I
mean, we
find
can
is
get
Yeah.
okay lobster, but the fact of the matter is, like, it literally has to be airmailed here to still be fresh, right? They
there's a
always
whole
say that you're
bunch of
supposed to
things.
eat it basically the same day or within 24 hours of being fished. There's no
Like
fucking
I
way you're going to
realized
get lobster on the West Coast unless you fly in on a first class plane, you know?
there's a whole bunch of things that I like that I realized, yeah, anything that you just dip in butter is pretty
That's true.
good.
But lobster is really good.
Like artichoke, oh yeah, butter. You know what I mean? Do I really like
That's true.
artichoke or do I like
That's
eating
true.
butter? And
Uh,
lobster,
at the
yeah,
state
I'm a
fair, you
dipper.
can buy deep fried butter that they deep fried in butter.
Yeah, no,
So
I
it's
don't go
basically
that far.
butter in butter.
Yeah, no, I've never got into that. All those deep fried, I've never tried. I did a deep fried Snicker once
That's
a long time
crazy.
ago. Deep fried ice cream. They have like a at most county fairs the cup whatever the big deep fry guy. And over the years, I haven't been to a fair in a while, but there isn't anything they won't deep fry. Like when I looked at all the dip, and then you name it, there they got it on the menu. Deep fried. Now
Deep
that's another
fried
thing.
kiddie
Yeah,
pools coming right up.
Oreos,
We
pickles.
got your deep fried Barbie dolls. No, you're right. Deep fried pickles. What else? Deep fried ice cubes. They batter an
I'd
ice
go
cube.
for
I shit you
funnel
not. They
cake.
batter an ice cube. This sounds fake, right? But it actually makes perfect sense because there's a thing called the Leidenfrost effect. You can actually fry an ice cube. It'll eventually melt, of course, but if you do it really, really fast, you can fry an ice cube. Well, obviously, if you fry an ice cube, it just melts. But if you
Ice cream.
batter it, the heat
Oh,
will not quite hit
what?
the mass of the ice cube because basically a frothing layer of evaporation will effectively steam the batter of the ice cube. So effectively, you could deep fry an ice cube, and what you get is basically an ice cube filled. I can't even imagine why people pay money for them other than the novelty. It's just like shitty dough
Deep
basically,
fried
but
Mars
it's a
bars.
shitty dough. Well, deep
I was
fried
gonna say
Mars bar is
Snickers
pretty good.
bars
I mean, it'll
or
send you
Twinkies.
straight to fucking what was the old guy's name? Diabetes. The guy with the mustache,
Wilford Brimley.
Wilford Brimley. There we go. But
Diabetes.
they're super tasty. Deep fried bananas are incredible. What was I going to say? Oh, deep fried butter, pretty disgusting, but the concept comes from something that's actually quite good. Chicken Kiev, basically, where you essentially make a chicken cutlet that is wrapped around an herbal butter, and then basically when you cook it, well, you actually fry it in many cases because it'll have like kind of a breadcrumb crust, and when you cut
I
into it,
remember I made up
all the
lobster
butter leaks
Kievs
out,
one
and it
time.
has its own sauce. What's that, hardcore?
Remember I made up lobster Kiev if someone already hasn't.
You could probably do it. I mean, all you'd have to do, like I say, you would basically slice the lobster into cutlets. I suppose you could theoretically make a paste of lobster, basically, that if it could stick together enough. I don't know. You can definitely make shrimp paste like this. That's kind of how they do like the wraps and stuff. But if
I
you
don't
could
know. Like
slice, if you had
many
a big,
months ago,
like if we were just talking about big lobsters, if you could slice the lobster, you could probably, especially if you made small ones, because the lobster itself isn't that big. But I get, people, there are people like Japanese chefs that they can literally peel a fucking, pineapple or whatever all the way around. Or you'll see videos on Chinese chefs. They're famous for this. They'll use one of those Chinese knives. It's incredible that they can do this, and they'll peel all the way around like a jicama or something, and it'll all like unfold just like paper. So I guess if you did that, if you literally just sliced around a lobster little by little by little and made like a big old lobster paper, then you would it would actually probably be really delicious, to be honest.
No.
Some kind of
I
like a
imagined if
dill
lobster
butter or
Kiev was a
something.
thing once, like a couple months ago on the show,
Oh,
and you
did
were
you
all
really?
You
for it.
figured
Yeah,
by saying
it
You
banana,
was
must have not
you
been
probably it
on
could
the
have been
show
a
figured
because
year
that sounds
ago.
delicious.
I love, uh, well, when I used to stay down in Newport in the summer. Oh, wait, I got, maybe my worker's going to show up.
Yeah. Hop on, folks. I might make Bud the host here.
Ooh,
Oh, I should
wow.
probably make a couple of co-hosts first. Excuse me for hiccuping all
We're
night.
3 drink deep.
There we go. We got a couple of co-hosts, and we'll make Bud the host with the most. Boom. There we go.
Exactly that. Homeboy's like, oh, hey, I am going to come over tonight. You think you can do it? I'm like, hell yeah. Because like
Right
in a
on.
few minutes, I need to go in there and like add the water. Nope, nope. So he'll be here in less than an hour. And all right, harvest night it is. So
Well, right
that's
on.
like, I could have got all stressy and fucking been like the bitch about it and all that.
But it
But
worked
sometimes,
out.
like I've
Yeah.
learned, like some of this shit I've learned, dude, I wasn't always this way. I was
Stoners.
fucking crazy, like when I was younger. But as I got older, I learned certain things. That's what you're supposed to do in life, grow. And yeah, like that's an example. Because like,
I do have
oh,
to
I
ask,
remember when I called him
hardcore,
at
are
like
you
5
trying to
o'clock
commit
before
a
I was
war
heading here,
crime
going,
or
"We're still
what do
on
you
for
say there?
tonight." He's like, "Oh, not
I'm
tonight."
fucking
I'm
with you a
like,
little bit,
"What?"
but you're a little aggressive with that beef.
Little hot.
Is he
Little, I
beating
mean,
his meat
he definitely
again?
likes his meat well done, well and truly done. It's stick a
He,
Yeah,
fork
it's
in it,
gonna be a
it's
hell of a
done.
harvest.
It doesn't even show the red in it, but it's got some red in it though.
Uh, that's what she said
oh,
too. Right on.
Thing is, and it's still gonna be like a week or two before I like get the numbers. Oh, I know I hit a hell of a fucking harvest.
Nice. Right on. That's a great
I,
feeling.
number wise, like above average, we'll say.
Hmm.
I'm sure of that.
Good.
Well,
It helps
congrats.
out.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah,
Cheers,
well,
by the way, folks in the chat.
what do you call it? The the pressure's been yeah, I guess it's summertime. There's a lot of product
Hmm.
on the market. I had to come down $100 per pound,
Hmm.
which okay, if you harvest a little more, then it lightens that. Oh, I'm sure.
Let's talk, bud.
Well, I mean, yeah, I can tell by. Oh yeah, perfect drive back.
Hmm.
But the thing is normally the each tray is its own kind. This time, due to the sizing of plants, I set the tray for sizing. So when I harvest, it's not like, okay, let's do this tray. That's your press, and then we'll do this tray and hang them accordingly. No, this is like as they come in, they're all mixed out. Everything's mixed in.
Hey, Jeff,
Oh, right on. Cheers,
Hey,
Jeff.
I
Stack
got
cap
that.
junkie
Good
strain. There's
evening.
hey, Jeff.
there's one that's a little wilted, but not that much. What is this? I'm gonna give it just a little water. And then I'm behind on, I defoliated 2 trays in here, but I have 2 more to go. I've been slacking a little.
G5, by the way, keeps falling asleep trying to roll a joint. I've done that before.
So,
Or I've
then you
fallen
don't
asleep
need,
right after rolling the joint. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna smoke a joint right before bed. I'm totally looking forward to it, right? And then, I'll wake up. I'm like literally falling, like I fell asleep on the couch or something. Like and the joint is just calmly sitting right in front of me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gifted 2 joints of Death Star that have a 5-week cure from the last event I was at.
no, oh, I got, I sidetracked. Where'd you go today that you got a black shirt and were too hot? Was it a
Oh,
cannabis thing?
I wore my Ganja Cup shirt for
Probably let my
the
dog out.
Akron Cup here to an outdoor event today, and the UV index was really high and it was hot as fuck. But it was fun.
And what
Oh,
was
it is summer.
the
It was
humidity where
like a
you're from is
farmer's
not as bad,
market.
right? Oh, shit, fuck, it's like
It was a
no, I'm
cannabis
not muted.
farmer's market.
What's the
Oh,
humidity like where
Nice.
you are? Is it like super fucking high this time of year?
Like 78, 80 some
Oh, it's pretty high. So it is
percent
kind of
today.
miserable. It's not as bad as like
Yeah,
what is it right on the
what?
water? Where is Cedar Point? I guess I haven't been there for so long. I
it
don't remember. It's
like
kind of on the water, isn't it?
Sandusky. Yeah, it's about an hour and 15 minutes for me
It's like the far
along.
north of Ohio too, right? And you're kind of more in the middle of
Yeah,
Ohio. I got you. Okay, so the
no,
weather's a
no,
little
no,
no.
no. I'm east of Cleveland and I'm less than 3 miles from the lake.
Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. I completely
Wanna go
got it wrong.
outside?
All right, go
Wanna
ahead,
go
bud.
outside?
Yeah,
Come on, Bubba.
Oh, he's talking to his cat.
so it was pretty hot. It was like 91 here.
So I was just
Go
gonna
on.
say, yeah, it's kind of miserable. I
No,
always talk about how, to be honest, I think it might have been the
it's
only
warmer.
time
They're
that
not
I've ever
blowing
been
things up.
in Ohio, but I was at Cedar Point for the fucking amusement park, and it's a wonderful amusement park. I love roller
Yeah, it
coasters, and
is.
it's one of the best roller coaster places you could possibly go to. And the problem is the weather was so absolutely atrocious. It's one of the worst days I've had just from a weather perspective in my life. It was, I think, 98 degrees and 97, but it was a 99% humidity. So no matter what you did, you couldn't sweat to get cool. And it was just like slightly, I think it was 99 degrees, so it's slightly above body temperature, and you could not evaporate. And so like I had to go to the bathroom every once in a while, just wipe off my face. But it didn't matter what you do. You could literally go swimming if you wanted to. And as soon as you walk outside, or as soon as you literally step outside from the bathroom, for example, it's just like a swamp hits you again, like a wet, warm blanket. Oh my fucking God, it was gross. Yikes.
When I first got to Thailand and that first 3 month stint that I was there, I had to
Yeah.
have a towel with me every
Wow.
day.
Yeah. Yikes. I was gonna say there's plenty of places in the world that are like that, right? It's not the only place in the world that's like that. Jesus H. Christ. Woof.
But you
You can
get
take the
used to it.
Oregonian out of the boy, but not the boy out of the Oregon or some shit. I don't even know. All right. I'm gonna go take my dog outside. Speaking of Oregonians.
I think that's why our outdoor is so
Ma.
good here because we have such a big swing in temperatures, humidity,
Hmm.
pressures.
Hmm. Yeah, reasonable to assume that, I think.
We have 3 different pressure systems that come through Ohio.
Just like your mom.
Yeah,
Heyo.
I had to go pick mom off the garage floor. She tripped.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's not great.
Yeah. It's a lot better than coming home to what happened to dad. shower time.
Uh, yeah, that's part of
Yeah.
getting older.
Hey, you know, it's all about staying home
But
and
those
not going
falls are
to
really
the
problematic
old
for older
folks.
people. Even a short time can mess up the muscles get crushed and it causes rhabdomyolysis. It's a whole fucking thing. All right, folks. So I'm gonna post the
Um,
link one more time here. Even though I am not the That's, I think, why I haven't been following some of the absolute weird comments that have been going on right now for a while now. Because I don't get like the comments that got hidden. So I don't know. Maybe you guys are like talking weird shit to each other. No, I guess they couldn't see the hidden comments to each other. All right, I'm even more confused now. Anyways,
Oh
did I
wait, I've
just
been
get
muted.
disconnected? Hopefully, I didn't
We
get
need
disconnected.
some of our chat pros to come on and liven up the conversation.
That's it. I think I got disconnected again because my internet is apparently garbage. Hop on, folks. Join the conversation.
Uh, okay, I gotta water this veg real quick.
Oh, did I fucking robot again?
Fuck
No,
you,
All
I
right,
didn't
I'm
do
trying to
Comcast.
anything.
say, hop on. Come on here. That's what your mom said too. But
Heyo.
come on here, ladies and gentlemen. We'd love to chat with you. If you have been on the show before, we'd love to hear some new faces. We'd love to hear
Shit.
from some of the old party people, of course, as well. Just like I said, don't be a dick. Don't be a fucking lunatic. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a lunatic. That's basically it, ladies and gentlemen. Hop on.
Let's see if this will work.
Uh-oh. Huh?
Gee,
Yeah,
you
I'm
should
gonna
have said
go
that's what
out.
she said. Goodness gracious, that was a
Uh,
gimme.
I haven't been out to see my plants in 4 or 5 days.
Oh, goddamn. Are they still going to be there? Are
Oh
you
yeah.
afraid a grizzly bear took them?
No, mom cutting them down because they're overshadowing our tomato plants.
Well, she probably cares about her tomato plants as much as you care about your weed plants,
Oh, she cares more.
because she's probably been growing tomatoes longer than you've been growing weed.
mhm.
Let's see. Oh yeah, the light's on, but I don't know how good you're gonna
Nobody's
see.
home?
Maybe I can get the outside light to switch. There we go. Let's this around. There we go.
Oh, nice.
This is my big sour diesel. Uh, Mom needs to come out and water these for mom. These are tomato plants,
Your mom likes big sour G.
but that's about 6 feet.
Sweet.
Then we got a couple more. This is another one. This is a this is another sour diesel. This is an SFV.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is a lemon G. This one's a SFV. SFV, and I forget. But these this you I don't know if you can see when we get on this side, but this one had re-vegged. It's got bud down here. That happened in Thailand. It's got fuzzies all over it.
Yeah, you can see
But
the
yeah,
single leaves.
this one's gonna
Oh, hey,
be
Jeff.
huge.
How are you, Jeff?
Hey,
I
what's up, bud?
think I need to defoliate.
Yeah, those are looking good. What do so you spray them or how do you keep the bugs
No,
off
I
them like
haven't
that?
sprayed nothing on this.
So I guess they're not that bad out there.
I have not sprayed
Yeah.
anything on her. No, no, not right here. The only thing I've got are
Oh, you froze,
Oh, it
maybe.
was him for a change. I thought it was me. I was like, "Oh fuck, I can't talk" because I was gonna say something. So while he's quiet, I'm just for fun. I'm putting up a poll in the chat because I finally did just log into my own account. There we go. There we get the full picture. I was gonna name four of my own strains for you guys to vote on, but I'm like, oh fuck, it's probably funner if you guys name a couple of different strains. Jeff, if the first strain that pops to your head, just legendary strain. This is basically a poll of favorite strains. So what's the first thing that pops in your head?
Mendo breath.
There we go. That's a good one.
That's my pick.
What's yours, Bud?
I'll go with OG since he picked Mendo.
All righty.
Fucking beetle.
Do you have a pick, Captain?
94 to 97 Sensi Seeds Afghani.
Shit, I would have bet on Death Star or whatever. But
No,
I would
the
have lost that
Afghani
bet.
blows it
I was
away.
Your
thinking
pick is gonna be
SFG.
Sour
Since it's
Diesel.
on.
I already wrote that. We're gonna go with that one. We're gonna go with Sour
No,
Diesel,
no, no, no,
Hindu,
no, no,
Mendu
no,
Breath, and OG. For the sake of the poll, that's what we're doing. All right, boom.
no.
Vote on your favorite. The question is pick one cut Darth Vader will get you if you don't pick one and he doesn't play Jack. So in other words, you have to pick one or Darth Vader is going to cut your head off or force choke you or whatever he
Or your
does. I don't know.
hand.
Yeah, he's like super mean, so you just don't want to fuck with it. He might come and just like shit on your plants. You know what I mean? Like he's just such a mean guy that you never know what he's going to do.
Oh, come on.
And then
Oh,
this
even
one
though
time, just to fuck with you, Darth Vader comes by and uses the Force to water all your plants just so you don't know what's going on.
Even though I said OG, if I'm voting on the poll, I'm picking Mendo Breath.
Oh,
Or
man, the
Mendo.
fucking beetles are out.
Mendo. That is my favorite.
That's spectacular.
Smell. Like I like how it smells in the exhale. Like 15 minutes later, you come back into the room and there's that Mendo has like a very distinct exhale. Oh, it tastes great in and all that, but like it has like
put some funk in the trunk.
I can definitely always like you're smoking Mendo and I come in your house, I can smell the Mendo.
Is
A
that
lot of times I couldn't tell you what you were smoking. It smells like weed, but if you were smoking Mendo, there's like a different smell in that post exhale, I guess you call it.
It's the Beatles. Oh,
Yeah.
John.
Really bad here.
Definitely looks like a sour D style cut with those leaves. 100%.
We'll know when they start to really curl, when they start to finish flowering. It's a common trait, sour diesel.
Oh, listen to that. Dank was kind of smoking PK Hindu from Mean Gene. That's got to be some fire right there.
Yeah.
Cheers, Dankabus. All right, letting the dog out. I'll try to check in later. Be cool,
I
guys.
try to
What's up,
bring my
bud?
dog outside when he's here with me. Usually I go outside. He goes outside every time. Because last night at the fireworks, he came through the
He stays
door
inside.
and was like, didn't want to go outside because last night they were blasting away. Tonight they're not, or I didn't hear any of it.
There's like all
I
over
lucked out. Bud probably already heard this. I don't have to repeat myself, but I lucked out with my puppy. He took it really well. So obviously I didn't take him to the fireworks. I don't know. I've read like on Reddit, there's I'm on the puppy subreddit or whatever, and a couple people were telling horror stories. They're like, "Oh my God, I'm thinking about giving my dog away." And then the people all respond to him not the way he thought. He brought his puppy to the fucking fireworks. The puppy had a terrible reaction, like shat itself and da da da. And mind you, this was like a 3 or 4 month old puppy or something. And the guy's like, "Oh, but I don't know, his dog's too much." And the people are all just like, "Are you a psychopath bringing a fucking puppy to the fireworks?" But I've seen people bring their fucking, little 8-week-old puppy, they'll be holding it in their hands or whatever at the fucking fireworks as the cannons are going off. Jesus, some
Well, I
people are
mean, don't
delusional.
dogs have a like much sensitive hearing? Like
100%, they can hear you from 3-4 miles away, Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
I can
ones are
imagine
deaf.
what that sounds
And
like
not only that, but
now.
they can hear into the ultrasound and what's the other one? What's the opposite of that? Why can't I think of it? The supersonic. No, high frequencies, like 20 hertz and above. What's that fucking called? Dang it.
not very quiet.
That's ultrasonic, isn't it?
I thought ultrasonic was below. Oh, I'm apparently
Infrasound.
Yeah,
high
there
on
we need
oblivion right now.
whistles. Dog
Below.
whistles are like uh we can barely hear them, but they hear 'em. Like so,
Hmm.
yeah, they
Yeah,
have a whole different hearing.
yeah.
Hmm.
The thunder's bad too for a lot of dogs.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. No, my dogs would my even my big dogs.
Yeah.
I didn't have a bathtub or whatever, but they were way too big to get underneath the fucking bed,
Hmm.
right? But like a couple times when that's thunder, uh, now they were used to the bombs, like Pendleton on the backside. They didn't freak them out,
That's right.
but
You were
then
right on the
they
other side of the fucking bombs. I forgot about that.
now that didn't freak them out. But
Jesus.
then the big dogs, if my neighbors had, they would do target practice and stuff. It wasn't like they were acres away. And any of that gunshots, they came in the house and in the bathrooms and shit. They were spooked over guns
Nice.
We
and
don't
thunder.
get explosions of guns, but we get jets flying overhead
Huh.
and helicopters too. But the jets come in like quickly, and sometimes they're close. It's really loud.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
And,
yeah.
makes windows
Uh,
shake a little bit sometimes. Not really,
Dude,
but yeah, a
LA,
little bit probably.
is it just me? Okay, I think my
Really
internet's
loud though.
fine right now. LA, thankfully, they're a little bit better about this because I think so many people complain to the police, but LA used to look for criminals and stuff in the hills and whatever with a helicopter, and they would just basically park a helicopter up in the hill and just fly it for, I don't even know how many times they'd be searching for somebody in the hills, and literally the helicopter just above my building for like a 2 hour stretch every single night, literally every single fucking night, basically all fucking weekend, like guaranteed during the weekend, because they're apparently looking for somebody at some point for something every single time. It was nuts. I think they
Hey,
changed the rules,
Captain, your
but
plant, I couldn't see while I was watering. Your plants look good, nice and healthy.
mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. They do look
All
good.
right. How many times I've threatened to take my dog out?
Just
Be
being out
cool,
in the
guys.
open like
Don't
that.
do
It's
any
All
crazy
amazing.
right.
shit.
Yeah, cheers, man.
Yeah, we're trying to open her up.
That's what
I'm gonna
she
take some
said.
clones off of her.
That's what she said.
Yeah. I got some Thailand jokes for that one.
So
Oh,
Thailand jokes are different than other jokes.
Oh yeah.
you involve
They're
Thai,
ones that I can't tell on air.
you involve Thai boys.
No,
Uh,
we
Well,
don't
even
swing that
even
way.
here, what do you call it? Our political correctness has made like you gotta be careful with jokes. You say it used to be jokes were like a place where you could say anything. Not anymore. Not in the United States at least. You gotta be careful. Or you'd be accused of being a when you're just joking.
Something. Yeah.
Yeah. So like so many things offend somebody.
No shit.
Over the years, I've had to learn that. And, like even though I'm not, I don't have an issue against anything, but sometimes if you say a joke about something, then people are triggered by that.
Yeah.
People are too easily triggered.
God damn it. You,
Yeah, the
oh, you
internet
can't see the
probably
lights
does some of that.
down there at the garden. I've been meaning to do this. It's been too hot during the day. So do you guys like keep walking around your plant to take leaves off?
You
Because you
got to
see
do it
more and more.
360. Yeah, it's good
Yeah.
to even if you don't walk around it, move it around. Because sometimes I'll defoliate, like in flower plants, I can't move around. But I realize, like, yeah, sometimes I think I'm doing a thorough job, but because I only did it from this one side, it's not as thorough as you think when you get to the other side.
she had Jewish jokes.
Oh, that's another
All right.
thing. Because I planted like 3 or 4 south here. And then the lemon G, right? Then the
You have a lemon G
SFVs.
there?
The SFVs actually had pre-flowers. Yeah.
Let's see
This one
the
right
lemon
here.
J. Oh,
Damn it.
that's not coming through though. Yeah, right now.
Let me
But
get the
yeah,
light back on.
that one's probably like ultra sativa and like just bushy
This
from
one here.
from what the buds look like anyway. But never seen it grow.
Yeah, these are going to be big fat buds.
Right on, Cap.
Nice.
Like I
No, no,
said,
pretty nice.
this one re-veg,
Not that bad.
you can really see the bud right there if I can get the light. But it started right there. Started calyx up. But yeah, these actually had snow on them at one time.
Uh-huh.
I put them out March 27th when I went to Thailand. When I came back, they were almost the same height. Now they were about a foot higher, but that was like 6 weeks later.
Well, they were stunted probably because of the cold, right?
Yeah. I gotta get mom's
It
water
is
here.
amazing.
Excuse me.
Like other plants I've had, if they get stunted or out of their temperature range, they die. Cannabis, amazing, can survive. Like it won't grow, it won't thrive, but it's pretty hard to. Now there are some finicky ones that die pretty easy, but most cannabis, it's like survivor, grow through anything. Now will be the best if you're flowering. Everything's got to be in good conditions, but
Veg don't have to be.
the plant's pretty hardy, is what I'm saying, or
Yeah.
more than hardy. It's like
My
Yeah, it
mom
is called it
freaked
a
out.
weed.
My mom freaked out and thought, "Oh man, they're gonna die. They're gonna die." And I said, "No, they're a weed. Just let them grow."
Yeah, especially some of them.
because it had rain, it had snow, it was probably in the 40s, below 40 degrees, a couple days and
Oh
nights.
yeah, most definitely below 40. There was snow on.
Yeah.
I mean, the big one I showed you, the stalk on it, the main stalk is probably 2.5 inches wide. It's as thick as a shovel handle, at least. And I haven't fed these. They've all,
Well, I think you cut out.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Come closer, Captain. Yeah, a little robot in there. Can't really hear you
sorry
though.
about that. I got too
Okay, there
far
you
away
go.
from the phone.
Yeah, now you're back.
I had to make sure mom's tomato plant was watered because it was wilting. I
The
take
weather's
more
been
care of
weird
my
here.
garden.
Colorado, it's humid lately. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, things aren't drying.
It's been
The buds
awesome.
aren't drying. Not used to that.
We couldn't even get a garden in this year because it would like dry out for 2 days, maybe three, but it would soak the ground. And we just couldn't like till the garden this year.
Mm.
And everybody's tomatoes here are taking a beating. Oh, fuck. Those steps are a bitch.
It's amazing the farmers can keep it going. That there aren't
Yeah.
like years where it's like famine years, like you hear about in history.
Well,
Seven
last year
years
was a
feast.
bad year here in Ohio.
So
We had a lot of
do they
drought
store up?
here.
What? I mean, I guess they grow like potatoes there anyway. Or the
No corn.
corn.
Yeah, very big corn.
Okay.
Our corn liquor is pretty good.
Nice. Right on, Cap.
Okay, let's get out of this. There we go.
Lekker.
Yeah, back to my drink. Now my fingers are all sticky. Oh man, they smell. vegetative material.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
don't
but I guess they
spray
could store up
anything on
some
my
vegetables
plants.
and plants and produce for maybe a year or two. That's what you know. I don't really know, but it's well, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, potatoes that are like can be a year old previous season, so they might always be a season behind in general. And at least if there's a good year, and then if there's a slow year, then like a reserve. Is Japan has a rice strategic rice reserve. What they call it, strategic
Mhm.
rice reserve. But
Yeah.
you could do that
40,
with corn.
45, $50 for a 40-kilo bag of rice in Thailand. 40 fucking kilos. You know how much rice that is when you
Oh,
cook it up? Holy shit.
40. How
Only
much is it for 40 kilos? What'd
40
you say?
kilos for between 40 and 50 US dollars.
wow.
Dollar a kilo.
That's a hell of a lot of rice.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like 1 ton
But
soup. That's a hell of a lot of soup.
they go through a lot of rice over there.
1 ton.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
My diet is mainly rice, chicken. I don't eat fish. I eat the shrimp. Shrimp are cheap. I've got like 6 shrimp farms around my house. There was one just down the street.
Yeah.
Buy a kilo of shrimp cooked already the way you want it and served at the table for $12. Believe me, I ate
You get a
shrimp once a
dozen
week.
wings for that now in America.
The only thing is you can't get like horseradish sauce in Thailand, so I had to have it shipped in. I was going through like a bottle every 2 to 3 months. When you went to the market, you could get prawns, which were the big, big shrimp, and those would cost you $10 a kilo.
And nice.
Yeah, just don't go buy U.S. grade ribeye, DA ribeye. Holy shit, 45, $50 a fucking pound. Literally $100 a kilo.
Nice, Jay.
Yeah. So
You
like,
buy
yeah, the beef
Wagyu
or
for
whatever it is.
150. I'm sorry, for a pound. I'm sorry, 40 to fifty
Yeah.
dollars a pound. You can buy Wagyu for a little bit more than that.
Over like my grocery, I think it's like man, some pretty good ribeye, 12.99 a pound.
Wow,
And I thought I
good.
12.99. I mean, I guess that's reasonable today, but fuck, that's expensive. You're talking about
No,
$45 a
I
pound.
for really good ribeye here at because your bigger stores don't have good meat. I found out. So I go
Yeah,
to
that's
a
true.
smaller grocery store and they're competitive, but it's still like between 19.95 and 23.95 a pound for
Yeah.
good ribeye.
Yeah, but
So I'd be
there used
eating
to be
up
butcher
twelve
shops.
ninety nine.
Remember those days? Butcher
Yeah,
shops. Like
it
Yeah.
used to
that's what it
be.
was. You'd walk in, a small business, and it was just refrigerated cases with all the different meats, but it was always like the best meat. And, like as an adult,
Those are moms.
butcher shops have gone away. But my mom, yeah, she used to go to the butcher shop. She knew the
Ah,
guy made her like, oh, he always would throw in extras, give you dog bones for free. It was like a relationship you had with your butcher. You know what I mean? I don't know a single butcher shop. I know if I
At
really
this
want to
one,
get the best meat for sure, and I forget the grades. Oh, you got to go to Costco. They have like the best meat at
Costco. Yeah, that's
grocery
what I
store.
was. That's what I was thinking. That's where I go.
Like
I,
grocery stores,
I
like
I
the
get the
mainstream
prime.
grocery
okay.
stores. Yeah, that's like a C grade meat, even though they charge whatever for it. You go to Costco,
Costco's
then Costco has that blue label, whatever the top
That's
shelf
probably the
meat. Now
prime.
that's
Yeah.
expensive,
not the
But like,
choice, the
dude, you
prime
don't even
butter.
need a knife with that shit. It looks like butter.
We get
So
the
Yeah.
Costco's, I'm sorry, D.
it's okay. We get the Costco roast 2-pack roast. And we also tried the Costco pork chops tonight. We haven't had them before, and they're really good.
Yeah. No, Costco's got the, like, well, I
Yeah,
think they have their own butchery. I don't know. They have the
Yeah,
connection
I
where
think they
they're
do.
like buying from a good store through the grocery stores. They're just buying from like the
Costco.
lower end.
They're in the
Well,
back looking
I
all
can tell
butchery.
you that Costco has stopped buying gourmet mushrooms from China and are buying them now for Thailand and the Philippines through my friends. So they have broke that contract with China on
Uh-huh.
all the gourmet mushrooms, and they're going to help. They're going
I
to
didn't
help
even
Thailand and help the Philippines a lot out because the guy in Philippines is doing a lot of good for the people. Another expat grower that's growing something other and making money at it.
I wouldn't even trust mushrooms from China in general.
Oh,
Well,
come
if
on,
you've been
round
buying
guy.
mushrooms at Costco for the past whatever many years, you've been buying them from China.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I didn't think it
and if
was.
you don't buy like
yeah,
you
really
know
tricky.
honey from like local producer directly, you buy honey any store, no matter what it says on the label, you're buying Chinese honey.
Go
All this
on.
like
Huh.
yeah.
I had some good home Ohio made honey with infused with THC. It was pretty good today.
Nice.
But like fillets, the fillets at Costco are like about
Oh man, they're so good.
23, $24 a pound.
I wonder if Mrs. D would try that.
Buy
She loves
those just because they're healthier,
she
less
loves
fat than.
cannabis.
Yeah, the honey, put that on
Yeah,
some toast
fuck that. Just
or
eat
some fried ice cream.
it.
That's where I had fried ice cream for the first time was up in Toronto.
Hang on.
A fancy restaurant.
Wait,
My parents knew the head of one of the largest nurseries up there. He also wrote some tree and plant books.
oh yeah.
And his partner was the head of the Playhouse there in Toronto.
The player.
Well, where they hold a bunch of the, operas and plays at. I
Hmm.
can't remember the name of the place.
Oh, I was thinking of another kind of playhouse, but all right. Cheers, everybody in chat. Hope everyone's having a great night. What's everyone smoking on? Let us know.
All right, what are you smoking on? I haven't heard that yet. You don't have
Um,
a always got something different.
Black Diamond right now.
All right, you've been smoking that for a little bit.
Chemstar. Chem times Sensi Star.
Nice.
Pretty
I'm not
sticky.
even sure. It
Yeah,
was
this is
sitting on
something
my
random.
tray from a day or two ago, and I
Mhm.
rolled it up. I think it might be. I don't know, but it was a good one.
Well, actually, I think this is
Looks
a
like
runts. I got it.
I'm
Uh,
harvesting some runs. It's like okay, so I'm in this like the plants I got from my nephew, all those varieties. Uh, the only Skittle plant. I have a Skittle plant. So like, what's cool about this harvest? Well, I'm excited to be taking it down tonight. Yeah, I've had these plants. I have them in veg still. I haven't like I'm not taking a whole bunch of clones or something till I like dry cure if if I want to. And so there's oh man, there's like six, seven varieties. There's there's like a one or two of them in the crop. Those are the ones I'm most excited for because I've had them now for months. And I didn't take a lot of clones of any of them because I haven't finished any of them to know if I want to. So yeah, yeah, it'll be like a tester. Like in a couple of weeks, I'll better smoke like these varieties. Oh, even though I smoked the cap junkie. That's why homeboy. Wait, I haven't seen him in chat. Well, I guess he had nugs, test nugs. He sent me some nugs, a little bit of weed one time, and oh, they were all good, all kinds. Then I smoked this thing called Cap Junkie. It's the collaboration between those guys, Capulator and Steve Junkie. And yeah, got the clones. He sent me some clones. Now they're coming down and they look sick too. Now I have like 6 of them ready to take clones off of. If like, but I even though the plant looks good, it looks like I should take these clones and run with it. Uh, no, not until I cure, dry, and smoke it. Then I'll go. All right. So that won't be in the next. That'll then be months later before I have like scaled it up. I have a bunch of them. And like I have 1 or 2 of the Culado. I have one or
Damn.
two of the Rust. I have 1 or 2 of the lemon cherry gelato. I have. Uh, excuse me. I gotta let my worker. Hold on.
Yeah, I
I
did some
passed
craft
on a
on this
lemon
thing.
cherry gelato today, smoking it.
What do you think of that, Captain? 'Cause I've had that before.
I didn't taste it. I passed on it. I'm
Uh,
sorry, because it had lemon in the name.
yeah, true.
Was yours very citry, more like, predominant
Yeah,
lemon in it?
I wasn't too impressed with it, but it might have been like a shitty cut of it. But it did come in this fancy, flashy packaging, though.
Yeah, my guy had it in a mason jar.
Nice.
Well, that's actually, I've talked to quite a few people, and we're now just putting the craft cannabis in mason jars. So we're trying to, differentiate between commercial grows and people's home grow,
Yeah,
our small batch.
yeah. I got a small batch. Oh, yeah. Mhm.
That's what she said too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was package. I'm sorry.
What'd you
But
get?
yeah, the farmers market, man, they had all these seed companies, and it's like, here, this is what we got. Yeah, you
Yeah.
got a bunch of femmes. You can't come up with something original.
Alrighty.
Walked up on a guy that had 3 and 4 foot tall plants. I looked at one of them and I could just see the powder mildew on it.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're
I
comment
walked
about
up to
like not
plants. The
smoking
leaves are
the
bent from hemp lane virus.
Oh.
I'll say this about lemon cherry gelato. A lot of times when there's a lemon in it, the lemon's really a dominant part of it.
Yeah.
Not so much in lemon cherry gelato, at least my experience. Like, it's been there, I guess, but it's like it's not the normal like, oh
Muted.
shit, that's a citrus. Because I don't smoke
It's
citrus either,
muted.
but way muted.
Okay. Maybe I will try it next time then.
Yeah, I wasn't too impressed with it, but like
Bud
I
Put it
could
in the
said,
send me a Bud could send me a
yeah,
clone and
off
I'll
to the
try it.
side on the shelf over there. Yeah, and the shelf.
Bud should just send me one of each
Those are like
anyways.
things that one's
To make
grounded.
up for the seeds I haven't gotten.
Yeah, and I'm on my way back there right now. He won't go
I'm
outside.
gonna I'm gonna have to fly out and seed Bud to get those seeds.
nice. Yeah.
Get my T-shirt too, my free seed T-shirt that I haven't seen in a couple years.
Uh, oh, let's just chat.
Yeah, back in the old days, he doesn't do that anymore, does he? Masonic
No,
sold the store.
they were kind of limited when I was there too. Like if you didn't like really weren't close or didn't actually put time in like me and Bud did, fill in, seed packs up to give away. I don't think too many people got those shirts.
I never.
Hmm. Man, my fingers hurt the next day from those seeds,
I
putting
still
those
have a
little
bag
capsules
that for
together.
you. You got to send me your address, Cap, because I have a bag from when you were here, CJ,
Yeah,
and it has a shirt in it. It has a couple packs in it, some stickers. I don't know what
cool.
else is in it, but it's been in my. It's been a couple years. When did you come out here for that? That was a couple years
Like
back.
2 years ago.
Yeah, I have it still. I don't have an
It was
address.
like 23. I'll give you a call after the show or something.
Well, just text me the address. I won't want to write it down. But if it's in my chat, then it's easy to just have it
I
there
got
when I
other
need it.
things I need to talk to you about, brother.
All right. All
I
right. Let's
do want to
see.
come out, and it'd be nice to get away for like 2 or 3 days.
Well,
I want to come out so I can pick up some clones because I think I am going to start a nursery. Today kind of
I have
proved
those
it to me.
plastic shipping things, those clone shippers. That works. Priority mail it.
Uh,
It'll be there in a couple days. Ah,
okay,
makes it every time.
I'll send you some money for the shipping.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking fresh clones in a couple days, a week or so. Oh
Cool.
no, actually a little longer. I shouldn't underestimate that because I have to, like I said, I'm waiting to decide the smoke reports on these ones of how many of which ones I want to take. You might want some of the ones that I decide not to go through with you.
Exactly.
You're breeding, and that's you got different goals than like my thing right now. Just due to like trying to stay, keep the doors
Afloat.
open. I have to go with the yielders. Like I have a couple that I know those are smokers. Like yeah, but they have to. I've upped my yield parameter. Like they have to. Like that's why I'm growing a lot of lemon cherry gelato, dude. That fucking yields, and it's even though it's a little
So
played
this
out.
this last harvest, you said that you think you got an increase in yield. How big of an increase?
It could be 25% or more. Here's the
Wow,
thing.
that's huge.
Okay. 75% of the room at least. I had those redundant moms. I've given to like shown you a grow. We stripped them back, like left barely anything on them because they were too stretched and tall. A week or so. Instead of running a new round, the room was set with these mom plants that had been popped and had been stripped back, like
Oh man.
and they beasted out. They beasted out. Like even part of the problem doing this pheno hunt, certain strains when they beast out like that, like oh, where the Skittles is, I push things back, and some plants dominated the other plant's space. You know what I'm saying? Because like it's all mixed up. Like oh, that plant might be more worthy if it's set on a tray of its own, you know, because I can tell you already. This thing, the cream. What's the other thing? Yeah, if given a chance, it will just like occupy the other plant's space. It'll just like dominate it, lean into its space. And sometimes on a whole tray, and you defoliate all that. But next thing you know, as you're coming in for a finish, you realize, yeah, that some of those stems that you're thinking is that's quadrant's plant is actually this
Oh,
other
big
plant
finish.
next to it that just moved into that space. You know what I mean? Dominant. Yeah, a couple of them got dominated. Not the
Oh,
lemon cherry gelato though. It's a dominator.
oh, big finish round eye. Happy
And the
ending.
truth is, out here, the Asian cartel or the Asian groups that pump out
Oh,
all this black
we have
market weed for
very,
years, they predominantly do LCG, they call it, right? But
we have
they grew
very
it shitty.
sticky.
They grew it shitty. So a lot of people's
What to do?
memory of why they burned out on it is because there was all this crappy mids of lemon cherry gelato. No, if you grow it good, oh, it's good. like any of these strains. The strain could be the greatest strain ever, but if it's not grown with the like good, whichever method you're doing, but it has to have good environment, proper inputs, the right
Good
temperature,
input.
humidity, all those things. You can't judge every book by its cover. You know what I mean? So sometimes a strain's reputation gets fucked up by like the commercialization or like the or like yeah, they were pumping out pounds of this lemon cherry gelato for years. And it was cheap. You buy pound like it was indoor or whatever, but it was like yeah, grown. I don't know. Like
My
they weren't
buddy
good
had that.
growers. We'll say that much. They weren't good growers.
Yeah,
And so sometimes that ruins the reputation of a strain. And then like, you know.
Yeah.
one of my neighbors, or one of my buddies, had a neighbor. They were a Chinese couple. And that's all they, or Chinese family. That's all they did was grow these cheap hydro, the shittiest
Yeah, well
Yeah.
stuff
here the
on
like I
earth.
call them cartel. I don't know. It's like a the thing is when they busted some of these houses and dude, they take over whole like multiple houses in the same neighborhood.
Oh,
They use slave labor.
Strip the whole
There's
house.
like a bunch of Chinese people living on sleeping bags and
lots of rice.
uh, a rice
On the
cooker.
rice.
That like when they interview the neighbors
You go
around
to
the bus, like
Costco.
yeah, like those people have lived that house. They've lived there for 5 years. We never knew
Yeah.
there was 15 people
People
in there
there.
because like they somehow keep the people in the house 24 hours a day. They can't go
Yep.
outside, and then they're slave labor. That's human trafficking because they're not even paying them. A couple of these bigger outdoor grows that they busted, like like yeah, oh, I could easily find slave labor and I make a lot more money, right? But no, I it's even hard for me to hire people because yeah, if you can make $20 at Walmart or 17, $18 at fast food or 20, well then I got to pay you 25 at least to like be fair. I remember I used to pay people like I've been doing this a long time, $10 an hour, and that was fair. No, those days are over. I remember $10 an hour. I mean, money was still money then, but like, oh no, 25 an hour adds up.
I
Like when
paid
I
my
do my numbers,
friend 12.50 an hour in 2004 and
yeah.
2005.
Now, like, yeah, money's
I
changed, the
used to
value of it. All I know is that the price has gone up and I have less money.
I used to
Yeah.
get paid in cannabis when I used to trim.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's how
Yeah.
I have certain workers that don't smoke and they just want money, and that's fine. And then I have the ones that trade for weed. When
Yeah, I
I
want some
decide
bugs.
who to call, I call them. I love people. I love paying people
Who
in
want
weed,
the
even
weed?
though it's like the same.
Yeah.
Like I could sell the weed and it's the same money. It's not like I like oh they pay some high retail price for it. Uh, you know, uh,
No, but they're doing it
they
for the
pay. I got
plant.
when I trade weed to somebody that works for me, I hook them up. Um, but then it's easier to do that than cash. At least it feels that way. But ultimately, when you do the numbers, it's not like you're not paying them.
I want
Yeah,
some
I
bugs.
definitely gonna pay some people to trim. I don't want to trim too
Yeah, I
much
mean,
anymore.
my labor, I do most of the stuff that I used to have workers do help me do. I do all that myself. But the one thing, yeah, I have paid trimmers. There's, like, that's just part of it. There's no way. I trim my fair share over my career or whatever.
Yeah.
And I
Hmm.
haven't
Definitely.
trimmed in a long time. One, no, I don't have the patience for it. I take too many breaks. I'm too sidetracked. Like I know people that really trim for me good, they lock in, right? They like, like
Man,
they
I'm
put in those
looking at the
hours and they sit there
bud.
and they get it done. They don't like, oh, let's have a cigarette. Oh, let's make a cup of coffee. Let's smoke a joint. Next thing you know, well, yeah, and trimming
Let's
is like,
smoke this bud.
yeah, no, I have some people. They're my friends. We hang out sometimes, but when they're working, like a lot of times I'm talking and he's down, and I'll be talking to them, and then I realize, yeah, no, they're not even. barely even listening. They're like doing their work in at that point. That's how they get it done. Because I pay them per pound, so then they don't want to waste any time, right?
No,
Like they try to get it down to where I never kept track, but people didn't trim a whole pound quality in 3-4 hours. But if you can't trim a pound in 3-4 hours, and then at the rate per pound I pay him, then it's not even worth it, right? I got this new guy. Yeah, it took him like 5, 5, 6 hours. Now I hope he gets faster, because then at that rate he's not making. Well, I pay 100, 125, somewhere in there. I used to pay 200 per year, decades. So now I pay 100. A couple of them get 125. Uh,
you used to
yeah.
get 3,200 too.
So I like the people that really like try to make money doing that. Yeah, they realize, oh, if I can get do 6, 7 hours, which is, a lot of hours, day's work, and get 2 pounds done, then it's worth it. Like, oh, if it's 5, 6 hours, I give you $100, then you're not even making 20 an hour. You know what I mean? So that's changed.
But you
'Cause
go
I
to
didn't used
work
to pay
and you
people
put
per
in
per
4 or
pound of
5
weight.
pounds in 8 hours.
Yeah, but like I'm talking about trim quality too. Like sometimes if you make that incentive, oh yeah, don't get that much done. But then when you look through your bags, it's a different level of trimming.
I've got a friend that a pound every 2 hours and sometimes shorter, and it's dead on.
Well,
He's
there's some
he's
freaks
just
in
one of
nature.
those people that locks in, and it's just boom.
Yeah, like my best trimmer, Lindsay. Oh no, she can get 3 done in like 5 hours or so, but she still keeps that quality up.
Yeah,
Uh, uh, yeah, no, like trimmers are.
he
Yeah,
bought an eight hundred
it's
thousand
hard work,
dollar
dude. Trust
farm,
me,
and
it's
the
hard
bottom
work.
fell out of cannabis here in Ohio.
Yeah, that was what I was going to start with slabs, because there's I can point to where the sections of it, and you
I'm
already
glad you
spot it.
got that one gone.
Yeah, this is the total last of it. The last slabs in the house is being harvested right now.
That lasted for over 2 years in there.
Dude, I think 4 years we ran this thing. I'm on the show. I'm talking. All right, these got to be closer. This is the big room. This is going to cram in here.
That's what she said.
What trade did these come
She's
up with?
gone.
Like, I don't know what number they are, but that corner right there.
I'm here.
Yeah, yeah,
Just
that's what
bring
I
the
thought.
plants. Do it from one from this tray, one from that tray.
What was I gonna say?
I screwed up
Go
some
get the big
plants
one.
that one time. Had to wait till they were dry because they were full of seeds, and pull the seeds out and try them and say, okay, this is this, this is this. Oops, that was a mistake. Because I had a plant for each of the 3 people, me
But you
and
were
two
telling me
other
stuff
people
AMPM.
that
I like the
added
pina
to the
colada fruit.
garden. And I screwed them all up, man.
I like the cherry one too.
I had 24 plants, and it was like, holy
Right.
shit.
Man. When's Craig back? Oh, either Monday or Tuesday. All right.
Looks like I'm going to be going to Michigan next week.
Right on.
Go see some friends up there. Yeah, I actually had a guy try to upcharge me. He told me one price, and then he says, "Oh, that's selling really good. I got to charge you this." And I'm like, "Wait a second." And then I got to see, he gave me a strain, and I seen the same thing on another person's table and it looked completely different. Mine was purple, more sativa like. This was more little quarter-sized buds with a completely different terpene profile. The guy had the balls to tell me, oh, that was on the more far red side of the light room. And
I
I'm like, no, that's a completely different fucking strain.
I hate when people do that. That's why I don't use
Yeah.
that. That's why I don't use that one Chinese company anymore. They fucked around too much. I said, "Fuck you guys."
Well, the thing was, is he texted me the upcharge. So I went through an ounce and three quarters of this stuff and I pulled out what we would consider larf. You know, to the point where I wouldn't even put in your bag
Well, can we,
unless I
if
was
we only
making
do
up
part of the
like
room, can we do the
a
rest
couple
tomorrow?
of tenths of a
I can
gram.
try, but
But I had a nice jelly jar
I
full of this. So I took it to
got
him
you, bud.
and I handed it to him and I said, hey, listen, you want to upcharge me? This is what I have to pull out that I can't sell for, you know, right under 2 ounces. I said,
Yeah,
if I'm buying a quarter pound, the upcharge you're trying to charge me, well, these 2 jars make up for that. Oh,
yeah,
no, no, no. These buds are fine. And I'm like, then we can talk baseball, we can talk football, we can talk whatever else, but no more cannabis because you
yeah,
just flat out lied to me.
yeah.
First of all,
Shit.
bait and switch.
Yeah, yeah. That's what the well, one of the this is what the Chinese people did. They told me, oh, I looked at their list. They had this kind I wanted. They had this kind I wanted. And like, do you guys? I asked, do you have this? To make, I made texted them to make sure that they
Oh,
had it. Like,
yes,
oh
we
yeah,
have.
yeah, we have it. Yeah, no problem. And then the driver drops it off, and I look at the numbers. I text them all the time because they don't put the fucking name on the label. So I always text them to get the name of each of the strains because sometimes it's not all just one strain. Anyways, they they tell me, oh, the driver didn't have this kind, so we gave you this kind. It was totally ridiculous crap. So like, no,
That's
come
when
give
you
me a
say nope.
refund. So I said, no refund. So they drove all the way back and gave me a refund.
Yeah, but someone to tell you, and they know you've been growing for
Yeah.
like 29 years,
Oh yeah,
that,
yeah,
oh no, it's the same plant. It's the other half of it that was under more of a far red spectrum.
yeah.
Unless
Sure.
you're growing it completely under a far red spectrum, I don't see a plant turning out that way unless it's a totally different strain.
Yeah,
But to, tell you that, you think you're helping somebody out. And he says, oh, that's my best seller. And I wanted to tell him so bad today. Well, yeah, that's because it's your best weed.
yeah,
But to tell somebody a price and, get like 4 from them and then pretty much, oh, I thought you were out. But yeah, I made deal with somebody else, but you can bring me 4. And
yeah.
then for them to say, oh, it's going to cost you this much more. And you're like, wait a second. Well, it's my most popular one right now, this and that. And it's like, yeah, I smoked some of the other ones. I know why you're selling more of this because it's the best you have.
Yeah. I'm like,
He brought that purple over and I made a phone call and I made an ounce or 2 ounces and a quarter disappear. I didn't even want to smoke any of it. I didn't want to have it in the house.
yeah, it's true. Oh, fuck.
But some people liked it. My friend actually tried taking it off the big stems for people, and they said, oh, no, we like the big buds. So
True.
there's another selling point too for craft cannabis is, hey, leave people 3, 4, 5, 6 inch buds.
Yeah.
Some people that like craft cannabis really want to see that cola still.
Yep. I like some of the like bigger buds. I'll leave them to the end.
You know what buds I really like are the buds
All
that
bud?
you get that are like flat on one side or concaved because they were up against the main cola.
Yeah. Right
I
on.
like those buds.
I like any bud as long as it's good.
Well, those are the ones I keep. That and the buds right underneath the main cola.
Right on. Yeah.
I consider those the sweet spot, and the cola that goes to the other people. Let them enjoy it.
Right on. Yeah.
Why tear up a big bud? Oh, it doesn't fit my mylar.
Get a bigger mylar.
Yeah, I I'm really gonna print up these t-shirts. I'll have to send everybody one. Going back to the 90s where we had your weed sucks t-shirts.
True.
Yeah, brought to you by the proud growers of America.
Chapter 420. Thank you.
Yeah, I seen a lot of Grateful Grower shirts today.
Cool. Oh.
We've had those shirts here in Ohio for, God, almost 30 years.
Hmm.
We've been selling that design. I got about 35 signatures in 45 minutes today for a petition to Trump to let all the cannabis prisoners out.
Cool.
I signed it and I noticed that their stack was really small. No one was really coming into their booth because they didn't have anything to draw them or they weren't like just for the petition.
Mhm.
So I took the petition around for 45 minutes and had people sign it.
Oh, nice. Right on, Cam. That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, I ran out of steam at like 45 minutes because I didn't have anything to drink with me.
Oh, shit. Mm.
But I took the guy around for one more, you know, show him how, I approach people. So
Mhm.
hopefully he went out and approached people instead of sitting at his booth because he had another person there to take care of the booth. But, to walk around and get to people.
Harry? Yeah, man.
Could have set up a tent with an air conditioner in it and sold seats in there. Here, come get seat in this tent. Only $5 a seat, but you only get 20 minutes. If you're going to hold like a cannabis event, I think as a promoter and you're doing it outside, you should at least provide at least a 40 by 40 tent with some fans during the summer. Not like blowing directly on the people, but just to move the air in the tent and give them a spot to get out of the sun and puff and talk and socialize. I think they really should move towards socialization. I guess I can let this person back in. There, D.
Thank you. I
No problem, brother.
closed it by accident.
I've been on that tonight. I let Jeff in. You back in.
On. Participant.
So 3 drinks tonight's been pretty good. I haven't had a drink in like 3 months.
3 drinks, officer. Right on. Thank you.
Yeah, I would not drink and drive in this city that my parents moved into.
Yeah, true.
The police presence here is so ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I told my mom when she told me where the house was, I said, man, you could have picked a much better city. Well, when their house got robbed here from the workers that were doing a whole bunch of work for her, they stole a box of mine and they admitted to the cops that they sold this box because it was brought up to them. And they said, oh, yeah, we opened it up and, cut the lock off of it and opened it up. And there was a whole bunch of cannabis and a whole bunch of seeds and trying to get me busted. There was concentrate in there. There was hash in there.
God, so they were
And
thieves and then they were rats on top of it. That's a bad, bad,
yeah.
bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And luckily, Ohio had just turned medical a little bit before then. And I was like, I'm a medical patient in Michigan. So this was my supply that I acquired here in Ohio. So I wouldn't have to travel across the state lines with it. And they gave me they wanted to charge me with that so bad.
Huh.
But they knew since it turned medical here, because two of the guys that robbed my parents and robbed me actually went and got their medical cards.
Huh.
How'd they get busted?
Uh, they were stupid enough to take the silver and try to pawn it off at the
Oh,
local
pawn
pawn
shop.
shops
Yeah.
a couple miles down the street.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
That's dumbasses.
They pawned a Tiffany watch, shit like that, because they got into my parents' selling stock. They hit my dad's really hard, and they were
Well, your parents have
selling,
always been collectors, so fuck that had to hurt.
Yeah.
yeah, they're selling, silver picture frames that bring 200, 300, $400 to the pawn shops for scrap value of sterling. So at the time, they were getting paid like $16. And the one pawn shop, we got their receipt. It was for 1,500 ounces.
And then the pawn shop had to give that stuff back, right? They lose.
My parents had to buy it back.
Uh, well,
And then they had to
well, then I guess them only
sue.
charging low price was beneficiary. I
Then
mean,
they had to sue the people that broke it, that stole everything. The one guy ended up doing 8 months. The other guy did 6 months, and the kid did like 4 months.
yeah, well, then they're probably back at doing it because that's, if they had to do 4 years, well, then maybe they would think twice.
Yeah,
We have a deterrent law system. So if the deterrents aren't big enough,
exactly.
then people just keep doing it.
I was out in the political side when I got back for the Senate Bill 56 and 160. But after I had someone basically yell at me in a group chat that I helped start and bring like 20 really respected people into it, I kind of gave up on the political side and said, you know what happens, happens. I really don't care because I like the gray market. I like dealing with those people. I don't care what happens because people won't listen to what's eventually going to have to happen. And if they would have took me serious when I said this, we could have something ready and to be voted on by like September. Instead, they want to try to change it through the Democrat side and the House bill. Well, no, both sides want to take away the diversity fund, the tier 3 license that we can get. And they want to take away all the tax money, the diversity fund that has 300 million into it and should have another 6.5 million from the taxes in the first 6 months. But they also want to implement criminal charges again. And now they're talking about an even more stricter where like a first offense is very likely going to cost you 3 days in jail. It went from 1 to 3. Paraphernalia charge, there's a good chance it costs you 3 days. And how they write it up could cost you that 3 days and the suspension of your license. And this is in a medical recreational state. And then you got Pennsylvania where, their legislators are trying to pass stuff where, the pot smokers are saying, oh, no, you don't. You're trying to ruin it straight from the beginning. So this is what we have to look for, big business. The big businesses actually have a thing called Ohio Can. And it's all these people that have influence in southern part of Ohio. And they've hired lobbyists to fight us. And I was like, man, if we just had like 75,000, $100,000, we could have a lobbyist.
No, wait a minute. Yeah, you have barely enough. Like, you know how much lobbyists really cost?
About
And all that, like
75 to
voice cuts.
100,000.
Yeah, and that's just the start of it. They need money to do what they need to do, pay off who they got to pay off. Like, like,
It
and
doesn't matter because you can't get 85 or 100,000 stoners in Ohio to give a fucking dollar to do anything.
no, I realize that, and that's like why Canada, we have no voice. Like in our country, especially the way it works, voice equals law, and
Money.
money starts it, and then makes the voice, and then makes the law. So without that, yeah,
Yeah.
so we're not represented. Oh yeah,
No.
Congress is having hearings and getting ready to do something federally. Uh, we're not involved in any of that. We have no group, we have no pack, we have no money in the game. So whatever
So
laws
the
get made are not going to be from the people, or the like cannabis people. It's going to be from the money people, corporate.
the in this Senate bill that they had, there's also a section for the online gaming, and it was supposed to only be for Ohio companies that you could like bet online with, but they opened it up in this Senate bill. And the gaming commission and everything for Ohio is spent millions of dollars on this. And the cannabis people have spent zero as far as
But we used to.
advertising.
I mean, and that was like part of norm and all that.
We did.
We had money in the game for decades, but that was raised on the legalization of cannabis. So, like,
Yeah.
as you're trying to even get signatures of people, people are like, now that cannabis is legal, it's like impossible to raise any kind of money for any voice for cannabis because most people are like, well, wait, it's legal. What
Yeah.
else do you want? You know what I mean? They don't understand that there's like, oh, it's
Penalties.
yeah, Well, there's all the political side to it. Like we don't have the penalty issue here, but it's not really legal. It's only legal if you're this, and you know what I mean. And like the average person just assumes they they don't know that there's a cannabis metric and all these rules that and laws that are also involved in it.
Yeah. And they don't care. They want to go to Michigan and buy 40 to $80 ounces out of the dispos up there. They don't realize that, hey, you're driving 3 to 3.5 hours there and 3 and 3.5 hours back. And the weed that you're buying is all dried out. It's probably between 12 and 24 months old. And they've got this thing in Michigan where if it fails for medical, which they get a higher price for, it goes right to the dispo shelves. So there's a good chance you're smoking radiated weed, you're smoking, bud rot, powder mildew, something that's been sprayed with something that shows up on the test or grown with something that shows up. They don't care.
You see my
As
car
long
out
as
there?
it's fucking 40 to $80.
Yeah. Okay, tell me about that. I
They
just put
don't
this on
take
there.
in effect that to get there from Cleveland, you basically need to take a toll road. So that's another $15,
We
20
don't
bucks
care.
each way.
We take it and go.
So if they get an $80 ounce, by the time they get back home and pay for the gas, pay for their time, pay for their tolls, that $80 ounce is like 150. You could have stayed at home and bought a really good ounce.
And that's why I get delivery for.
Yeah, you've got different laws than we have here too.
Yeah.
I know some Canadians that have, a tremendous amount of plants.
Yeah. It's crazy.
So imagine if we could do that here, in the States like Michigan.
Yeah.
Michigan has what they consider, oh God, what is that? There's a micro business you can acquire on your property. You can grow your cannabis for 12,500 with basically all in. That's with your city fees and everything. And you can grow 150, I think it's 150 plants. You can process it so you can trim it. You can make concentrates from it. You can make medibles from it. And you can put a little building up on your property and sell your product. And it's 12.5. Or you can get the bigger one that they allow, but they only allow you to grow 250 plants and it's twice the money. I don't need 250 plants. I just need the 150 for the 12.5. But that's a free market society in Michigan. And that's what we need is more states like that. That if you want to go into cannabis, this is your chance. Just you can't get too big. They should also limit the number of industrial commercial grows. They are trying to limit the number of dispos though, but it's so out of proportion. There's sections of Ohio that there's literally nothing for 3 or 4 counties that connect to make a block. Some people literally have to drive like an hour and a half to go to a dispo. It's unreal. And then you're buying stuff and it's costing you like Basically $15 to $20 a gram straight up. But man, I'd love to have a micro business license here. Have people come out to the farm to buy it. Have little picnics out there. Well, it was a working farm, and then someone let it overgrow, and they just cut down there. They were only able to cut in certain sections. So there's like, roads cut through it. And in front of the farmhouse has been all cleared, but off to the side, there's 30-foot trees growing in pastures, or what used to be pastures. We cut all that wood for pulpwood now. Take a dozer to tear up all that roots and everything from that shit, though. It would cost you more to reclaim that land than what it's worth. But I'd love to see it back at the farm, but mom's talking about selling it. And it's like, well, if you're talking about selling it, I'm definitely going back to Thailand. I guess the 4 operating oil wells on it make it pretty attractive.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody. I'm out of here. Time for
All
bed.
Later,
right,
D.
D.
I'm
It's
getting
everybody's
kind of
favorite
tired
day.
too.
Well, then we need J5 silent. We need some
Or
fresh
Johnny
blood.
Card.
Cause I'm just getting
Some
started.
entertainment.
Hey, bye,
But
D. Just want to say good night if you're going. I'm back. I just had to do some work and shit. Eat some food.
yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah, I did work on the show. I haven't taken off that many leaves yet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice bush. When we get that spread out, that should be at least a 5, 6 pounder. If I
That'll
get
be
it down
nice.
southern Ohio really soon and it really starts to take off, yeah.
I'd be worried about bugs and stuff though. That just from like vegetables, or I can see that. I mean,
Well,
I
have you
never grew
seen
outside.
that? Have you seen there were like I was showing the beetles right now? The beetles are just starting to come.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah,
Caterpillars.
they're gonna start eating the leaves and shit like that. So I will spray it.
Uh-huh.
I've got oh shit, Athena's IPM.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. I
good
don't
shit.
get PM indoors, but outdoors on things I do. Vegetables
And
and plants.
when I when I put them down in the farm, I'm gonna put them out front where they've cut the field in front with the lawnmower. It's still a field, but at least it's cut down to lawnmower height.
Yeah.
And I'll probably dose them down with I'll probably make them look all like sulfur.
Yeah.
And then right before they start to really set, any type of triclone structure, right in the beginning of August, I'll go down and hit them again with sulfur because they start to flower about the first to second week of August. You get pre-flowers at the end of July. and I've got a nice southern slope for 'em.
Well, it sounds like, yeah, you've done it before and you know what to
Nah,
expect.
the guy that's living on the property that's going to take care of him, that's like 69 years old, actually quit growing on our farm in 96 because of all the helicopters and his wife got sick. But he had been growing for 20 some years. And he lived on the farm since 96 and he started growing on the farm in 90 or 86, I'm sorry. So he grew for 10 years on the farm, but I went down and talked to him like a couple years ago and he was talking in like, college educated agricultural terms. And I was like, wow. And you've been out of the game for like 20 years? But Athens is our big agricultural college, and a lot of the big names that we've had on like FCP actually give lectures there every year. And at this college, you can just go sit in on these lectures. And that's what they all did.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to get one of the guys came out, and he's one of the sons of these guys that are, that grew back in the late 60s, early 70s, 80s, 90s in that area. And now that a lot of them have passed away, I think we can get a little bit larger number of the growers to really talk about it because you don't think of it. You think of, like the cartels in Northern California, but then you hear about Kentucky having the cornbread mafia. Well, there was something like that in Southern Ohio, and you had the real mafia. So, a lot of these guys are kind of scared to talk about this because you also, from some of the people, you were so deep into it, they don't want you talking about it. Still to this day, even though they're 70, 80 years old. Because the guy that lived on our farm was one of the younger people. And he started, I think, in like 79. But yeah, it'd be nice to get a bunch of the older growers from down there to talk about the strains they had. Because the Meigs County Gold is actually a strain from India.
Yeah.
And the green is actually a strain from Afghanistan that were gotten back, in the late
So they
60s.
got the seeds.
Yeah, they were brought back by servicemen that were stationed all over and then, decided to do the hippie trail and
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. 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 I've
So
heard
you had a
about, in the
mix of people.
Midwest and like Arkansas, um, having like skunk and, seeds like that. Skunk number one.
Well,
Skunk from the
yeah,
Midwest.
I
Ozarks.
could really see, that, hey, skunk came from an Afghani and a lot of the weed down there really stunk. So, we always thought maybe it was a skunk of some sort, an Afghani skunk. And then I learned, oh, skunk comes from Afghani. No shit.
What if they have, what if they have the skunk animal over there? If they even know, like, hey, that's the smell of this animal.
Oh, I'm sure when people
I wonder.
describe, oh, a skunk, oh man, it smells really rank, really bad. That translates really easy, I'm sure. And I think there are skunks in Europe,
uh, not,
not
no,
in
not,
Asia.
No, I mean, most of Europe, no. I haven't heard anywhere in Europe where they do have skunk. Actually, I'm gonna look up if Afghanistan has it. It'd be funny if they don't even know it. Smells like an animal.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it says it's not a natural animal found in Afghanistan. Because
No,
musk skunk is a popular.
it
We
says
got
here that skunks are native to Americas and can be found in countries across North and South America, as well as parts of Central America.
yeah, yeah. Isn't that
Spe-
funny? I don't even know.
Specifically, southern Canada, the United States, Mexico, and Central America.
But yeah, not Afghanistan, definitely. And yeah, that's funny,
Skunk
man. I
Man
never realized
Sam,
that.
when he was on Hatch Church before he passed, said that exactly that. Way back when he had skunk and was doing business with Amsterdam and all those guys,
With Neville.
they like that's why some people that have cheese say it's skunky because in Europe they didn't know what skunk. They didn't have that like they never smelled a skunk,
No,
right?
no.
So
I ran
so they
into a
call it
guy
cheese.
from
They
Denmark.
call it cheese. That's what he said. That like they what we call skunk here is what they call cheese there because like at the finishing stages of certain cheeses it gets skunky.
Okay, my friend from
Huh.
Denmark who dealt out of Christianity that, comes to Chiang Rai,
Christiana, yeah.
and we were both stuck there. He would always come up to me and, hey, it didn't matter what I had. It was like, hey, smoke some of that good skunk weed with me. Because that's all they called it back in the 80s and 90s was that skunk weed, that weed that really smelled when you burned it.
Uh-huh.
I enjoyed the stories with him. Oh my God.
They had like
Hash and
two,
cannabis let him go to
maybe,
Thailand.
yeah, the two main types like that they would be selling in Christiana was like skunk number one, they'd call it, either one was, or Northern Lights.
Yeah.
And then once in a while a Hawaiian, something they would call Hawaiian, but it was rare. It was usually like the regular stuff was like skunk or Northern Lights
He told me some wild stories about the
and
80s and
hash.
90s, though. Yeah, lots of hash.
Yeah, mostly hash. And like, yeah, hash I've never seen over here.
He retired in like 2005, but I guess he was importing quite a bit because he basically hasn't done anything since 2005, but spend a lot of time in Thailand.
Yeah, sounds like a good time.
Oh, yeah. He was a
This is
fun
not
guy, too.
expensive.
And I'm gonna get my weed. All right.
As long as you don't drink alcohol, if you don't drink alcohol, it can be really cheap.
Uh-huh.
But, you're still paying the equivalent to $4 or $5 for like a 1 liter beer. So, like a tall boy, basically.
Oh, that's not bad. Not bad.
It's still kind of expensive. You look at
Well,
the
for over
Thais
there,
and how much they
yeah, it's
make,
not
and then
cheap.
all of a sudden you look at their bar bill and it's like, you spent like half your week's pay tonight.
Uh-huh.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, the other half goes to pay rent, motherfucker. What's your rent? 2,000 baht.
I still drink once in a while, not like I used to at all. But lately I've gotten into non-alcoholic beer.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
just
just to
like the
have something
taste of
brewed.
it.
Yeah, the taste of it, have something that's brewed, and it's actually really natural. For like first I was trying out like ginger, what do they call those? Ginger,
Beer.
yeah, ginger beer. I guess that's it. Yeah, ginger beer. And And they were good, but then
All right, if
like
you're gonna
it'd be
hang
hard to
me
find
down,
one that was
like
real
we got a
and actually
problem.
brewed.
We can't just
And
hang
and
one
so
string this way because I go
the
goes
non-alcoholic
this
beer,
way.
that's
I'm in the
a,
movie.
a fermented product,
Yeah.
fermented foods, you have some healthy things. The ingredients like 4 ingredients, so they're still pretty natural and a lot better than
Yeah,
soda.
wheat, barley.
Less calories than a regular beer too. So yeah,
Hey, but cures your taste
I never
for it
thought I would,
because
but it's good. Yeah,
you know
one of
that's
them they put a load of hops in. They call it an IPA, non-alcoholic IPA, and like a load of hops in it. Yeah, it's good. Can't have a lot of them, but
yeah, but it
it's
cures the
flavorful.
taste for it.
Yeah, yeah,
And there's a lot of people out there,
definitely.
that
All right, so now on
have
the
one
shirt.
or two drinks when they go out just for the taste. Or I have a lot of friends that way.
Yeah, like I said,
They
fewer
also smoke
calories.
weed.
Brewed, fermented.
Dude, you're fucked up. You've only had one drink. Yeah, but we smoked 3 joints sitting here.
There's a Heineken also that's non-alcohol. It looks just like a regular Heineken. Like, you could be at a bar. I could see like, if you're at a bar, a lot of people they wouldn't feel right drinking non-alcoholic beer with their buddies. They're all drinking regular. But like, yeah, this looks like it's like a camo bottle. Looks like a regular bottle, but just like on
So it
a
looks
like a
like you're actually drinking, like so that
yeah, like
people want
yeah,
people that drink non-alcohol want to like act like or assume
yeah,
other people
yeah,
looking at them think they're drinking real beer.
yeah.
It's kind of
They
weird,
put
It's
right?
funny.
they
Yeah.
put their hand over Duel's label on it.
Yeah, sometimes you got to put your beer in a
It's
paper
like a
bag.
weird
Other
peer
times you got to
pressure
make your
that people feel like,
make
oh,
your
you're not
soft
cool
drink.
if you're drinking fake beer.
Yeah, it's like a
Well,
soft drink,
non-alcohol. It's not fake beer. It's a drink.
but it does taste good. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't like the taste of beer. That's why I'm never drinking beer. But I guess I don't like that taste.
No, my parents grew up in the beer advertising, collecting beer cans, and my mom was vice president, secretary, treasurer, president. So we put on these national conventions and we get beer companies to sponsor us. And I'd always end up sleeping in the hospitality room and there was just tons of beer. Man, by the time hit like 17, I couldn't have a beer to make me sick.
Yeah, I never liked it, but I guess back then beers were different too. They are made more for taste now than like it was like Coors, Bud, Michelob. Michelob was one of the better ones.
We had Dark Star here for my birthday, show out the Ledges for like 3 years straight. I was backstage during my birthday, and all the coolers were full of beer. I had to actually have a beer that night. Man, when it started to warm up, it tasted like shit.
Yeah, warm beer, really bad. Next day, I guess for a
I
keg,
guess I guess I threw a fit that there was nothing but beer in the coolers. I was tripping pretty hard that night. That was for like my 35th birthday.
well, some of the heaviest drinking I've seen was like by some Asians.
Oh yeah, dude. They in Thailand, it's like they put ice to keep their beer cold. And you think about it, and they're like, man, they're going through a lot of ice. And then you see the 1 liter bottles sitting next to, people, and it's like, holy shit, man. Each of them have drank 6 liters of fucking beer.
Hmm.
in like 3, 4 hours. The music's not over, people. Yeah, there's going to be another 2 beers there by then. The funny thing is, you try to tell them, hey, why don't you sit down for a while? I actually got one kid to sit down and not drive because we ran through it. And it was like, hey, what if you get into an accident? Oh, I just keep going. I'm like, well, what if your car gets totaled? Can you afford to replace your car? Well, no. Will the cops come if you wreck your car? Well, yeah. Well, how much are the
Well,
cops going to cost you?
wouldn't
Like
the most
10,000
obvious
baht.
thing be you could somehow accidentally kill somebody?
Well, yeah. Well, this is later at night and there's not too many people on the road, but still, yeah.
Yeah,
You
well,
know,
Yeah.
I had to bring it up as not you're gonna kill somebody that no, you're gonna lose your car, you're gonna lose your way to work, your way into town.
Yeah. Somebody just got sent to jail for life for that basically. Drunken
Good.
homicide.
well, he probably had. Trust me, he had multiple DUIs.
Yeah.
Because, like, yeah, I sat through 2 weeks of a trial in Van Nuys. Like, I went through the one day just to wait time before my PO, and it was the first case where they gave somebody through their manslaughter and charged him like, and it was because when he was convicted of the other DUIs, part of the statement that he agreed to was you realize that in the that you could kill somebody, and then because that was part of the statement he signed, that was the legal
Wow.
crutch of like, yeah, now your fifth DUI, you kill somebody,
Like
you're
you
getting max
agree,
sentence.
you're going to jail if you do this again,
Yeah,
and somebody gets
I
hurt. Yeah.
remember in the late
Okay.
90s that
I'll
there were
sign that.
people in Ohio that were walking free on 5, 7, 10 DUIs. And it's like you got a DUI and you didn't go to jail. Oh yeah, I went to jail. I spent like 4 days before I went into court.
yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Once you hit like 4 DUIs, you shouldn't have a license ever again. You're gonna kill somebody. That means, you've gotten four, but you've gotten away with it 4,000 times.
Was he young or was he like, past his like 25, let's say?
Oh
Right?
yeah,
Yeah. It's
they were in their 30s, 40s.
these things that happen, like around
So
20 people I know are like around in their 20s, Anyway,
yeah, but
I
when
remember
you're
this one guy.
35, 40, 45, imagine how many
No, that's
years
bad
you've
if you
been
make it that
driving
long.
drunk.
Yeah, yeah, right. By then you've probably done all these stunts already. Like one guy went through a red light or something. Anyway, he had the cops following him, and he pulled into a liquor store. And I guess he was in the liquor store, and he was in the back, and he heard cops in the front. There's somebody come in here driving that blue car, whatever car he was driving, and he heard that. And he like had the keys in his pocket. And he like threw them in the back room area of the store where all the supplies were kept. And eventually the cop came up to him and said, "Hey, you, is that your car?" No, I've walked it. Yeah, I don't even have keys. See, and he like emptied his pocket, like pulled out his pockets. I think he actually got her. They eventually like looked and found the keys though, and said it was him, and they were gonna take him in, and but the computer was down. And yeah, and I think he already had a DUI. So the computer was down because like that night he was like, I'm leaving town. Like I gotta leave. Like when their
Yeah.
computer comes back up, they're gonna come looking for me. And he went back to Idaho or Iowa.
Yeah, drunken culture's kind of died off. in my lifetime. I mean, there's still people that drink and are like super fucking drunk, but less of it. In my like, maybe I just don't associate with that type of crowd. But my experience is, yeah, I don't see as many people shit faced, or shit
In
faced used to
Thai
be pretty popular.
in Thailand, you could definitely see when they let people, especially it was mainly you could see it in the younger people that they smoked more cannabis and drank less beer and alcohol.
Yeah, they say stats is that's what's happening. I don't go to bar scenes, but when I was younger, I
It
used to be at
wasn't
them more often. And
it
yeah, that
what
was young people like drank, that's why people went to bars. I don't think bars are so popular as they used to be, but maybe that's just I don't go to them.
well, you can't smoke in them. In Thailand, you can smoke in them. You can smoke in certain bars, almost all of them. You can smoke cannabis because in Thailand, even though in downtown Bangkok, there's certain areas that you can't smoke on the street.
You know, like
But in Chiang
restaurants, maybe.
Rai, well, no, out on the street, like in
Uh-huh.
front of a shop or something.
Can you smoke in the restaurants where you're eating? No.
No, but
But
in
in the
Chiang
bars,
Rai,
yeah.
if you're sitting
Denmark's like that.
outside, you can smoke cannabis. Basically, in the north, any place you can smoke cigarettes, except for inside restaurants, because you can smoke cigarettes inside restaurants in Thailand and bars.
Oh,
But,
okay.
if you're outside and most bars, you don't have like storefronts here over there. It's basically like a roll up metal door and then you're open. Well, they've got one on the back too, so it's open all the way through. So you can puff in there. It's just like smoking cigarettes. Any place you can smoke, you can puff in the north.
Yeah, I
Wouldn't
mean, I
try it in
don't
Bangkok every place though. Holy shit.
like that. That's how New York adopted their thing. Where, yeah, that'd be the way you should make California, but it's not that way here. Like, it's simple. Like, okay, you can't smoke cigarettes very many places here, but should if weed's legal, then you should better smoke weed where they smoke cigarettes. I mean, that seems common sense, but New
So
York
what
wasn't
if you're
that.
out what if you're out at an event, like an all-day event, and you need to medicate? Oh, you can't medicate at this, outside in the parking lot or something? Come on, people. It's
Yeah,
just like them trying to increase the penalties and implement the penalties again here in Ohio, which is a medical and recreational state. How stupid. But it's all about the money they're making to feed the machine.
yeah.
Yeah, it sounds it over there. That sounds corrupt.
Yeah, and it's both sides, Democrat and Republican. They got rid of the
Well,
libertarians and
most
they've
likely
gotten
the
rid of the
lobby
Tea
group is the
Party.
police union. The police union that's looking at that as millions in revenue, and they don't want to lose it.
It's 300 million right off the bat from what the state had set aside for the diversity fund.
Yeah, well, yeah, follow the money.
And it's 36.6% of the tax. But the kicker is all these cities that allowed dispos to open up or the grow facilities, they're not getting any of the taxes that they were promised. So if they were smart, what they would do is go in and pull all the occupancy permits until they got their money. And then that would
And then the
be
money would figure out a
forcing
way
them to
around
go back. No, no, not if the cities go in and say, hey, you're, not zoned for this. Well, no, because no one has it zoned. Or, hey, your building isn't up for this type of retail sales. Sorry, we're pulling your occupancy permit. you have to close today. But I mean, even the cities are getting screwed out of it.
Yeah.
And they're supposed
Yeah.
to get like 10%.
Yeah, well, the cities will probably do in the future is just raise the taxes where they get their 10%.
You know, each city that has a dispo is between 350 and $500,000 in taxes. And for cities, some of the cities, that's a lot of money. That's a new fire truck from their 1970s fire truck.
Yeah.
I was
So
at
it's the
a,
state that's holding it back? Is that what that is?
yeah, the state, and they're taking it all and throwing it into the state general slush fund. But
Oh.
they're earmarking everything for cannabis to go to two places: to recondition the jails and to train officers on under the influence of cannabis and how to treat cannabis so they can give us tickets. That's what the
Make
money's
more money.
earmarked for.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep, exactly. I can't believe how much money has gone through the dispos, though. Holy shit. There's like almost $40 million in tax, over $40 million in taxes collected.
Yeah, that's up quick.
I think it was like
And then
43 million.
in
That's over
California, yeah,
6 months.
when you dig into like that, because the numbers are public, all that money here it's billion a year, some taxes. Yeah, it goes to all these weird things, but not to any of the things that like when we legalized it was talked about. Infrastructure,
Yeah.
schools, all these great things.
Cool.
Now somehow it got diverted to recop training and all this other shit. That so the money never like did anything like it was supposed to.
And
They figured out a way to keep it.
these politicians are crying, the local politicians are crying, oh, you know, they cut this much funding in the schools and stuff like that. Well, if you took the money from the taxes from cannabis, that would more than take care of the money that you're not getting this year, but they want to go spend it on something else. I was at a town hall meeting and there were three representatives, and I actually hijacked it because I stood up because I didn't feel comfortable talking to people behind me and answering their questions because I was the last person to talk. But there were people that brought up environmental issues that, you know, got defunded in the state of Ohio, and they're like $1.3 million. And I'm like, man, you know, the taxes from cannabis could have stayed, you know, funded that state program for cleaner waters in this area of Ohio on Lake Erie, you know, that they spend 1 point whatever million on it. Cannabis could pay for that. And your question, you know, about them defunding this other project, cannabis could pay for that because it's only a million or two. Yeah, it's going to cut that program out, but if you use the tax money from cannabis, you can soften the blow of what's happening to our state and all across the states. But they don't want that. They want it to go to their friends and in their friends' pockets so their friends take care of them.
Yeah. And it's just gotten worse. Like
Yeah.
it was always that way, but now the system's like, yeah, it's not like we make logical laws, we or things that logic. No money, you follow the money, and then that's why there's they're going to have laws, rec state and medical state, but then they still have some system where you can get, you know, uh, legal problems
Penalized.
for cannabis. Yeah, That's obvious to me that they're just afraid of losing that in revenue.
Yeah.
So they want to keep
Our,
they want to be on both sides of it. And that's how California started, but then as the years have gone by, yeah, no, cops don't even fuck with it anymore. It used to be, oh, they would try to get you on DUIs. They thought you were stoned or whatever. Then they
then they
backed off.
realized that most of California was high.
Well, there used to be, there's these big LED signs. They used to say, drink and drive. Like now it says high or dry. You can't be high or dry, or what do they call it? Buzzed or but that's because it's like really because of pills and everything else too, but also cannabis.
We have drug activity signs next to our freeway here. That's a good joint. I wish you would have made full joints instead of half joints.
All right.
Oh, that burnt rubber turp. That sour on the inhale and that dank ass weed on the exhale.
I haven't smelled. Well, I mean, I already could tell with like my part of the project is ridiculous. Like a lot of times I can get a good idea of what I call the dirt, like as he's bringing me plants, I'm cutting them or bucking, like I can see that there's a jungle, but there's like actually weight because I have these it's drywall roof, but I have these screws, eye screws that I hang this little wire on that then I can hang a plant to do the bucking and then I hang it in the string.
Yeah.
But it's like a screw that's it doesn't have a drywall clamp or anything. So it's precarious in the like too much weight that will just pull through the drywall. And yeah, this last plant I was doing, like the screw came down a notch
Oh
on the
no.
drywall. Well, that's cool because the plant's heavy as girth, like the density. The first few we started with was on this one edge spot. So they were one of the heaviest ones, but now that we're into the meat of the yeah.
Yeah.
I used
So
to hang mine up with picture hangers on the
yeah.
walls to string them because I had to take my string down every time.
Yeah. Yeah. I
I
put a
was using using a
plastic on the
spare
floor
bedroom.
too. That way I just fold it up and take all the leaves outside, whatever.
That's how
And
you
then just
get
sleep it.
table seeds. When you do a seed crop and you put plastic on the floor and they dry out and they just start to fall.
That is probably the best for your back though, just standing up and doing that.
Oh yeah. I actually do that before I take it and the
I
branches
didn't always
off.
do it like that. Yeah, I used to cut branches off and do branches separately.
Anything that doesn't have trichlomes on it gets cut off in the room.
Oh yeah, yeah, cut the branches. Yeah, and I do a lot of trimming wet and then just hang the branches, the individual branches. Yeah, but now I still, yeah, back to the
I
whole
do it
plant.
I do it that way so when they dry out, I don't have to worry about any of that shit and I can just go after the bigger
Yeah.
stems
Uh-huh.
of the
Yeah.
leaves and take those off. And the really small ones that you really can't get to the stem part, I leave those
all right, so
because,
I'm like when I say bucking, like which I'm in the middle of doing, yeah, I don't take any of the leaf off the bud. That's like the only leaves I take off are sun leaves, the ones that have like a whole stem themselves, right? But I don't cut any of the other leaves because that like I know creates like that you get a certain smell. I for half of this year, I didn't even do any bucket. I hung full plant. Like I say, when I explain the trimming thing of how many hours, and yeah, if I do this, and like I try to spend, and I tell my worker 2 to 3 minutes on each plant. Just take off if there's a few leaves, it doesn't matter, because I used to hang whole. Because the plant, when you cut it down, it's still like alive for a while. It's like when
Yeah.
you cut those leaves, there's like
Using
a sap.
sugars.
Yeah, and I think it is like I used to trim wet way back. I did all kinds of things, but now I kind of do believe in the whole plant hang. But then again, like taking off a few of those leaves is a couple minutes here and there, not like a whole. Like I've
I
seen other
hang
people, they
each
bucket after a
branch.
good. No, I keep the plant one.
Takes up more space, I think, but yeah,
Yeah,
doesn't matter for me
They
now.
dry quicker.
well, one is keeping track of
Yeah,
like
which
like
yeah,
I
I
have
don't need that.
like the tag, the cube tag from the 1 inch Rockwell cube is still on the plant. And so like that's how I know with each plant. If I start cutting up branches, I'd have to keep yeah,
So yeah, I
trim
hang
it
with
all get
the
mixed up.
I guess now I do hang with the families mostly. I mean, well, whatever I pull off, I try to pull off a lot in flour at the end, but then
Yeah.
I just leave on a lot whatever's there and don't try to like. Sounds like you pull off the families before you even dry it, though, huh? But
Family. Some of those
yeah,
families come off as the crop and then some there's always some.
You know, my
You don't want
my
to take
look
every
at
fan leaf off. The plant needs it for its solar activity when it's growing.
my look at it is this way. Okay, if you've got a small leaf on the outside of a bud that's full of trichlomes, it's not going to change the taste of your joint because there's such a
yeah,
minimal amount of that. Besides that, what is the bud truly made of besides leaf and stigmas, hairs? That's what a bud is. So, I leave a little bit on to cover the inner bud, but it's not going to change the taste of it.
And these are the
yeah.
ones that have already
I
been
don't
buffed.
know.
This is what I mean. Like this
Yeah,
this leaf right here that's like growing into the bud. I won't cut that because if I cut that, that would be like a open sap that will then get. But then when I say sunlight, it's like yeah, the ones that have a stem that go off the
yeah,
plant, I take those off, right? Um, but I
yeah.
don't
Those
want to like
those
make any
stem
cut
leaves,
on
yeah.
anything that's ends up being the smokable part. Um,
Which I always think I heard a long time ago somebody so that feeds that stem, that base, that big fan leaf at the base of a branch,
And also,
at
like
a
even in
stem.
my method of the dry back was
Yeah.
sometimes
That's
it
what I
comes
was
on
tearing
dried
off
out.
for the big ones.
But like if I made them all the way, like watered them until harvest, actually when I cut those, like even those stem leaves off, a little you'll see like there's water content in the plant. So like I before harvest, I kind of like bring the water content down, like in the last few days.
Yeah.
Make the stems harder.
Mhm.
Well, I
Dry
mean,
them
it's
out a little
already
bit.
that, like, if I watered, sometimes just due to schedule, that waters all the way to I harvest, right? Well, that's going to take a couple extra days in the dry cure room. Where if I, like, let's see,
Dry back.
today's Saturday night, I didn't water, I turned off the water, it didn't water Friday night, and it didn't water last night. Cubes are still moist. A couple of the bigger plants have a little light. I gave them a little water to keep them ready. But if I would have just harvested last minute and had watered all the way through, yeah, that plant's going to be loaded with water.
Yeah,
So
it's already
that's part of
loaded with
my methods.
75%.
That's kind of some of my methods of and like yeah, uh,
Man,
that's just my
the
method. Everyone has
Yeah.
the
their own thing, and you know, not like
Yeah.
some things are wrong, but most things are just oh well. You have limited space or whatever parameters you're working with, you got to make the best of. And so
I
something
rem
people do different than me, they have a different end goal, and I have my end goal, and so it's not like there's one size that fits all.
One guy I saw on YouTube, he would cut off his branches and like stick him in like a 5 gallon bucket of water for like I don't know a few
Yeah,
days or
see,
something.
yeah, at harvest, no, I mean, pretty much wanting,
That was the
you know,
weirdest thing
you
I've ever
want that
known.
plant to start drying out.
Yes, but I guess yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why he did it.
But I'll tell you something.
But
Okay, those stem leaves, if the plant was like loaded with water, I wouldn't use the scissors to cut them because they would snap. I could just like pull them off. But after my little dry back or whatever it is, those will like the fiber, like it doesn't snap. It it's different, right? I think that it's little things like that. I have certain strains that like you can just pluck those stem leaves off. Then other strains have more of a fiber to that stem leaf,
yeah, yeah,
where then
it's
it
weird.
doesn't snap as easy.
I usually like on sideways, some of
Well,
them,
like even when
then
I
they'll
try to
snap
change
right
something in
off sideways.
defoliation, I've been doing this a long time, so I know the spot to grab that stem leaf where I can. It pops off right at the stem, right? Like like um. But then I realized, yeah, that's like a hand-eye coordinated thing that sometimes when I show somebody, it takes them a while to learn the right pressure, the right angle. Um, you know, I don't know. Like you do the same thing over and over, you learn things.
It's a lot of work, really.
yeah, it
I mean,
is.
you're doing a ton of work, actually. It's amazing,
Yeah.
and
Well, I
you've
mean, to
been
be
doing it for
honest,
so
that's my
long,
true
but it's
medicine.
actually
Like,
it's
like
thick skill.
I that's what I love to do. And sometimes you just get burnt out on. It, you think you, I don't think of it as work because I think it is like the actual. Yeah, I get effects from smoking weed. I also get effects from gardening. Like,
I think
makes
not
me feel
bending
good. I
down
like
probably
it.
helped. Like the fact you're using tables, that really helps
Oh
a
yeah,
lot.
like even
I have
just
pots on
to
the
have the right
floor.
height.
Taking your
I
worker
like
to a 3-day food festival helps too.
yeah. I mean,
Relaxing, yeah, getting good health.
well, even like my worker. Okay, he can only work till 12:30. We're not going to get it all done. It's already 10 to 12. Oh, and he's not sure he can come back tomorrow. But I have other people on deck. But like now me, oh, this is the thing. He's one of my workers. Yeah, he'll come in at night. The lights didn't come on till 9. But like he's not doing the 4 in the morning thing. Okay. Right? That fucks up his sleep schedule and his life, right? So like I was like when he said he was coming, I was like, cool, we'll get this done tonight. He's already like I have no problem to work till 5 in the morning. I'm up no matter what till then. I have no worker that will. I used to. Uh, I have no worker that's gonna stick it out past like their bedtime. Okay, which most people go to bed, at a reasonable time. They sleep at night. I don't sleep at night. I'm a night out.
I liked working in my garden at night.
I
It
didn't
was
get up today,
relaxing.
so I woke up today at 4:30 in the afternoon. That's when I got up. Now I stayed up to 4 5. Now sometimes I'm up at 10 or 11. Somehow I didn't know what time it was when I woke up. I was surprised I slept that long, but 4:30, just fine. I Yeah, I'm a night owl. Like I just if I didn't grow cannabis, I'd still be a night owl because I was a
Find
night
a
owl when I
third
started
shift.
growing cannabis. Yeah, I would be that guy that if I got a job, I'd be like, yeah, what job can I come in at 10 at night to work till 6 in the morning? That's my prime time. Don't tell me to get there at 8 in the morning. No, that's just not my thing. And it's been like I'm 60 some years old, so it's kind of started with concert life. That's when I like became a night owl. Really, I mean, out on tour, like show ended at 12:30, 12, 11, whatever. And then you party afterwards at 3 4 in the morning, and then you went to
Yeah,
sleep. And then so when I started
got
growing
up at
cannabis, I've
11,
always
12.
had my lights on at night. They run at night. my flowering rooms run at night, and
Cooler and cheaper.
cool and cheaper. And then yeah, like the operation here. I mean, it probably cost me a little more in cooling and stuff, but I have the equipment and the tech. I could switch to daytime. But one, no, I wouldn't because I there's a from 9 at night the power is cheaper uh than daytime prime time they call it. So that's but then when I used to move air, of course I ran at night because that was when the cool air. And I have like, cooling capabilities that are redundant, more than enough. Oh, the power on that cooling would go up, but yeah, I wouldn't like if I ran in the daytime, I've had no, I'm a night owl, and I don't think I guess if I had to, um, yeah, like when my wife's case was in court, yeah, court was like 8:30 in the morning. Like I remember like court dates, like trying to go to bed early, and I just toss and turn, and then for I realized no, and I would stay up. I just stay up. And I go to court after not sleeping at
Yeah,
all,
yeah.
and then I come home and sleep afterwards. Uh, yeah, there's no going to bed. Even when I used to race, yes, I used to have to leave 5, 6 in the morning to go to the track. I just stay up all night. It's easier because like one, if I try to go to sleep, I don't really sleep. Like if oh, I got to get up at 5 in the morning. I better go sleep at 10 or 11. I, I would lay in bed and rest, but I would toss and turn. I wouldn't really like totally go to sleep. Like to be honest, some nights I do go to sleep early. I go to sleep when I'm ready to sleep. I don't try to go to sleep because I don't know how to go to sleep. And then I've also realized when I like try to go to sleep, I don't really like that night. I woke up a bunch of times during the night rolling around. Where when I really sleep, like yeah, this today when I woke up for the day, shit, I slept from I think 3 or 4 in the morning, whenever it was. It wasn't that long, but yeah, usually I'm like 4, 5, 6 hours of sleep. I wake up. No, somehow I slept. That's why I'm all like I'm a good vibe. I slept good. I needed
Man,
it, I
I
guess.
wish I could. The first night my aunt was here, I think I slept 5 hours.
I'm a napper. Trust me, I take naps like that all the time. Power naps. Uh,
Yeah,
some
those are
days,
two and a half
yeah,
hours.
yeah. Sometimes it is. Sometimes I realize that I have a 3 hour power nap. I wake up and it's like I'm more tired. Right around that 1 hour mark, like I'll snap up and I'm just freshened from it. Like that's a power nap. Sometimes a true nap. Oh yeah, and then you're like waking up again. You're groggy for a little bit. But you take a short nap. At least me. Yeah, it's just like some of it is like, oh, I've smoked weed since fucking the time I woke up. It's my like you can only smoke so much weed before you gotta take a nap. Power nap, like an hour or so, and then you're like ready to go again.
No, if I take like an hour nap, I'm hit. Hour and a
And
half, I'm
some
hit.
days, like, yeah, I go to sleep 3 or 4, and next thing you know, I'm up at 9 or 10. I have a cup of coffee, smoke a joint, and go right back to sleep. Like an hour later, I'm like, well, what do I got to do? Nothing. All right, let's just go lay down again. Boom, fall back asleep. Not like I don't sleep. I just sleep when I feel
Yeah,
like
I've
it
done that.
because I have the freedom to do that. Like I don't have kids, I don't have anything. Like most, unless I have an appointment or something. I've had that freedom for so long, and then yeah,
Sometimes I'll get up
fine.
early. I enjoy the morning, like
Oh yeah.
just for like an hour. Sort of like to
I
Yeah,
eat for
there's
like
like an
getting
sometimes
hour, hour and a half, then back to
like
bed.
I will pull the true all nighter, and then that's when it like throws me off. Like as long as I go to sleep before the sun is up, then it's still like. But sometimes I'll stay up to 5, 6 in the morning. The sun's up. Yeah, and then that I went too far because then I'm like. Yeah, I've been up. It changes everything. So if I go to sleep before the sun comes up, which I do most nights, right before the sun comes up, like I know what time it is. I'll be like, yeah, I better go to sleep before the sun comes up. 'Cause the sun comes up, it's like you were supposed to sleep when humans are really supposed to sleep when it's dark out. It's like part of our instinctual thing.
Yeah, think what it would do to your plants if you treated them like like us or like
Well,
that.
Yeah, I
actually,
mean,
if you notice those plants outside, and every once in a while I had to jump in front of the motion sensor. That light goes on a lot out there, and I'm surprised doesn't herm anything out.
Uh-huh.
I'm surprised that they were
Yeah.
able to pre-flower or they were able to give me a
well,
spring
some of
flowering.
that too is the distance, right? The light, the motion light, probably whatever feet away, and so it's light, but it's not enough intensity in that light to affect the photocycle.
And maybe like the branch
Right.
pointed that way.
I
Might,
had a
might, but
friend
the
for
other
years.
one.
I go over to his house and like where you drive into his driveway and park, like your headlights would be on his plants. So he would tell you, yeah, dude, when you come over, when you get to like whatever part of the driveway, turn off your lights. Don't fucking have your car lights on my plants. He was always worried that it was going to hurt him out.
So you don't usually grow outdoors, but I remember you did at one time,
Yeah,
bud,
I mean, I always
way
had a
back,
couple plants
or
outside,
maybe way back. Yeah.
but then I like made a serious attempt the last few years at my old spot. It was fun, but it wasn't like it was like a hobby. Like that wasn't like I give most of that weed away. Came out fine, whatever, but I couldn't pass. Like I have no customers for like outdoor pounds or whatever. I have customer base for like indoor nubs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I didn't try to like, oh yeah, I got some
I
cheaper
just
pounds,
I
whatever. No,
maybe what I would do, like I've seen people like put it like basically like a little net tent, like a little like like a tent around, and like I guess you'd want to have it so it wouldn't even touch the plant, so it wouldn't stick to it at all, but so a little bit bigger, but like just to keep the bugs away. And then I guess you
that I
like,
use mosquito netting and stuff.
yeah, something like that. Yeah. Over like some framing. And then you could just like, yeah, pull it over. Like when you have to get work on the plants, you like pull it over onto the,
I keep them off
half,
and
half
caterpillar.
off. And then, yeah, pull it in, pull it back. Because
It
yeah,
all
that'd be
depends on what
good.
like
If you,
where
cause
you
if you
are and
don't
what
have too
natural
many
bug
plants.
pressure you have.
Yeah.
Some place people like they're doing that. Oh, they live in a place where there's some serious bug pressure.
Yeah. I think that was for caterpillars, someplace we have with
Yeah.
caterpillars, some
Well,
kind
it's the moths.
of thing
Moths
like
lay
that. Yeah.
eggs and create
Moths.
the
Yeah.
caterpillars.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think they were saying like, the branch touches it, like the moth might lay eggs on it or something
Yeah, they
on a
the
branch.
larvae.
But anyway, that looks pretty cool. I've seen like some netting over like tomato plants, but not this like little tent. Like, yeah, pretty cool. Just like um like a greenhouse, but just like a net greenhouse. Really cool. Like you're in a small one, just to keep the bugs out. People do that in their backyards in Florida, on their whole backyards. Put a whole netting.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't live in a place where mosquitoes are a thing, but yeah, some places mosquitoes are a big thing.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what they have. Definitely mosquitoes. I don't know what else they're trying to keep out down there. But yeah, some kind of
Well,
metal.
one
I think
thing,
it's
I mean,
metal.
I'm only like where I'm at here is like 5 miles to the coast. There's a lot of bug pressure, not coastal. Like, yeah, we have bugs aren't that big of a thing. I've lived coastal. I mean, not on the beach, but miles from the beach. Yeah, it's less bug pressure. Shit. I don't know. I don't. Aphids, I've
Yeah.
never had aphids. I've never had this or that. I've had thrips, spider mites, fat PM. Those are three things I've fought over the years.
Yeah. Yeah, you still have to
So when I
spray, I
grew
guess, for
outside,
some things.
when I grew outside where I was at, I was fighting thrips. I was fighting even then I
Yeah.
had a little spider mite thing going on
They'll
inside.
get through.
The plants that I took outside, yeah, when Matthew Gates consulted for me and came, he thought it was my outside thing that was infecting my inside thing. And then I point out to him, no, it's the opposite. Because the plants from here that I put outside, but whatever my environment was outside, uh, yeah, the weather or the whatever, the bugs didn't make it. But inside, see, inside you create this perfect environment for them. You know what I mean? The perfect environment. They don't have the hot of the day, the cold of the
Yeah.
night, and so they thrive. Then you put them outside. Oh, that couple nights that it got cold, or oh, that 100-degree day. That does more to take the bugs. Keep the bugs from like infestating. And then you have the natural predators or the predators that eat those bugs and stuff. Um, every where is different. You
Yeah.
know, like you said, oh, you had some humidity. Like I didn't know this. Like I learned this because I've been to Colorado a lot, but like I never noticed. I didn't know how dry it was there. I learned that in the last so many years listening to cannabis stories that like uh it's so dry. Like Colorado, I live coastal, so we have Santa Ana's every once in a while, but Colorado for the most part it's like low humidity a lot of times, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
So blood dries out too fast, or even your personal blood gets dry real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, it's usually like that.
Like
But yeah, it's a
here,
lot lately it
if
hasn't
it's
been too
like
bad.
marine layer and stuff, yeah, if I leave bud out, like sometimes it will dry out more. Sometimes it will take in moisture. Because yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
where I'm at, like in Fallbrook
I've
was
seen
less than
that.
that's like
I've seen
20
that.
miles inland. Where now I'm 5 miles inland, and uh, yeah, most days we wake up in marine layer, and that burns off around 10 or 11. But like, yeah, marine layer is like moisture in the air.
Yeah,
Like right
it's
now in the
good for
warehouse,
joints.
in my office here in the warehouse, my gauge says it's 42%, which is low. My dry room, when I'm hanging this stuff, I'm gonna turn on the dehuey and the AC, and then it'll be at like I don't try to be at 60, 60. The AC 64, 63 keeps it at, and I don't go at 60. I go at like 57, 58. Then maybe if I know we're gonna start trimming the next day, I'll go down to like 55, 53. Help the trimmers out a little. Like just that little bit of crispness helps them. Makes it a little easier to trim. But I still want to keep the moisture in. Like I think like in even the labs, they have like a standard. That's how some of these companies are getting these higher tests because what they're sending in to get tested has been dried out, completely dried out,
Yeah,
dry as fuck.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because
that
in the
active
math
water and
of a test, when they say, oh,
fast
it's
water.
33% cannabinoids, the standard test accounts for like, I think it's supposed to be between 17 and 23%. That's like dry cured weed still has moisture in it. You don't want it dry.
Yeah,
That weed's terrible when it's dry. I didn't know, but I mean, that's what I learned listening to these content. Yeah, like 17 to 23% is what it's supposed to be. So like even in this market here where it takes so long for the legal market and you got the Mylars and they can be sitting on the shelf, A lot of that weed, I've seen it. It's dry, right? Um, now you think, oh, you don't. Now, my customer takes all my pounds. It's been since December. He told me at the beginning, like, I like it like a football. I didn't know what he was saying. That means in the turkey bag,
Funky.
there's enough moisture that it's like
Holds together.
held together, right? Right?
Yeah,
Well, I don't need
Yeah,
to use a scale, but trust me, I trim things and I leave this little bit more moisture than I used to before I had him as my main customer. Oh, I know that's weight. Water's weight, okay?
that's
Water weight's
okay.
fucking hot. And so like
It
him going, yeah,
sells.
I want my pounds like this way. Like it wasn't no complaint by me because like whether it's 3%, 5%, okay, that adds up. And so now I'm able to like not sell wet weed, right? But sell weed on the moisture side. Now, his customers are these two big delivery guys, and they buy pounds and then break it into smaller amounts to sell delivery, right? I imagine they're the ones that want a certain moisture in it because then when you break it down in smaller amounts, it's going to dry out too fast. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And
yeah.
a lot of weed I've seen around in the legal market
By
stuff,
the time it
yeah,
gets
it's too
there.
dry. Like if you can just take a bud with your fingers and like
Uh-huh.
break it up, it just crumbles into dust or almost dust.
Yeah,
That's not no weed's not supposed to be that way. Weed's supposed to be dry, but
chunky.
still enough moisture. Yeah, and that's good. Like weed's the best at that point. It gets too dry, and it's still weed. It's not going to be the worst thing, but not the best
Hurts
either.
my throat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah, it does get
tobacco, we
harsher.
smoke tobacco dry, like a cigarette. There's no moisture left in that tobacco. All right. Weed, if we had weed at that point where that dry, weed would be shitty too. Wouldn't taste good. Like that tobacco, if you left moisture in it a little and we smoked it like weed, mm, uh, would and try to keep the terps. One, the terps and all that are going to dry out too. So yeah,
Pretty high. I like
I've
that
already
weed.
taken like 3 or 4 breaks where my dad, well, it's good. Like he's worked for me a long time. When he got here, he didn't even come back here and shoot the shit or anything. Right? He went straight to work. He hadn't taken a fucking break the whole time. Now, I'm lenient. You want to fucking take breaks? Let's take them because I'm a break taker. Right? That's why I could never really have a real job because they expect you. What? Oh, I'm gonna take like an hour every hour. I'd take at least 3, 4 breaks, maybe like 5, 10 minutes each one. I'm not the type that just goes straight. No, you
I
have a
smoke a
cigarette,
lot
you need
more
something
when
to
I
drink.
harvest.
Yeah, I have the luxury of like, yeah, I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna work that hard. And like I was saying, I've said these stories over and over. Yeah, I could come here and change the water and do whatever I need to do in less than an hour and leave. Nah, I'd rather do it like in my crazy, take a bunch of breaks and spend 4 or 5. Because actually, that's my blissfulest time. Not sitting around doing nothing. It's fun. No, those hours in the garden. So why would I want to come in and just get it done as quick as I can and leave? I'd rather stretch out those hours of like being in that zone. Because like, and I don't know if everybody gets effects off of it. I get high,
Burnout.
stoned. I mean, I smoke weed during the time. I'm always smoking weed. But like, that's not work to me. It's like
Yeah, you play.
energize.
It's like The Sopranos. They hang out at with it. The
Yeah, I mean,
business.
yeah.
Like,
No, the garden, like growing weed, like I tell some people like going through shit, come over here and like spend an hour or two in the garden. It will reset you. They're like, what? I'm too busy. I'm like, dude, a couple people have trusted me and then came over. They're not even trying to work. I'm like, yeah, just yeah, we'll do this. Like they're
Relax.
not growers at any matter. But then a couple people said, dude, you're right. Like, dude, when I left, it was like I was like I'm like, yeah, that's the garden. It gives you like as much as you give it, it gives you back.
Mm.
You just gotta I understand the energy field that it's on. Like I believe all that shit. I live on it. And yeah, like cannabis is medicine for sure, for physical medicine and health and all that. But I think a lot of growers realize, oh, the medicine is also in the growing of it, right? Like growers have like this other connection with it. Most growers smoke with their weed too, and that's one part of the effects. But there's like this other effect that comes from like caring for the plant, spending time with doing it, uh, for sure. Like, cause I've gone through all these changes when I made decisions in the last couple of years. Because it was like a time where I could have just got off the horse. And I was like, well, no, like I got like oh, I would still had weed to smoke or whatever. I was still weed, whatever. No, but I wouldn't have the garden part. Oh no, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. That's the most important part. And there's a few times where I've done this so long I got burnt out, and then it was hard to be motivated for work. But that passed because like 99% of the time I've worked in the garden, and it's a lot of work. It's responsibility. It's never easy. Always something. No, that's it. Like, what would I like? They say that a lot of times people die because they retire, and then people that
They don't
work,
have nothing to do.
yeah, and then that's when you die. So like, oh, I think for sure that would affect my health if all of a sudden I didn't have like, even though I might still have to hustle or work, come up with money. No, the garden, like the life force, it is. Like you're connected. Like I'm not like super like believe in much and have like spiritual things and all that shit. But no, when it comes to the garden, I in cannabis garden, I believe all that shit because I not just believe it, I experienced it and long enough to know, like, yep. Now, one, I have other friends that grow. They were more about money, called money grubbers. I love them; they're good people, but they got in it for money. As much as money's part of it, money, no. One of the reasons I have a certain relationship to the garden is because it's between me and the plants. That has nothing to do with money. Fuck that, right? And then I think the plants know that and respond to that. Like, because my friends grew the same strains and they grew good weed, but because their motivation in the beginning was money. When you smoke the weed, it like I called it money grubber weed. Like, oh yeah, it looks good, but the high with the ivory was like missing. It's because, and that's not
That's
something that
most of them.
that's not that's not a nutrient. That's not a supplement. That's not environment that brings it that extra spot. That's your energy and the relationship you have with the plant, right? And yeah, academics are never going to be able to quantify that. But it's I've done this 35 years, 34 or 5 years. I know that to be true. I know that the energy of the person that is growing the weed has a lot to do with the ivory, the effect of the final weed,
Yeah.
not all the
It's the person picking it.
nutrients and all that shit, right? Like you can't replace that energy with Moab or one of these products. That's not the that doesn't replace the vibe. And never bring stress into your garden. Never fucking argue in there. Never raise your voice. Not in there. Like they feel all that shit. This could sound crazy to a lot of people. I guess I am crazy, but I firmly 100% believe all that. And my wife knew I hated to like do that, and sometimes that's when she was like trying to pick fights with me and shit. Or I'd be like, not in here. Like, keep it out of here. Like, we'll talk later. Or because I believe that. Like somehow they have connection to energy. Like most plants probably don't. The cannabis isn't most plants.
No, it's not. Hey, Bud, I got a question to ask you. They're kind of off topic. Would you like to
Oh,
join a Thursday night poker tournament? It starts kind of
online.
early out your way.
I saw that the one guy up in Canada, what's his name?
Let's be
I'm down
buds.
for
I
that. You
I
just have, yeah,
post it.
I would love to because like I used to play online poker and I fucking love poker. And yeah, you just got to remind me or get me on the,
All right, I'll add
yeah,
you to the list on Instagram.
yeah, because I'm down. I'm down. Most days,
Cool.
like I say, my time is my time. Because if something's important to me, then like I haven't missed a Billy Streams live stream in 4 years. But then again, I know when the shows are, and I plan my whole day or like everything around it. But that's how I haven't missed the show. Like if it's something I want to do, then and once I get on it, then if there's a reminder, you say it's Thursday, and I
Yeah.
think it's six. When you say early, you're talking about 6 o'clock my time or something like that.
5 o'clock. It goes on at
Oh, that's
it
perfect.
actually the game starts at 8:15, but it gives you like a half an hour or 45 minutes after that once you've already registered.
I
We
want to
will
join.
have
I've
to get
already thought
we'll
about
have
it
to
when
get
he's taught the few times. Sometimes I guess I got to subscribe to Let's Be Bud. Sometimes I just happen to see it's on and I watch. I like it. I like the group of people, but then I'm not always on. Not that
we'll
Yeah,
I.
have to get you some
Smash is on that too.
yeah, smashes on it. We'll have to get you some chips. I've got
Well, Let's
about
Be Bud one time
6.9.
got a hold of me and asked me if I'd be a guest on his show. We never made it past that, but I like his show. I like all those people.
Yeah, I really support the Last
I
Prisoner
like he has a
Project and all he
certain
does.
format. Everybody's show has a slightly different format. I like his character. He's funny. He makes me laugh.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you should see him on poker night. Well, yeah, you do. You listen to him on poker night, man.
Well, part of it
Fuck.
is like, like I don't know how many people are
We
elderly.
have
I
a
don't know,
when
seniors.
it's
Hey, I get senior discounts now, so I guess we call it a senior. In the cannabis community, we got a lot of getting younger. We'll just say that. But then I like any of the guys that are, more my age. There's a few of us out here.
yeah, it's a fun
And he's
time
one of
because
them.
some of the guys come on there to relax, and the one guy actually leaves his facilities in charge of to get home. And the boss actually understands, okay, this is Thursday night. This is your poker night. We're out of here by, 4:30.
Yeah. Well,
You
you
know, he,
need to have things. I think.
yeah, something to relax from the week,
One thing, it's
and
easier to
have
do these
fun.
things online. If somebody said, "Yeah, we got a poker game on whatever night," yeah, having to go somewhere to play poker, that's another whole deal. I'd have to be in the mood to go somewhere.
Yeah, you just stick at home with this one. The only thing is well, you've got two phones, so you set one for Poker Stars and the other one for StreamYard.
Oh, so it's on poker stars. Yeah, I used to play
Yeah.
full tilt more than anything, and I said I won a couple big ones. I won this thing was called Midnight Madness. There's thousands of people. I think I won like 8 grand. I played in it for fucking years. $10 at Midnight Madness. One night I won the motherfucker. It took like till like 8 the next morning. Started at
Morning.
9 o'clock my time. It was like full tilt. And I got my money,
But
but
I can shift we
you
can
can't
set up a
gamble real money
private game.
online like in America. But it's not money. I like playing poker. I don't need money. So I have to need money. If I went to a live game, most likely I would only be. I don't know how to play speed poker, and even like I don't play online, even though I like playing poker. Eh, Well, one, the whole game changes when it's not real money. Okay, like so going all in on somebody when it's real money. There's a decision to make with this for fantasy chips. people like call anything. Hard to
Well,
get somebody to fold.
there was one person that was joining our group that, he was a little bit younger, so he's more aggressive in his betting. But it's just normally
You're gonna be here 10
a
more
lot of
minutes?
fun.
Yeah, I'll be one more.
I table talk. I mean, I talk shit.
Yeah, well, I'm glad we got some done. That's good.
Come on, you go all in, go all in. And I found out I'm not that bad of a poker player.
Oh
But we
yeah.
don't just play Texas Hold'em all the time.
Oh, I
We'll
like
play
stud. I like low ball. I king ball.
Omaha.
Race eights. I know. Look, 5 days a week at 5 o'clock my time, I watch a poker game from Hustler Casino that's broadcast called high stakes. And it's just these fools, these rich motherfuckers that play for like tens of thousands, hundreds. They fucking buy in for like 100,000. Uh, and I don't like actually watch. I just put it on and listen. But like 30 hours a week. I listen to poker. Dude, I've been watching and keeping up on every World Series of poker. The main event just started where they 1A. So I mean, I love poker enough that I follow it. So why wouldn't I want to play a little? Oh, and I used to play a lot. I stopped gambling. So I'm an addicted fuck and gambled away a lot of money. But playing for like if you said, oh, it's money, I wouldn't do it because it's been a lot of years now. But since I was like an adult, oh, I'm a compulsive gambler. So I don't gamble anymore. It's weird because when my wife was alive, it was a problem. She hated that I gambled so much. And then she wanted me to stop. I never did when she was alive. But then when she died, somehow I don't gamble anymore. Money.
Yeah, well, we played just for play chips,
Bragging rights.
but we
Yeah,
we
no, that's
did
all fun.
we did have a 500 million or 5 million buy-in, and the one guy in Canada that works at the facility, he actually put up, I think it was three or four $100 gift cards for that night, and you didn't have to be like first, second, third to win them. It was this is the time to give away a gift card, and there's 12 players and it's going to randomly pick a number. The one guy won like two, and it was like, man, fixed. But
Yeah, well,
sometimes we
everybody
play
thinks
for
like there's
seeds.
people that think that the duck races are fixed. I'm like, yeah, nah.
If your duck in the last like 12 minutes is last, you actually have a chance to win.
Oh yeah, no, you see the algorithm thing, but I don't think anybody's like in there changing the code
No,
to make it.
I like the airplanes more than the ducks, though.
Did you spill something right there?
There probably is somewhere.
That's weird.
Wouldn't doubt it.
Nah,
A hack duck race.
could have.
Yeah, I don't see how you can like hack a generated race like that.
Or why would I mean? Geez, it's a duck
Why
race.
would
Try
you?
to give something away to somebody.
Well, if it was enough money, yeah, I bet
But
it
no,
would.
it's.
Someone
I
would.
mean, a lot of times those people say that, and it's
Yeah,
not. It's more of a, I didn't win. It
that's,
must be fixed. It's not a. That's
that's for
I don't know
seeds.
accusations. One time, I forget which it was. There was some good stuff. The guy had 4 duck races, and I won 3 of them. I think it was like clutch or mace or something like that back when. It was crazy. I was a
Well,
lucky
one
duck.
time, like Greenfinger had a streak going for a while.
Yeah. So sometimes I look and certain people win more than others. I figure, well, those are the lucky ones. Luck is a thing. There's some people who are just lucky. Most of the time, like my experience gambling,
Man, This guy was
Asians.
lucky he
Asians
folded.
are the luckiest motherfuckers in gambling. Like next thing you know, what you won? How many fucking jackpots or drawings? I used to go to the casino like fucking 3 4 nights a week, and there's a drawings. Never once was my name called for any of that shit. Other people I knew or saw, they'd be winning all the time. They were mainly Asians. Like my experience, Asians are fucking lucky. 88. That's what they believe. 88. 88's the lucky number.
Man, in Thailand, I see so many people losing their money. They get it and they just gamble it all away.
Oh yeah. Yeah, even
My
those people
friend
that are
paid
lucky, they gamble it all
my
back, you know.
my cop friend paid off his mom's house and left it in her name and didn't switch it over to like his name. His dad immediately went out and took a loan out on the house and went and gambled it all away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, that's bad. That's a
Yeah, he
bad
took a loan
addiction.
out to pay off
Holy
this
shit.
house because
Holy
they
Well,
allowed the cops to like buy houses, and he did that for his mother. He paid off what the dad had racked up before.
when I was like having drug problems and went to rehab and AA and all that, like in there they tell you you can like switch, like addicted people will find other addiction. And that's exactly what happened. I was like 20 some years old and I was going to meetings and stuff and trying to be sober. And then I started gambling. And then that became this whole other addiction, right? Like, oh, it's what do you call it? Endorphin, not endorphin, serotonin or whatever. Yeah. Like gambling gives you that
Yeah,
same thing. And when you're
same.
addicted to personality, you like, you know, like, yeah, I'm
Like
addicted
athletes, pulling in a lot
dopamine
of
or
money.
whatever. It's like little dopamine hits. That's what they say even Instagram and likes become to some people, right? Where oh, it's that dopamine hit or whatever, and that's addictive. And
Yeah.
you can find it in all kinds of ways. It doesn't take drugs necessarily to be addicted to.
Yeah.
And there's the major addiction, food addiction, sex addiction, whatever. But oh, people can get themselves addicted to anything if you're addicted personality. I have some friends that are
Yeah.
addicted personalities. I have a few that just aren't. Like, they can do whatever and they don't get triggered by the addiction part. Oh, I'm susceptible to that. And when I was younger, I used to think I could willpower my way through that being that way. No, life has gotten better now that I just accept it. I'm addicted personality, so I have to consider that when I fuck with shit.
Ace King of Spades. I think I'll play this.
Oh yeah, that's a fucking all-in hand. That's called a premium hand.
Dude, I
But
got
they can
beat with
be,
Ace King because nothing showed up on the board above
yeah,
nine,
because
and the
somebody
guy
will
had
call
a
you a
nine in
fucking
his
with a
hand.
4 or 5 suited and hit a four on the river and take all
The
your money.
flop came 9 Jack 10.
Yeah. Like even in the big games, you see people they go all in with aces. You think okay, and then yeah, somebody calls like aces get beat more than you think. That's the hardest lick ever. When you finally got the aces, you raise and you do all the right things, and somebody fucking like calls you with a subpar hand and gets lucky. But that's gambling.
They're both gonna fold to me because I've dominated these guys. That one. Yeah.
Well,
sixty
with my
thousand
Texas
chip pot.
Hold'em life, I played at the casino for decades. Limit poker. There was no limit poker, but I like limit, like 8-16, 4-8. Those are my games. Yeah, that's like the casinos around here, they don't even have limit. Every table, no limit. I don't play no limit, but I'm way better at limit. But it's hard to find limit games today. Texas Hold'em like is all turned to no limit, which I get, but like I don't have the same skill set as I do with limit as far as my math in my head. Limit gives you some flexibility to call some things and chase a little more hands. With no limit, yeah. And I don't like playing it with what they call there's a style where somebody's playing where they have bought in or have enough chips that they call it I forget the term of it. But like, yeah, they're just gonna put
Push
you
it
to the
around.
test and get you an all in. And sometimes you have to stand up to a player like that.
I did.
Because yeah, like okay, you're trying to get to the river and you haven't even made a hand yet, and this guy's making you go all in, you know what I mean? I don't like that. I like, okay, well, you know, I can call lit 16, and maybe I'll call the raise, but I don't want to go all in. Fuck, I don't like all in. But that's poker. It's like yeah, even at the World Series, it's all no limit. They have a few tournaments that are uh, limit. It's a different
Damn,
skill
I got a
set than
pair of
poker.
6 and now I got a pair of 9s.
Pocket pair,
Yeah,
yeah, pocket pairs get beat easier
yeah, they
because somebody's
do.
going to call in with ace king, and
But
if an ace or a king comes, you're bit.
you gotta, see the flop though.
But you see the flop, you hit a set, now you're in the driver's seat.
Jack 8 9 or Jack Queen Jack. I'm sorry. Wow.
I love
So there's
poker.
2 pair.
I'd love to be. I love to play because like I love poker. I'm not to where I still I don't
Man,
gamble anymore, but I still watch poker
come
and
on, call
follow
me.
poker,
Thank
and
you.
I love playing poker.
The 4 big stacks dropped out when I bet. Bet half the pot. Call me. Call me. Damn it. So yeah, you
Well,
should
bet
join us
sizing.
on Thursdays. It's fun. I
Yeah, send
mean,
me your link
you
or
know,
whatever. And I'll try to remind me, and
now
I'll for
with
Thursday.
Poker
I'll put it on my
Stars,
calendar.
when you make up your account,
Yeah.
every hour or 4 hours or 5, I think it's 4 hours, you can get like 15,000 free chips just by logging in and collecting them. And
Oh,
every
okay.
24 hours, if you go under the casino or I think it's the casino, they call it the casino part, you get a 1 spin and you get anywhere from 2,000 chips to 30,000 chips or so. And then it gives you a bonus for each day that you consecutively try that casino. But we do allow 2 extra buy-ins. So you want to have like 60,000 chips because it's 20,000 to get in the tournament.
And when you start a new account, what do they start you with?
0, because it's play chips. And they want you to spend
No,
a dollar 99 to get like 5 million chips.
play chips.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one thing we
But
still don't have
we could,
like from America, or at least in California, you can't. There's no legal like Poker Stars. You can't. You have to play from another country. Money. You can't play for money
yeah,
in even though gambling. You got sports bet, horse betting, and everything else online. Well, some of that is
Ohio
the
you
old
can.
these companies like pulled some scam way back in the beginning and aren't trusted. And like, because a lot of people, I guess they use VPNs. There's a way around it if you
Yep,
really want to play
VPN.
money. Yeah, but one day they'll pass it. Uh, maybe.
7, 8, 9, 10. Fuck me. I had a 9-7 in my hand. But yeah, if you wanted some
Oh yeah,
chips, we
you
could
know,
set up a side game and
tomorrow,
I could
hang
shift
out with my
some to
buddies
you.
between 10 and 11. All right, see what we got going. I'm gonna try to get someone else in here to help. Either way, I gotta get this down by tomorrow. Yeah. Because like otherwise they're drunk. Come over. Yeah, I'm down. Still working on it. I'll come over and help. Here, clean that area. Yeah, this is all good, dude. I'm glad we got started at least. And I already knew that this wasn't your typical harvest because this is a huge room. The trimmers are on the back tray because we've got 3 or 4 more shirts cracked. All right. I got it.
Well, you got one tray done.
No, we got more than that. But, well, there's not whole trays. Things like all that's why it took us longer. We had to look for all the different plants. They're all mixed in
Oh,
because I set them per size. Like I couldn't set them per pine. There was varying sizes,
well,
so I chose to do it different.
That's what you could do tonight. Since you've got some of them cleared, you can go in and like move them all together.
Well, no, they're in trellis and all that.
Okay.
And no, it's all good. I'm gonna like give them a spritz of water to keep them from wilting tomorrow, and at least we got, I don't know, we got whatever done. I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2.5 trays worth. Yeah. Out of 8 trays. So that's a start. I got to turn the TV on. Where are we at? All right. Thanks. I'll see you. Yep, I'll see you. You need your container? Oh, yeah, just get lost here. Yeah, I know. Fucking mix of everything.
Man, this guy just before the flop, he said 21,000 chips, and I've got a Jack King.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. No limit. You have to like make those big ass decisions on all your chips or limit. Oh yeah, it'd be a limit bet.
He had
Maybe somebody
ace
raised.
queen. He had ace
There's a
queen
cat,
and a
4
king,
bets,
and an
4
ace
raises.
came up on the flop.
Oh,
Yeah,
Good
that
thing
guy's
he
playing what's
folded.
called big stat or big. I almost
Yeah,
remembered the term. Like some
he's
people
got
just will use their chips.
134,000 chips.
Yeah, so he can push people around. Yeah, and I don't like. That's always the thing. I don't like being pushed around, so I don't like no limit because of that. I like
Yeah,
limit for a raised
but
cap.
it's nice when you've got like a pocket pair of aces though, and one comes on the flop and they try to bully
You
you.
know, sometimes you like you're gambling, you gotta like, yep, call the bet. You might lose.
Man, I got suited king 8, and the guy just went 46,000 chips. Stupid out of this
Oh,
one
king
too.
8. Well, but then again, suited, you know, there's all the math.
I can't hit flops. I can't hit
GTO, they call
flushes.
it.
Here's another pocket pair of 4s, small pockets. Damn.
Well, yeah, I was notorious as a flush chaser. And in my mind, I always thought I had
No.
higher odds of hitting it.
fine.
But flushes, like you could be drawn to one and you know, you got the turn in the river. The actual math, if you did the math, is slimmer than it feels. You're thinking, wait, there's 4 suits, and I just need this one card to come out. I got 2 chances. It seems like your eye, like it seems like a good bet, but actually, when you do the GTO, they call it. Oh no, it's not. Now, when it comes in, oh yeah, that's beautiful. But it doesn't come in as many times as you think it will. And I'm like a weirdo. I have some friends that are professional poker players, and we would talk poker all the time. And like, I would say, yeah, I just had a feeling. So like, dude, you can't play. There's no feelings. It's math. No, I like have feelings. Like, oh, sometimes I think, oh, 10-7, 10-7. It's my thing. No, you don't play by feelings. You have to play by math. Well, you don't have to, but if you want to be successful with it, really
I've
math.
got I've got 8 more players at this table, so I don't chase flushes.
Yeah, and there's different stages of the game, it's a tournament or sit and go, and no, eventually blinds go up, and you gotta fucking, it changes. Oh, now there's only 3 people, so it's less, and then your hands. And then there's the button, the blind, and the small blind, and all the things. Yeah, I'm glad you said there's also because like playing lit hold'em is one poker game. When I first went to a
Motherfucker,
casino, the
I
first
got beat
like
with ace
month,
king.
I played stud, 7 card stud, and then I learned how to play Texas Hold'em. Uh, but I like mixed games, all the games, 5 card draw. I like low games too, a high low. Like there's an Omaha game where there's a high and a low, and you get quartered on pots and stuff. I like Omaha. You get four
Yeah.
cards. I like all the
We
games. So
play
yeah,
5 card and sometimes 6 cards, which is really interesting. It makes you really
there's
think.
like all kinds of poker games. Like that's just the World Series. They have all kinds of different uh, triple draw, 5 card, triple draw low. But like straights and flushes are the highest hand. So the wheel is like, oh, aces are high. So then it'd be two, two, three, 4, 6, 7. But if it was like if it was a wheel, you lose, right? There's a there's a bunch of games. I love poker. I love gambling. I love competition, really. Like that's what it comes down to. Like
Yeah.
competition. Even when I got into racing, I'm like, yeah, that's when I realized I love competition. Even though I wasn't much into sports and didn't really grow up doing a lot of that personally, uh, competition. All right, good one's done, and we can go back to kicking back and that's just in a few. Time for a break. All right, don't know. Yeah,
Take a couple puffs off a joint.
well,
Why
I
not?
probably need another cup of coffee, cigarette, and reassess the plan here. See what we
I
actually
was
got done.
I found walking into the room partially done with a joint and then figuring out what to do next. I think better smoking a joint in the room. People say, "Oh, don't smoke in your room." Bullshit. I want to show the ladies what happens to them when they get cut down. I get
Yeah.
really happy when I smoke them, and
All right. Let me do this one here.
Well,
it's
I
four
think I'm
o'clock.
gonna have to call it.
Yeah,
I gotta
it's
get to
getting
bed.
that time.
What? I'm done with work and everyone's calling it shit.
I got a
Where's the
little
late
bit,
night
but
crew?
Yeah, you
man,
can
it's
stay up.
4 a.m. here.
I get
Uh,
it. I was
yeah,
always
make believe
amazed,
I'm
even
I'm
with the
still
late
here.
night crew, that like there'd be like I'd be on things with people that went late, where then I realized, holy shit, the sun's up where they are. It's only like 3 in the morning here. And I'm like, wow, they're really troopers.
Ace three, Jack three, King showed. I'm gonna push maximum all in 19,000. Let's see what they do here. Fold. Call me. Big chips. Call me.
I don't think you want a lot of calls with ace three.
No, that's why I went all in. Even though I got a pair of threes.
Or your pair of threes. I thought you said ace three. Well, either way,
Ace,
pair of
no,
threes, ace
ace
three.
three and their ace three and a
Oh,
jack
you got a
three
board.
king showed.
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, no limits about using your chips. It's not always about your card.
I won that hand. They know I kind of play a little tight, so
Yeah, sometimes you got to open the range and fucking go for it.
fire it. Well, I called when I had shit. So I just called a hand and I lost like 15, 20,000 chips, but I didn't have shit, but I called the guy out on him.
Oh shit, I'm down to 6%. Let's get to the other rooms. I got everything. Yeah.
Just because I had to mix up, my betting, show him that, hey, I bluffed all the way out because you weren't betting more than 500 a hand. A turn. Fuck. I'll stay in it. I got two live cards. Yeah, but Thursday night's really fun. I mean, yeah, we get to joke back and forth. Uncle Rick is hilarious on Thursday nights. He has some really boomer moments.
All right. I can do that. Keeping the lights off.
So I'm gonna go out and take clones off that plant tomorrow and thin it out a bit. Take some of the inner branches out.
Yeah, like I see a lot of. I mean, I keep my opinions to myself. People, but like,
I haven't touched
yeah,
that plant.
defoliating and cleaning up a plant and shaping a plant is and keeping the lowers off. Yeah, but then I see a lot of people that they they don't do that. But like I tell you, you can take all these big sunleaves off, and a few days later, somehow the plant will put all new ones on.
Oh
It's
yeah.
crazy when you really do like start, you know, do cleaning up and defoliating plant. It just kicks it into like replacing that shit. You know what I mean? Like I'll defoliate like between when I turn back first 3 weeks, I do it twice, like 10 days in, and then day 21 or somewhere in there. Sometimes I'll do it day 7, 8, and take all these big sun leaves off, which is a stem that grew out of the plant, like a sun leaf. And then like a week later, I'll look, the room won't even look like I defoliated it. And somehow they
No.
rebuilt those sun leaves. Right. So if in veg, you start taking those things off, opening it up. Like one thing indoor is different than outdoor because of the sun is like 1,000 times stronger than even the bulb as far as lumens and all that. But yeah, those sun leaves are blocking the light from getting down into the mid,
Inner
mid and
part.
lower. Uh, you know, and I just did
When I
this because
go
my
to
hands are sticky. I now
when
have
I
glasses. This is like my first week. I have bifocals. I wear them all the time. I can see now, like right. Except that when my hands are resiny and I like touch the glasses, I just push the glass. I touch the lens. Yeah, one thing like getting resin off of your glasses isn't like that easy. I've
you
realized
gotta
so
have rubbing
like
out. You gotta have 90%
yeah, but
alcohol.
like alcohol kind of messes with the glasses a little, I found. But no, these ones are real glasses where my readers used to be like, they're just plastic, I guess, the lens, and then I used alcohol on it, kind of screwed them up. I have these like thing. I bought some things. I bought an eyeglass repair kit, even though mine are brand new, with the screwdrivers and shit. I'm 63, and this is the first time I've ever had glasses. And then I go like this sometimes because now I have bifocals, so I have to. I'm supposed to be training my eyes to not move my head to use the bifocals. I'm supposed to just move my eyes, but I've only had them 9 days. I've had glasses. I love it. I got it. I don't know why it took me so many years to go to that optometrist. Like until I got my glasses, I didn't realize I couldn't. Like, I mean, I could see, but a lot of things.
Yeah. Did we lose Bud? He probably didn't plug in his phone. Ah, Bud. I hope he comes back. Bud, come back. I hope he doesn't think that, hey, his phone died, so that's the end of the show. Yeah, that's it, folks. Peace.